school in the 1980s. The man who wrote the film, Michael Coffey, actually has cerebral palsy, and the actor who plays him, R.J. Mitty from Breaking Bad fame, he also has cerebral palsy. So this has been a film connected to a lot of charities, including the United Cerebral Palsy Foundation. We've had all these charity screenings, and some of the money from the NFT aspect of the score and any other aspects of the NFTs that are connected to this film are going to go to those charities. So it's a really unique, sort of test case of exactly the kind of things we're talking about here, and how, the intelligence of doing the fractionalized value between of all the different artists that come together on a feature film. And here's a feature film that's actually getting a theatrical release, which is very rare these days. It's actually has a 45-day window where it's only going to be in theaters. I encourage everyone to go see it. If you want to go see an inspirational story that makes you feel good, go see Triumph in Cinemark theaters across the country. And also check out my brother's score for the film on a blockchain and in the NFT market. Now, one of the things I wanted to talk about, apart from that, is the idea that, as we are birthing this digital twin, the virtual world, and we are now starting to give value to those things, there's a lot of counter dynamic talk going on. I don't know how many of you watch Bill Maher, but Bill Maher just his last Friday did an entire segment where he just bashed the blockchain, cryptocurrency, NFTs, from a very, very old school capitalistic perspective. And, look, I like Bill. I agree with him on a lot of things, but it's a perfect example of someone completely missing the larger context of what's happening here. The fact that the perception of value has always been something that's ephemeral, has always been something that we create as human beings between each other in our interactions. And so NFTs are now a way of codifying that in the virtual world in a way that brings value just for being imaginative. The idea that imagination itself is something that can have tremendous value just by being alive and having an imagination and experiencing the creative world and being able to express your own creative world within the context of the virtual world connected to the real world. That's where the NFT is sitting at the junction of those concepts. So what I think is really important, and this is going back to, the idea of how does AI, relate to this, the way in which these worlds are managed, the way in which we manage the value in these worlds, AI is going to be a tremendous part of this. And we need to tell stories that set the context of AI as a positive thing, not a negative dystopian thing. Because we have, as humans, told a lot of dystopian stories. And you know what? They served their purpose. They served a purpose to warn us on things. As a matter of fact, the films that I told about virtual reality that helped popularize the idea of virtual reality were actually cautionary tales. So that's the irony. Beware of telling cautionary tales, because you often popularize the very thing you're warning about. At the same time, I'm tremendously enthusiastic about the virtual world and its positive abilities. And so the idea that we're creating value in a virtual world that, as Bill Maher said, there's nothing there, it's actually not real. That's not true, because human imagination is real. What we create as humans in engaging with each other is just as real as anything we pull out of the ground. And now we have to stop pulling things out of the ground because the planet needs us to stop that. So the fact that we're shifting as the human story into creating value in the virtual world, we need to tell those stories. We need to tell the story that that is a positive thing. And we need to also activate the idea of artificial intelligence, which, by the way, I hate the term artificial intelligence. I think it's augmented intelligence or even extended intelligence, because it's not artificial. It's coming from us. It's coming from our unique abilities and creation with technology and our own imaginations. We need to imbue the AI that is going to be managing all this value, all of this interactivity and this engagement within the virtual world with the better angels of our nature, not the reptilian brainstem theater that we've often experienced with, many, many media forms like social media. Look what's happened over the past number of years with the nature of American democracy. All of these things are because we've been telling the wrong stories. We need to now shift into utopian storytelling. It doesn't mean that there's not conflict and drama and things that are, incredibly challenging within the context of that, because stories always will have their challenges. There always will be villains. There always will be protagonists. But at the same time, there's a way of the overarching meta narrative can be something that's very positive. And part of that is creating the overarching meta narrative that value in the virtual world connected to the real world is something that is being created anew, that is not just connected to the old stories of Western capitalism or of totalitarian communist capitalism, all of the different forms that exist that have a kind of brutal zero-sum game at the core of their stories. The idea that someone must lose in order for us to win. That idea at the core of human interaction with business and currency and money and value is the story we need to shift and morph into something greater, because the moment is happening because of the invention of the blockchain, which is the most significant invention since the printing press. I believe, Dan Mapes and I were talking about this just recently, because it allows this ability for there to be smart contracts and the ability for value to be measured in a way that doesn't involve the corruption of the middlemen. So one of the things about this new story that we're telling that's very, very disruptive and a bit confronting for a lot of people, including people like Bill Maher, is that we're eliminating a lot of that middleman. Now, let me talk about my own career in Hollywood. I've been doing films in Hollywood for over 30 years. And I will tell you, I have over $500 million of box office. At some point, I thought, let's follow the money. Let's find out what's going on here. And the level of corruption and the amount that the creators of creative work in the Hollywood model are not rewarded is significant. Not just myself, but everyone. And so the moment now that NFTs are coming into that kind of creative endeavor, epitomized by what my brother just did with his score, is an absolute revolution of the model for creative work that goes out on a global basis. And that aspect, again, we need to not be so reactive to it and thinking, well, how are these people doing this? They're just making value where there is none, which is kind of the counter story that's out there. And even people that are as, progressive as Bill Maher are telling that story. We need to tell the other story. We need to show that this is something that can actually lead, and this is where we kind of bring in the metaphysical or the spiritual. I really believe we bring in the concept of universal abundance. Because universal abundance is something that I believe is the right of every human being. We are at the moment where we're kind of activating this idea of the global human, right? And this is an idea that was given to me by an interaction I had many, many years ago with Joseph Campbell. I asked him, what is the mythology I need to follow as a creative artist? I had done nothing at this point. I was 20 years old. And he said, it's the mythology of the global human, of the interactivity between all of us as humans on this planet. And we have to acknowledge that value can be given to everyone just for being alive. And that idea, which goes against the Calvinist Puritan aspects that founded our country, is actually one of the most radical things you could say. The idea that everyone has the right to universal abundance, based around the idea that now we're creating this other virtual world where value is going to have, a multiple of what the value in the actual real, total addressable market of the planet is. $80 trillion is the total addressable market supposedly. And in the new digital world, there's going to be possibly $800 trillion of market and of value. And that means that everyone can actually participate in abundance, can live a wealthy lifestyle, for lack of a better term. These are old concepts and old tropes and old words that come from this old model. For me, the thing that's the most challenging is, as a storyteller, how do we tell the stories that activate these aspects of universal abundance, that activate the aspects of the better angels of our nature, that actually embed those aspects into the augmented intelligence that's going to be managing these things. Because no one human or even group of humans can manage what is about to appear here. So we need to have those aspects of our better aspects embedded within the context of how that AI works. And that, to me, is one of the things that's almost a blind spot. It's something that many people don't actually look at. Like, we need to set the context. The technology rushes in so quickly, and people, especially that aren't part of the world we're part of, they have no concept of what's going on. They need to be able to have a context. And the best way to set context is with story, because story is the thing that allows people to have a thing within the racial unconscious that embeds the idea of possibility. And the possibilities that are there with NFTs, with the value equation of the digital twin that's erupting, with the abilities that are going to be enabled by the spatial computing foundation that Dan and his company Versus is creating. These are extremely radical, disruptive, and revolutionary concepts that I believe can actually come in a simple, peaceful way. But the thing that will create that context of it coming in a simple, peaceful way is the stories we tell. As storytellers, as creators, that's the thing that will actually set how much attrition will be part of this. There's always going to be attrition in the context of human activity. There's going to be things that are, negative, that come off of some of these aspects. There's a lot of Wild West stuff going on in the NFT world right now, which allows the naysayers to look at it and say, hey, this is something that, there's a lot of crookery going on. But the truth is, when it's actually fully embedded within the digital twin and managed by the AI on the blockchain, that crookery will go away. And especially if we actually create the stories that show people that can happen, that show people that is the new world that we're creating, that there is a utopian story to tell here. And it takes a lot of courage to tell a utopian story. It's a lot easier to tell dystopian stories. I've done it. It's you get a lot of reaction, a lot of a strum and drang happens when you do that. But to tell a utopian story and actually have people really believe it and really acknowledge that there's that possibility, that's the thing we have to have, as I believe we need to meet as a challenge. Those of us that are part of this initial birthing that's happening right now. That's sort of the main thing I wanted to talk about. I know that there's the ability to have some questions and whatever. I'd love to interact with anybody about any of these concepts.
I love it, and I think there are great questions coming on here. So they wanted to know. Yes. So when it comes to your, excuse me, when it comes to your film. Yes. You look like you're my age, so you probably remember the Criterion Collection.
Of course, I am a subscriber of the Criterion channel to this day. It's
perfect. Okay, so
it's a great channel, by the way, to check out world cinema. If you need to watch all the works of Ingmar Bergman, they're there. And by the way, everyone should.
Awesome. So one of the things that I counsel a lot of filmmakers on when they're trying to figure out what to NFT, aside from clips and trailers, and I love that they did the soundtrack. Big Brother did the soundtrack. Nice. One of my favorite things to suggest is post the film out and it's out on Netflix or whatever, to use the NFT as a gated content access key, and then put up the film in a locked manner with a director's commentary.
Yes. Yeah. Look, there's so many incredible creative ways to do this. And, the challenge, of course, is that there are producers, there are financiers, there are rights issues. There are all these things that you have to deal with in order to get those things together. Now, one thing that happened here, because my brother put his score on the blockchain, and he had the exact right to do it because they only paid him enough to get the rights to license the score for the film because they wanted it cheap, right? They wanted it cheap. So guess what? He gets to now own what's happening and own what's on the blockchain, and that is a major, major, moment of inflection that's going on right now. I believe the new model for all of these creative activities will be the fractionalization of the different value here, that people will have the value of their own creative work, acknowledged in a different way than the model that is connected to the boilerplate of Hollywood. Because those of us that have been through that, and I've been through it for over 30 years, know that it basically works on the tenets of organized crime. I mean, that's just the reality. Right?
Yes.
I'm old enough and I got gray hair enough in my beard to say that because it's absolutely true. Now, they get away with it. They get away with it, absolutely, because the way in which the boilerplate is created by the entertainment lawyers and all of the agents. It's a paradigm. It's a metaphor and a paradigm that we need to shift. And NFTs allow us to shift it. So those of you that are part of the new generation of filmmakers, do not accept the boilerplate. Do not accept that this is the way it has to happen because the world is changing. It doesn't have to happen that way. And your value can actually be acknowledged and you can get the rewards of that value in a completely different way now.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier when I was talking to Janicki. Janicki is I have all of my contracts. Now I can't actually find all of those people from 23 years ago,
right?
But I can create trust wallets for them. Yes. And all of their royalties just go in there and sit there until we find them or we find an heir. Because some of them
I'm going to be putting a lot of NFTs out related to the Lawnmower Man because there's all this material and concept designs and all that, and I'm doing exactly that same because finding everybody 30 years later not so easy. But
not so easy.
There's ways of doing that in the context of, and here's the great thing, because it's on the blockchain, nobody can go in and create and mutate that. It can actually be something that's there. When you create that trust wall, it's there. It's a, what they call a trustless network, meaning you don't need trust because the blockchain, the intelligence of that blockchain is what actually creates the ability for us to have these new contractual agreements between human beings. And that is really radical, especially in the context of the Hollywood film business, because of just the nature of how commerce and art have always clashed and been a kind of war. It definitely has been for all of my career. And I've been a warrior in that. I've been able to survive that. The truth is, not everyone's built that way. And now I believe there's going to be an opening for lack of a better term, more sensitive creative artists that don't have the general aspect that I have, where no one's going to screw with me if I go in there and make a stand. But you can be a truly sensitive artist that actually gets that value back. You don't have to necessarily have the warrior armor on like I have had to my whole career.
So what you're saying is they don't have to go to Sun Tzu school before they walk into an agency meeting?
I mean, I will say Sun Tzu is a good thing to study no matter what you're doing. But yes, I think that there's a moment now that's happening where true creativity and imagination will be given its due, as opposed to the business side, the middlemen that have always taken the value in businesses like Hollywood business. I mean, it's not just Hollywood that happens in, of course, it's a lot of other business models. And, again, it's that the story of the zero-sum game. I've got to win, so you lose, so that's how I gain. That story has to be changed. And now we have the technology foundation to change it.
I love it. And you froze, or I froze. One of us froze. But this was brilliant. I love all of the anecdotes. And for those in the audience, if you are a creative person in filmmaking or music or any of the other arts, now I think we figured out you can pretty much do a TV show from home because all the big boys late night did that. You can pretty much make an album from home because my girl just got 3 million plays on an album she did in her walk-in closet. So, the days of having to ask for permission are over. And now with NFTs, the financing for your dreams is actually at your fingertips.
The gatekeepers are dissolving.
Yeah.
And the modalities of, value contracts are dissolving. And it couldn't happen at a better time.
I want to go ahead and jump in. I'm such a fan, Brett, of your work and all that you're doing. I can't thank you enough for zooming in right in the middle of your film launch. That was absolutely fascinating. You opened our eyes and ears and our hearts into a whole new world of NFTs and all the great things we can do with them. I just can't thank you enough, Brett.
It's always a pleasure to be here, Molly, and thank you so much for your support and giving me a forum to talk about these ideas. And I've always been able to talk about the ideas without any holds barred.
Yes.
At the AI Showbiz Summit. So, it holds a very special place in my heart because of that. So, and again, everybody, go out and watch Triumph.
Yes.
So much better on the big screen.
Yes, we can go back to the big screen and the whole experience of being with others watching film. Brett, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. We have another amazing trailblazer up in just a moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to invite my colleague from Portal Hologram, Ryan, to do his test, though, because Tim Draper is coming up in a half an hour and we're doing something unusual. So let me get him testing. We're ready for the test window. Sorry, I'm multitasking Molly today, and if my colleague with Portal Hologram, go ahead, we're going to do a test. And by the way, Brett, we are live on YouTube. People are watching on YouTube your talk, and people will be watching it for many years to come. And again, thank you so much. So my colleague, I see him, he's out the window. I'm here in the Portal Los Angeles studio because we're going to be presenting at noon someone through the Portal holoportation device. And we're going to use the next 5 minutes to do a little computer test with all of us here. But Brandy, wasn't Brett's talk amazing?
Powerfully, I've written down so many quotes. They need to be into these quotes, memes. You represent a world of ever-changing and exchanging values. And what has been said and coming through high-level meditations in which I am engaging every day, you have said what I've heard time and time again. So in honor of that, the true creativity and imagination will be given its dues. Trustless networks create the ability to have new contractual agreements. Commerce and art have always been at war. You've been in the midst of it. You are a powerful co-creator, and it is an honor to be here together.
Honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Ooh, where do we go from here? The new global human and interactive. We need to stretch. And you guys bring your hands together.
Yeah. I'm calling on my colleague. He's under Portal Hologram. Cannot hear you yet. We're working on our sound. Can't hear. Hi, how are you?
How do I sound? Am I in sync? Check 1 2, check 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2, check test 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2, check.
Behind the scenes at the Portal studio and the hologram.
Yeah, Tim, David's here. Exactly, Tim.
How exciting to bring this live in action.
The behind the scenes is really fascinating.
This is exciting times. We get to see all the increments of change right in front of us.
Well, and what you're seeing is the portal itself, not where they're standing to project, which is very cool.
Hey, I'm just going to tell everyone, Amit's our next speaker. He jumped off for a quick call, but I'll get him back on if you guys wrap up before he comes back. So just be aware, it might take a second.
Okay.
As a reminder, while we're going through this portion, everyone out there listening in and chiming in, please post your comments, your questions, your remarks, get engaged. The more that you are engaged, the more that you recall, and the more that you can impact other people's lives, as this is true tech that is caring. And so we're bringing this opportunity to be a part of the shift. As you can see, a lot is going on. So let's see. So Molly is she's actually in the studio, right? And she's bringing, let's see here. Robin, I see that you're I can see you, but I can't see the actual studio itself as a pin. All right.
Robin's on twice, so probably one of those is the studio.
I see. Okay.
Just like I'm on twice, one on my phone and one on my laptop, one for broadcast and one for watching while I'm not broadcasting. That is a really cool studio, by the way. And so they literally teleport the human being from where that guy is standing and put him anywhere. Is that what we're about to see?
Well, they can project him anywhere. He is. I watched them do this to a portal in Dubai a month ago. It's very cool.
Okay,
And
so Tim is in a different portal, and he's going to appear in this portal.
Yeah, he's actually standing in front of the white screen to the right.
You can see the screen. They're literally standing right next to the hologram, but that's not how it normally works.
Okay.
It's just because they're in the studio. But if that portal was set up anywhere else in the world, his image would be in that portal.
Oh my goodness.
So I watched them do it in Dubai. They projected from Dubai into a portal, which is very fun.
That is very, very cool. Now, can the portal do scans as well and like record them for replay?
Yeah, there was they also did the NFT for Nicole Buffett's original artwork that she did for Molly.
Wow.
And they were able to project it and then rotate it within the portal.
That is very cool.
So we might see that later. I don't know what David's going to do for us.
All right, everyone, let's gather up our thoughts right now for our next trailblazer. Is he back into our room? Admit, are you here? Okay, sounds like he's not quite there yet.
He's one of my very, very favorite people.
I'll get him. Hang on a second.
We've been to Croatia and done a bunch of conferences together, and he's so brilliant with AI.
All right, I just texted him that we're ready for him. So he jumped off on a quick call, so hopefully he can wrap up and come back.
I did. Hello.
Oh, excellent. Amit, so nice to have you here. We were just behind the scenes looking at the portal as we're getting ready to showcase that in the upcoming Trailblazers talk. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here. I want to give you the table in just a second. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page so that we are recording in a certain way. I know Molly is doing her thing. Is anyone else going to put the recording on so that we can begin the next?
Hold on a minute.
Thank you everyone for standing by while we do our changeover. As you can see, life is happening and the future is happening all at the same time. Future here now. So Amit, where are you chiming in from?
I am currently chiming in from Zurich
Okay.
in Switzerland. So I've been here for 2 weeks, probably here another 6 or 7, but usually based in San Francisco, for the beginning of mid of 2019, that meant something. Since then it's been home and host in San Francisco for a while, and Europe whenever I've been able to.
Excellent. Well,
It's pretty amazing to see how few people are vaccinated in Europe, by the way, almost no one.
Interesting.
That's interesting because we're hitting like 64%, I think.
Yeah, I mean, in the US, you can walk into a Safeway or a Walgreens at this point, right? And get vaccinated. And here I've met like maybe 2 people.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to just talk for a moment. It's so good to see you. Welcome. We're actually going to need just a couple more minutes to do the sound test for our noon speaker. So if Amit, if you can just chat with everybody for a moment, and Ryan, who's under Portal Hologram, is going to just do. We almost have it working. So if you can just bear with us just a moment more.
Molly, would you like me to start with the introductions? And
well, I don't want to interrupt Amit's talk, so I think the best thing is that we give just a few more moments for him to get the sound levels right, and that way we don't have to interrupt Amit's talk because everybody's going to want to hear it. So just maybe talk amongst yourselves for another moment. We're close to having it working, and I'll be back in a sec to confirm, and then we'll get started. Sorry about the momentary delay.
That's perfectly okay. Brandy, where are you at, by the way?
So I'm based in Los Angeles. I've been here for 23 years, and it's ever changing. I've been traveling. So this is actually an open conversation for all of us, and chime in. Let us know where you're chiming in. If you want to type that into the chat box so we know exactly where you're at, that would be fantastic. I know we all have our own domains these days, and now that we're living online, we're all virtual, right? Our virtual offices, our virtual people, now our NFT virtual creation together. It's really nice to see. So we have Rapid City, North Pole, Sweden, Portugal. Yes, it's Hawaii. There's, I say I'm a trans-dimensional being. So I'm everywhere at all times. Puerto Rico has been calling, Guatemala has been calling, Tulum has been calling. I mean, all these places where innovation and wellness and technology is taking place. So I am everywhere. How about, do you feel the same way, everyone here? Amit, are you just traveling?
Yeah, very much so. But I was going to say, it's pretty cool that many of us get to be, cross-border, trans-dimensional, as you say. But for those who haven't met the amazing Dan Makes, and many of you have, and will obviously hear from him. He is a unique creature because he's not trans-dimensional. He is a time traveler. And it's pretty amazing because he's kind of here now. I know I saw him there. Dan, if you're there, pop up and say hello. But
hey, my dear brother, it's so great to see you. Great. So looking forward to hearing you speak today. It'll be really great. Impact NFTs are really critical. And as you know, we just did a big project with the Open Earth Foundation where we raised $6 million with green NFTs with carbon offsets. So I'm really what you're about to speak is really critical for helping us really get control of the planet and manage our resources better.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing with some of the if you think about NFTs from a spatial web perspective, right? I've been thinking about this a lot post our last conversation. In so many ways, we think about how they're, an NFT is representing most likely in most cases a a physical asset, and in some cases, purely native, obviously. And at the end of the day, all of this still has to be represented. And I can't think of a better way than the spatial web, where we can start representing these NFTs in the dimensions that they reflect, and actually adding value to them and their provenance, not just in the literal where they've come from, but where they are, where they're going, in a three-dimensional model that represents the world that we live in. And that concept, right? I mean, if you think about the protocol that you guys developed, it couldn't be more appropriate for the space that we're all talking about.
Well, I think this is the key thing these days is we're now building ecosystems rather than companies. And so the work that Amit's doing with his project Rainfall, which really pays people for their data. And then we actually, we can work with Rainfall very closely because we have self-sovereign identity into our spatial web system that allows people to capture their data. And then we can partner with Rainfall. So what Brett was talking about, and Molly, everyone, I think what we're starting to realize is we really have this cooperative ecosystem model now where Amit can really develop some brilliant new ideas, and they plug right into what we're doing, and together we're stronger than we would be separately.
This is all cool, but talk to us about your time travel.
Well, what is really fun. I mean, many of us here are meditators and are studying in many ancient traditions of Taoism and Vedanta and Sufi and other and shamanic work and everything. And so I think a lot of us are aware that our normal consensus reality that we're looking at is kind of a dream we're having. We know from quantum physics that these computers we're looking at, if we examine them very closely with a high-powered microscope, they're not there. Their perceptions we're having of a world. So turns out that the speed of light is not the actual limitation. That's only a limitation for physical objects. But consciousness is you can be anywhere instantaneously, anytime or any space, historically or in the future or in the past, because the speed of consciousness is instantaneous in all locations simultaneously, because it is one large field of consciousness. That's straight up Vedanta from 3,000 years ago from India, where you're from.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, there's Molly.
Hey, there she is.
I was going to say, I'm sitting here in Switzerland currently. I miss your and Molly's presence here in your time travel. Let's have a little visit.
We had a wonderful trip to Davos. That was great.
Yeah. Amit, we are ready for your talk. You are so kind and gracious to let us get our AV is all firing on all cylinders. I'm going to start the recording. Brandy, if you want to do the official introduction, we are recording to the cloud. And we are live on YouTube as well. Go ahead, Brandy.
Welcome to our next Trailblazer conversation, Amit Pradhan. He is the president of SVBS, chairman of Rainfall. Today's talk is going to be around impact NFTs. The talk explores ideas around impact NFTs and how the market meme could be used for solving more meaningful challenges than just the 69 million piece of digital art. This is a very poignant time for this conversation to be having. Thank you so much for being here, Amit.
Well, thank you very much. Let me know if you can see my screen, and hopefully you can.
Yep,
awesome.
We can.
Yes.
Well, it is a real pleasure to be here again. Obviously the conversations, the people who are part of these conversations here are just absolutely incredible people, not just because of the work they do, but because of the purpose of why they do it. And that is really a core part of the evolution of the entire tech space. And we've seen this in the world of AI and its intersection or the interplay with the world of IoT and blockchain. And we're now seeing it with with the evolution of, what I think is a great meme name. I think NFTs are an unfortunate name for what they represent and the opportunity they represent. It's kind of like, starting to talk about the internet in terms of HTTP or TCP/IP. I think we'll make the evolution to starting to use the terminology that makes it far more appealing to the mainstream. But if you really think about the more recent surge of this conversation around NFTs, began with the big sales, obviously the 69.5 million sale by Beeple, was the big conversation starter. But there's a really interesting story. Some of you have probably heard this, read this, about the artist named Johnny Lemercier, French artist, incredible studio, does a lot of three-dimensional art, and turned into an environmentalist, very, very focused about the climate. And what you see on the screen is the kind of art that you can see in his studio. He got on to the NFT train and created these 5 three-dimensional objects that were sold in an NFT. It sold within, I believe it was, 10 seconds, everything was sold. Very exciting. Until he found out that the amount of energy, 8.7, I believe, kilowatts of energy that was used just for the first sale, and then not accounting for all the subsequent sales of the NFTs that would take place later, ended up being the amount of energy that would power his physical studio for over 2 years. Very exciting, but she was obviously not impressed, right? And he's a climate activist himself. And so, this was a huge issue, and it's an issue that we've, seen come up with crypto in multiple ways. And oftentimes, the conversation then ends up being just about that, right? How do we make NFTs, or how do we make Bitcoin in general more friendly towards the planet? And it becomes an energy discussion. And I think that's important. And I think that the criticism is fair as well. But at over $1 trillion equivalent right now as an asset class, crypto in general, I think that it's an unfair focus. And if we really think about where we want to take this conversation into the future, I love Buckminster Fuller's quote, "We are called to be the architects of the future, not its victims." And so if you're able to get past just the energy conversation, and you have incredible projects, in the earlier chat, Dan mentioned some of the work they're doing with powering a lot of mining with green energy. We're seeing this across different projects across the world. We're going to do a better job of addressing that. But what we need to look at is the real underlying opportunity that NFTs represent. And to me, they're not just the opportunities of the creators. It's incredible. You're going to have creators of all sorts. The democratization of creators. It's people who are graffiti artists somewhere, people who are taking incredible photographs, people who are indie painters and musicians, and people producing videos. This is incredible, right? And this is just the first part. I think all of the marketplaces that we're looking at right now represent this first part. There is an entire industry that's going to be built around this, because for many of these pieces of art, it's not just going to be a question of can that art be sold one time. It's about what licensing models can be built into that art and how they can be spread around, thereby creating an entire economy around access to this art. There's the other side of this, right? Which is the side of who's buying this art. And in many ways, this is what I refer to as the commons opportunity or the commons revolution, right? If you look at what happened with protest movements like Black Lives Matter and Greta's, climate battle, and Wall Street bets. And then if you look at solution protest movements like Bitcoin, now NFTs, and decentralized finance, they're all just separate vectors of the same commons revolution. And this commons revolution is really interesting because the individuals can come in and support the kind of artists that they want to support, either by thematic, either because they know them, either by community, by categories of gender or sexual preference, minorities of all sorts. People supporting, Black artists or, Latinx artists. It's incredible what this has unlocked, and it is incredible how an industry can be created around supporting these artists. But here's the thing about NFTs, right? Mark Twain is often used for every quote possible. And as he once said, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. If only my death certificate was an NFT. And that really comes down to understanding the opportunity around NFTs, right? Like I said before, I think NFT is a terrible meme name. In reality, it is a programmable digital representation of either a physical, a hybrid, or a native digital asset on chain that is entirely unique, right? And so you can start thinking about what can be represented as an NFT. It's not just, a particular building or a home or a watch or art. We can start thinking about some really interesting models to unlock using this momentum that NFTs have created. So let's think about the most obvious one, right? It's always been kind of this lot of investors that has had the opportunity and has set direction for the kind of companies, founders, products, creators that get invested in. And the criteria often are sharp criteria. What is the return? How quickly can we get it? And I really don't care what happens. Already, tokenization has started to change those models, not quickly enough, but there's a whole bunch of things that we're starting to unlock that tokenization brings. Hopefully, we can step away from this model, right? And we can start unlocking and untapping some really unique new models for how NFTs can be leveraged and leveraged for impact. So let's think about the context of impact. In general, we want to help create a better planet for our wonderful host, for the cities that we live in, and for all the self-sovereign individuals that live there, right? And so let's start unpacking what the opportunities are from an impact perspective. The first one I would say is what I call the 2% law. About 5 years ago, India had a new law that was passed that required all public companies that make at least $120 million in net profit to spend 2% of that on CSR, ESG, sustainability, impact, whatever you want to call it. The idea was, how do we make this a better community? That law has been very successful. Billions and billions of dollars have been unlocked for very important projects. And over time, it will become, I think, a blueprint that other countries would use. But what's really cool is that you can start applying similar traits to what we do with Nifties. And so there's an interesting project by Alexandra Pittman. She just sent me some details today. Actually, if you're in the online right now, hello to you. She's with Impact Mapper, and she is starting to create this model where programmatically percentage of sales of NFTs as selected by artists can then go towards important projects, nonprofits, charities, different organizations that are trying to work with the poorest of the populations around the world. We're doing something very interesting with rainfall as well, and I'll touch upon that in a bit. I think there's a really interesting opportunity for a financial investment product. That's my background. It's where I live a lot in the investment world. The difference between a an LP unit or a share or a digital share and an NFT is that an NFT has to be unique, right? A share can be digital, but a share is like any other share and it can be exchanged for another share. And that actually is great on one hand, but on the other hand, it's limiting because you can't, as the person putting the money in, literally define what you want it to do, right? So there's a lot of opportunities to start creating impact funds where the investors in those impact funds, not just institutional, not just accredited, but those investors could be all of those people who are investing in NFTs today, the commons revolution. And you could have investment shares, if you may, or units that have programmable specificity of what they're investing in and what the outcomes are that they expect from that. And so you can now imagine an impact fund that invests through NFTs that people can buy into, and those NFTs can be focused on climate or equality or a particular project. And the ability to give people the power to make those decisions, I think takes NFTs from just the conversation of, look, we're going to support, the individual artist, to going to a point where now we can actually say, hey, look, we can use this instrument to start investing in causes, projects, founders that are going to solve for the big problems. There's a huge opportunity to create, and this is something that we've been working on, to create impact staking and validation entities and projects. Because one of the things that will be required as we move forward is to think about a blockchain that is not just Ethereum, and already we're starting to see a lot of nifty projects on Tezos and Cardano, but eventually you want to make sure that you have validators and staking investors who are going to support the validators that are going to support the custom NFT funds, or the 2% or 4% or 5% allocators from the NFTs. And now you can really have the commons revolution, push the market in the direction that we want to go. And finally, thinking about specific impact nifties, right? So let's take the example of this one thing that has been the scourge of global society for the past year and a half, COVID and the vaccines that we're trying so hard to get out to the rest of the world. We've all heard about what's happening in India right now. And it would be really interesting if we could have a programmable nifty that represented X number of doses of vaccines delivered successfully to Y community. And it would be unique because it's not something that you can just exchange, but the value that represents can go well beyond art, and it would require some thinking and it would require some unpacking. But when I think of impact NFTs, to me, it is far greater than just thinking about art and what art can unlock for us. As I look to start winding up, I want to give one quick example as we think about the concept of what else can impact NFTs do beyond art. Dan mentioned this project earlier, Rainfall, that we've been working on for a little while. Its whole purpose is to be able to unlock human value from a digital footprint. And that value is represented in the form of intelligence, which is unique. That intelligence can be represented as a nifty for either an individual person or groups of people. And people can actually buy into that nifty, where the value then goes back to the people, including kids in sub-Saharan Africa who are still putting out data points. And so in winding up, I would love to just summarize the idea that nifties for art are fantastic. And they have created this incredible commons revolution, both on the creator side and on the investor side. And I think the real opportunity going forward is taking the lessons we've learned and applying it to other unique assets that can make a substantial, meaningful difference to the planet we live on, because we can support the kind of projects and entrepreneurs who are using these principles to make this a better world. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions and jump into any details if anyone wants to unpack what we've covered.
Thank you so much. I'm asking for comments to be posted into the chat. We are shifting a little bit of gears over here, so I'm going to take over the Adrian position as moderator for the questions and come in and honor everyone who posts, just for time's sake, because we will be moving into our next interview with Tim. Amit, you and I have so much alignment here. I'm representing Younga Forum, which is for the SDG goals. We took over the United Nations with this type of new monetization where the youth can have the NFT and then activate that into their projects. And so it's very important, we're shifting and having you be the voice of that shift would be powerful. So using these instruments and being able to have it tracked and have a full circle 360 economy is important. So the question here is, are you testing it currently? And what project are you testing it with?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, like I mentioned with Rainfall, we're underway with testing it. We're starting to assemble the different pieces. So assembling validators who are willing to be, focused impact validators, the top impact investors who are willing to stake or back these validators, right? Making sure that we have the kind of projects that are willing to create the 2, 4, 5% allocations to the most important causes. We're building that into Rainfall as well. We're starting to see all of those pieces start to come together. And one of the projects that we're looking at is the example I gave of the vaccines, where investors can actually go in and say the Nifty that represents the value of or the capital required to deliver 100,000, 1 million vaccines to a particular area with all of the conditions programmed in becomes a really great example of a non-art Nifty. And so we're exploring all of these options, because sometimes you have to use the memes, you have to use the narrative, right, which consumes 95% of the oxygen, but maybe represents 5% of the market, to actually represent 95% of the market. And this is one of those opportunities.
Mm. Are there other companies right now that are exploring this that you're familiar with? I know that you're mentioning Rainfall, and are there any other names that you could share with us for research and development side?
Yeah, I'll be happy to drop a list your way, and if you want to share it with everyone. It's early stages, right? Everyone who's looking at Nifties is looking at it from an art perspective, which is fantastic. It's a great obvious use case. But I would just encourage everyone to think about what sits behind the definition of that Nifty, right? And the fact that you can have a programmable, unique digital representation on chain of an asset, either a physical asset or a native digital asset, unlocks incredible amount of opportunities beyond art.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We are re-examining the importance of our unique ID and being a creator of mission-driven purpose in our world, that everything has a reason. And so this is our transformational shift. And I've always seen it in that way. We'll be dropping the first global youth NFT marketplace in October for this to take place. And this is within Alliance Partners of the United Nations and the SDGs. So it'll be a happy day when we can sit down and play. Thank you so much. If there's any other questions, we're about to come into our next portion of our show. If anyone wants to drop their questions into the chat, please do, and we'll make sure they get answered. I see that Molly is here.
Yeah, I have a question. Amit, and I apologize, I didn't get to hear all of it, but I wanted to see how it's going for you on your trip.
Oh, very well. Now, if it's a physical trip, then it's going really well. If you're asking Dan Mapes, that trip is not always just physical, right? It's metaphysical. No, it's going really well. And, like I said earlier, Switzerland always brings back memories of, our collective time back there. It was, phenomenal. And just so you know, next year is back on as of now, and we are going to be there again. And so please keep your, last week of January reserved for what we're going to be doing. And obviously we up to the next level now. So it's going great. And it's a very interesting last point I'll make, even from an opportunity perspective, investors and companies as well. I've been doing a lot of work in the Swiss ecosystem because a lot of the regulatory framework is already well placed to support what's happening in the Nifty space, which is evolving in the US. I think, we're going to see a regulatory framework between the SEC, FINRA, CFTC, and the IRS, kind of evolve. They haven't figured out how they're going to treat Nifties yet. It's much further along here. And so for companies that have, big projects that they're already pursuing and are unsure of what happens with both the legal and the tax frameworks, happy to chat with them and share all of the learnings of being here and, seeing and working with some of the leaders in the space over here, because it really does allow projects to accelerate in ways that they couldn't earlier.
Oh, Amit, that is such a beautiful update. I'm excited for us all to be together. Yeah, we're ready. Oh, we're getting the cue. We're going to move to our next speaker. Thank you so much for your time. Brandy, if you want to introduce our next person, let me just quickly thank you so much, Amit. That was fabulous. I'm going to stop the recording really quick, and then I'm going to start it again.
Molly, before we begin that, I have Tim Draper.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm going to be introducing Tim Draper. That's our next person who's up. You can see Molly is multitasking. We are recording, and I'm about to leave the Zoom space, and you're going to see me somewhere else. So I'm going to stop my video and mute myself.
Hello, everyone. We are live at AI Showbiz on NFTs, and it is with the greatest of excitement that I'm about to introduce our keynote first speaker of the day, Tim Draper, who is a world-renowned venture capitalist behind the legends such as Tesla, Hotmail, and Portal. And I am at Portal. I am live at Portal in the studio in Los Angeles. And Tim is here with me. And this is the human self of me in front of a white screen, but you're seeing Molly's hologram self. And it is with the greatest excitement that I welcome to the stage Tim Draper. Tim, take
Molly,
it.
baby, how are you?
Oh, wow, a hologram hug.
Hey, here we go. Hey, this is so much fun. I am being teleported. Wait, there we go. I'm being holoported to all parts of the world, everywhere around. And I'm trying to figure out exactly how my hands are supposed to go, because if I do this, they disappear. So anyway, it's great to be on Clubhouse, YouTube, wherever else we are. So excited, and thank you, Molly and Adrian, for your amazing production here that you're putting together. So thank you. This is really fun. So we're talking about NFTs. First, I'm really excited about NFTs, but I got to take you way back. I got to take you back to, where I was starting to think about digital currencies. It was about 2002. And I ran into this guy from Korea, and he said, South Korea, not the socialist dictatorship where everybody's poor. But South Korea, the freedom, open, transparent, fabulous government that we all know and love. Anyway, this guy came to me and he said, hey, half of South Korea is is playing this game called Lineage. And I said, well, that's great. And I thought, wow, that's a production loss or whatever, productivity loss. And he said, no, it's so important to all of us that I hired a guy to be my avatar when I go to work. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. So there's a guy he's actually hired full-time to be his avatar during, well, he goes off to work so he can build value in this virtual world. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. And then he said, yeah, and I bought my son a sword for his birthday, $40. And I thought, I didn't really make the connection between those two things. And he said, no, a virtual sword, a sword that is completely just pixels on the screen. And he said, and it kind of clicked in my head that he was starting to use fiat money to buy virtual goods. And then I started to think about virtual money. And that was the beginning of what I thought was going to happen in the world. And what I thought was that Lineage money would convert to Farmville money and other types of games of money. And that's how our virtual money would start to happen. And we would need to produce not just in the physical real world, but in the virtual world. And so I was very excited about this, but then it didn't happen that way. All of a sudden, Bitcoin came. They created in software a trusted third party that said, we can be the one to keep track of your money. We can keep it on this blockchain. It can keep perfect records. And I got so excited about it. And I bought a whole bunch of Bitcoin. And then it was disappeared by Mt. Gox. And Mt. Gox was supposed to be the trusted trading system for Bitcoin. And it just disappeared. And I thought, oh, too bad. That's the end of it. I thought that was just the beginning. I thought we were going to see some amazing new things happening with this currency, but now it's probably gone. But the next day, Bitcoin was still around, and it had only dropped about 10% in value on that news. So dropping 10% in value, I thought, wow, people really need this. Where are they using it? And most of the press was pointing toward the criminal behavior or whatever. And it turns out that is not a good place to put your use Bitcoin, because the blockchain keeps a perfect record. So they're catching everybody who does something criminal with it. No, it turned out that not only were people using it for sending money overseas, for remittances, for paying employees that were overseas, for keeping, adding value to their business by paying people with micropayments, which would be a great thing for Hollywood to use. So it builds more trust into the system. I know Hollywood doesn't always have all the trust in the system. And so what's really very exciting is that all of these new uses were happening, but then there was something even more powerful. And that was that I met a guy from Argentina, and he said, yeah, during my life, my family has created a fortune and lost the fortune, and created the fortune and lost the fortune, created the fortune and lost the fortune 3 times. And he said, and every time they lost it, it was due to inflation. And I went, oh, wow. And he said, yeah, and I'm only 30 years old. So 3 times in 30 years that his family has completely lost their fortune to fiat currency manipulation. And all of a sudden I realized there is a real use, a serious use for Bitcoin. There is something that we really should be jumping into. And so even though I lost all that other Bitcoin, I did start buying more. And then when the US Marshal's office came up with a big auction, I was the only one stupid enough to bid above market. And I thought maybe I'd buy 1 or 2 of the 9 lots. I ended up with all 9 of the 9 lots. So I was heavily Bitcoined, and my portfolio was suddenly very heavily weighted toward Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin went from 632, where I bought it, all the way down to about 180. And I really looked stupid. But somehow there was something in me that said, no, there is something here. And I actually bought a little more Bitcoin at that point, because I thought, there's a reason for this. There's a need. Having a currency that's not tied to politics, that's open and transparent and global, keeps perfect records, frictionless, doesn't cost anything. There's a real value to that. And I think that there are all these people that are unbanked. There are all these people in Argentina, Venezuela, Nigeria that have currencies that just keep dropping. And so there's no incentive for them to build anything of value, because they know that it'll be taken from them by inflation. And suddenly there was a use. Suddenly there was this new currency, and that was incredibly exciting. We were going to open up economies that were not open before. We were going to free up people that were not free before, and people were going to have a true incentive to build something of value, because they could store that value with Bitcoin. And they don't have to be tied to a fiat currency to do it. I mean, lots of these countries in Africa, people don't have the incentive to build anything of value, because the government comes, either takes it by force, or they take it through creating inflation. And so suddenly there's a currency that isn't taken by inflation. So that's really exciting. Here's what else is exciting. Not only is this now sort of a perfect bank, but it also is going to transform some of the biggest industries in the world, not just banking. It's going to transform commerce and finance. In fact, in finance, I'm thinking that I can raise a fund that's completely in Bitcoin, fund companies all in Bitcoin, have them pay their employees and suppliers all in Bitcoin, and have the whole thing set up on a big smart contract. And imagine this, I would not have to hire the bankers, wouldn't have to hire the accounting firm, the auditors, the bookkeepers, the lawyers that normally are required and create huge friction to me raising money and putting that into startups, and for startups to put that in and pay their employees and suppliers. This is potentially an anthropological leap that we're about to go through. And I'll explain that in a minute. The internet opened up all of these borders. Suddenly we were communicating with everybody around the world instantly and for free. We backed Hotmail and Skype. They really had a big impact on allowing us all to communicate for free. The geographic borders became less relevant during that time, and we became more global. And we realized that we're much better off trading with other partners, other countries, other states than we are trying to fight with them. And suddenly there were transformations in a whole bunch of different industries: communications, information, gaming, media, entertainment. They all spread in a whole new way because of the internet. But all of a sudden we've got this new technology around Bitcoin. And that's Bitcoin, the blockchain, the chain that keeps perfect records, and smart contracts. And if you combine that with all the things that are happening in artificial intelligence and surveillance, you suddenly have a transformative time. And let me give you a reason why. let's pick the insurance industry right now. And let's say you wanted to start an insurance company. Well, the old way of doing insurance is that your clients pay your premium, you pay your premium, you pay your premium, and then at the end of that, you issue a claim, and then you fight with the insurance company, fight with the insurance company, fight with the insurance company, and finally there's a settlement, and you get a check for whatever happened to you. But what if you set up an insurance company that was purely set up on the blockchain with surveillance in a smart contract? You could pay your premium, pay your premium, pay your premium. And before you knew your house burned down, you'd have Bitcoin in your wallet, because the surveillance could already have seen that that house was burning down. You could be out at the grocery store and suddenly you get notified that your house burned down, but you also get notified that you have a whole bunch of Bitcoin in your wallet. That's the future of an insurance company. And think of how thin that is. It doesn't require a lot of people. It's very software driven. And then, so that's going to change insurance. But what is government? Government is a series of insurance packages. Government is your healthcare insurance, your workman's comp insurance, your unemployment insurance, it's your pension, it's your social security, it's your welfare. They're all insurance packages. So this new technology has the potential to transform governments. And not only that, it'll transform governance, which means that I could set up a government 11 miles offshore or up in space. In fact, a couple of those are already happening. And I can provide better service to you than your existing land-based, bordered tribal government. We are about to enter a time when governments have to compete with each other for you. They are starting to recognize it. You know, Estonia has their virtual residency program, and they can actually, you could be a virtual resident of Estonia without ever having set foot in Estonia. Well, many governments are going to realize that they need to compete for you. They need to be accountable to you because you can both move with your feet. I'm moving with my feet in case you're not on the portal. Or you can sign up for another government. And that is going to be easier and easier and easier. And so governments are going to have to govern competitively. They're going to have to improve their service or they will lose people. And they're going to have to recognize that we are one big globe now. And all of that tribalism that we've lived on is going to be gone. In fact, it's kind of interesting. Why was tribalism set up? Well, we drew that barrier, we drew that line, that border, so that you don't cross and I don't cross, and we can live our lives and be prosperous and grow and do all sorts of good things together. Well, or separately. Well, all of a sudden, we realize that we no longer need to think that way. In fact, if I have a farm and you have a house and we don't trade, then I die of exposure and you die of starvation. And if you extend that to the 8 billion people on the planet, and all of them are all helping each other and growing each other and making each other better, we all benefit from free trade. We all benefit from an open system where those borders are not important. And I think those borders are going to get less and less and less important, and humans are going to take this anthropological leap. Now, what does this have to do with NFTs? Well, here's what's really interesting. The blockchain keeps perfect records. And so that means your Bitcoin is in very safe hands. In fact, the Bitcoin blockchain has never been hacked, you know, knock on wood, but also your bank gets hacked all the time. So you are now in in a position where you don't have to be hacked. You have a very solid blockchain, and it keeps track of money going in and out, and it keeps perfect track of money. Well, that blockchain can also keep perfect track of data. And what can data be? Data can be all sorts of different things. Data can be the art of Mr. Peoples. In fact, that was a Draper University student who came to our school, learned all about Bitcoin, created something called Tron, made a fortune, and then spent $69 million for some virtual art. Who knows what could happen to you if you go to Draper University. Anyway, an NFT is an encapsulation of data, and it's permanent, and it keeps permanent records. And so you have a permanent record. What do you need permanent records of? Maybe your healthcare, maybe it's your health report. Maybe it's your nursing license. Maybe it's your baseball card collection. Maybe it's your Bitcoin. Maybe it's your driver's license or your ID. There are going to be so many. Maybe it's your music. Maybe you bought a piece of the new Tim Draper NFT that's coming out shortly, thanks to Molly. Maybe it's just any number of new kinds of concepts that none of us has ever imagined before. Maybe it's part of the cats that evolve. It could be anything. And that makes for a very exciting new marketplace. And every market goes up, hits sort of a hype point, and then comes down, and then all the engineers work, and then it comes to reality. And the hype point underestimates the real reality. And then most great industries just keep going. So that happened with the internet, went up to a big hype point, came down. Everybody said, why am I putting my credit card on this thing? I don't trust it, whatever. Why would I use it for Amazon or whatever? And then Amazon becomes a $1 trillion business. Well, the same thing happened has happened with Bitcoin. It came up to a point, a high point at 17,000, came down. All the engineers and entrepreneurs work. And suddenly we have all these new applications around Bitcoin. We can have now a retailer can accept Bitcoin because OpenNode makes it faster than the Visa network. Now you can do full accounting on the blockchain because Cryptio has an accounting package that attaches to the blockchain. So suddenly these things are happening, and they make it so that the institutions start wanting to participate. And that is when the big boom happens. And so we're in the middle of a big, steady, long boom in Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies are thriving along with it. This is very exciting. And I think NFTs had a hype cycle and went up to the top of the hype was where you saw the Beeples painting get bought for NFTs, and everybody's imagination's flowing. And then we're going to go down, and then all the engineers are going to work. And then 2 or 3 years from now, you're going to see a good, steady, slow, steady increase in the use of NFTs. They're going to be used by companies everywhere, governments everywhere, individuals everywhere. They're all going to want to, in some way, work together and create these NFTs. Education is going to be tied to NFTs. You're going to get your certificates, you're going to get your diplomas, that kind of thing. It's going to be really exciting. So I think we're on to something new and very exciting, and I think we're all going to benefit from it. And as it evolves, we're going to see things that none of us ever imagined. And it's just going to keep growing and evolving. And the great thing about it is that we're going to be able to see it all happen. And we can do it virtually on a portal device, as I am doing right now in this portal virtual world. In fact, how do I get out of this? Oh, there's a fly. Help me, help me. Anyway, if anybody wants to ask any questions or do anything, I will answer a couple of things that I know are kind of out there before we even get to the Q&A, but start putting some questions into your head. One is, what do I look for? I'm a venture capitalist. I hope to have this Bitcoin only fund. I hope to help transform the world so that it's peaceful, open, transparent, and I believe Bitcoin is a vehicle for that. And I think Bitcoin is also a vehicle for trust and for freedom. I think it's very difficult to trust governments right now. They're all reacting to this tribalism, this globalism. They're going, no, we want to be tribal again. We want to put up trade wars. We want to try this. But eventually the great governments are going to rise and be very accepting and actually embracing of Bitcoin, the blockchain, smart contracts, artificial intelligence, new forms of surveillance, because that's where the world is going. And if you want your people to be a part of that world, that future world, you want to get on the boat. And so I think that we've got, it's a big opportunity to move from being tribal to being global. And the countries that embrace it are going to be huge successes over the next 40 years. And those that churn it or send it away, India is threatening to do that. Biggest mistake they could ever make. India has the most incredible entrepreneurs. And my guess is that they're all going to blow out of there if the government says, that they're going to make Bitcoin illegal or whatever. The government's very threatened by this, but they shouldn't be. They should be embracing it. India is an incredibly poor country, but it's rising, and it could rise incredibly quickly if the government were open to all these new innovations that are happening around Bitcoin, blockchain, smart contracts, and artificial intelligence. So this is a great time. You're going to see lots of turmoil. The press is going to have a field day because they sell fear. By the way, I've got a new word for what all these people are watching early in the morning and late at night. Snooze, scare news. It's snooze. It's this S and then it's news, scare news, snooze. That's a great opportunity for the media to snooze us. So keep that in mind. That's my new mention. Okay, what do I look for in an entrepreneur? I am looking for entrepreneurs who are looking 15 years out. There's a reason for 15 years. It takes about 15 years for these companies to become multi-billion-dollar businesses in any case. But if you start thinking 2 years out or 5 years out, it's too easy. There are too many other people doing it. You're going to run into all sorts of competition. You're not going to have that kind of edge that you will have if you project out and you try to do something extraordinary. The other thing is that 15 years out, it stretches your imagination, and anything could be happening. I mean, I think we're going to fly around with holograms, but we probably also fly around on little scooters, VTOLs or whatever, where we can just take off and go wherever we want. I think that's going to be very exciting. We're going to have rockets that take us from San Francisco to Hong Kong in an hour. We're going to have, so think about that, 15 years from now, we're going to have those mRNAs, I got that double vaccine. We're going to have that mRNA, and it's going to be able to cure us from anything that comes out. So 15 years from now, you got to really think to get there. Anyway, then the second thing I look for is I look at the entrepreneur, I listen very carefully, and then I think, what if it works? What if this entrepreneur is right? And what if it works? What if this actually happens? And if I like that future, then I will invest. And then there is something about coming in with energy, coming in with enthusiasm, coming in with great knowledge of your field and what you want to accomplish. Those are all really valuable things. It isn't so much what you say in the meeting, it's a little bit more how well you know your topic, how dedicated you are to your business. I'm not interested in a short-term investment. I'm looking for someone who's going to take my investment and just run with it. But I'm different from a lot of other venture capitalists, as they will all point out. And so there are other venture capitalists who are looking like, okay, 3 years from now, I want to make 20% per year on my money, and this is what you have to do. I'm just saying, hey, I'm going to invest in you. I'm along for the ride. Let's see how this goes. So that's going to be, that's the way we operate at Draper Associates, and it's very exciting. So my world is also changing, and I think NFTs are going to play a big role. I think Bitcoin's going to play a big role. And we're trying to transform the venture capital business. I'm not only looking to raise a fund just in Bitcoin and invest it just in Bitcoin and have the companies pay their employees and suppliers in Bitcoin. I'm also thinking, how do we connect the investor closely with the entrepreneur so that there's a really good match up there, and so that investors have an opportunity to participate in all these businesses the way we do, and they have an opportunity to learn the way we do, and there will be many, many more of these venture capital investors. And entrepreneurs will have many, many more ways of getting funding. We've tried several things. One is Draper University. We encourage people who have that little extra energy that and a little bit of passion to come to Draper University and figure out if they're cut out to be an entrepreneur. And then we also started Meet the Drapers, which is a show that my dad and my sister and my daughter and I put together, and we interview entrepreneurs on the show, and the entrepreneurs get crowdfunded by the viewers, and it's sort of a major breakthrough. It's a little bit like Shark Tank, although the viewers can be investors. They can send $100 or $1,000 to these entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurs are getting like $1 million in crowdfunding, and now the limit is $5 million in crowdfunding. And the show, we thought we'd do it as a lark just for fun. Now we have 12 million viewers. We have more viewers than Shark Tank does. So this is the beginning of something, and I feel like it's also going to be a way for us to transform the venture capital business so entrepreneurs can get closer to their investors, and investors can be anyone. So now I want to open it up for questions.
Questions, Tim?
All right, come on over. I think we got room. We got room. We go this way. There we go.
Everyone. Tim, the first question is about Draper University. Can you talk a little bit about Draper University, and can you learn about NFTs and how to be a great NFT entrepreneur at Draper University?
Yes, you can. Let me tell you about Draper University. In 2008, 2009, the market came crashing down. I guess it was 2008. The markets came crashing down. people lost trust in the system. People were saying the dollar's worthless. The banks were crashing. The Wall Street and Main Street didn't know what to do. It was a crisis of confidence and trust. And I thought, well, now's the time for heroes. And I'm excited to see what kinds of heroes come up, because I'm a venture capitalist and I like to back these extraordinary people. The only hero I saw come up was Satoshi Nakamoto, the guy who basically buried his head in the sand and didn't want to come out. And I thought, something is wrong with the society where a hero like that is afraid to come forward. And I thought, oh boy. And I went back and I thought, well, how does school work? Well, school, you get an A if you don't make any mistakes. You get an A if you sit in your chair and listen and just spew back out whatever they tell you to spew back out. You don't get an A if you make mistakes, but it's the mistakes that make our world so extraordinary. Penicillin was by mistake. Electricity was by mistake. America was discovered by mistake. Reese's peanut butter cups were discovered by mistake, and so was Velcro. So I said, I've got to create a school. I got to create a school that is sort of the antithesis of what colleges and high schools are today. I got to create a school where people work as a team, where they want to all communicate and learn from each other, where they get extra points for making mistakes, for trying things and failing again. They get extra points for creative ideas and creative thought and creative actions that take them to a new place. And so a big part of what Draper University does is we deprogram and reprogram you to be a hero, to be willing to take risks. We do everything from emotional training from a Tony Robbins acolyte to survival training with Navy SEALs and Special Forces and Army Rangers. We do Hero-a-thon, where we start and we say, okay, what problems need to be solved today? What are the big problems today? And then how will you solve those problems? And then how do you make a product or service that will help solve those problems? And then how do you make money making that product or service that will help solve those problems? And then how do you get your customers so delighted that they spread the word and they become your sales force? So that's what our Hero-a-thon is all about. And then by the end of it's a 5-week program. By the end of that 5-week program, we have you write a business plan, even if you didn't have an idea at the beginning. Write a business plan and then present that 2-minute pitch on that business plan to a panel of venture capitalists. So that's how that works. Got another question? Uh-oh. This will be fun.
Well, yeah, let me pull it up here because they're coming in.
Come on in.
Okay, here I come. All right, Tim, here we go. Here's our next question that they are asking. Bear with me. All right. Are ETFs the best way to invest in blockchain, or is there something better? This is by Rob Simpson to everyone. Thanks,
Thank
Rob.
you, Rob. Well, great. Well, so far, the ETFs for Bitcoin have not yet been approved by the SEC. I think the SEC is starting to move forward with their acceptance that we have a new economy here, and it's really taking off. It's a big part of what the world's going to be like in 15 or 20 years. And so eventually they're going to have to allow those ETFs to happen. I think the best thing to do, Rob, you asked a good question, and here's what it is. I'm gonna answer it in this way. I was shocked to hear this, but only 1 out of every 14 Bitcoin wallets is owned by a woman. And women control 80% of retail spending. So once retail starts recognizing that they can save 2.5% to 4% that they pay to the banks just by accepting Bitcoin, all of a sudden we're going to get a whole new rash of people buying wallets. What I usually say to those women is, they say, how do I start? How do I get involved here? I say, get a wallet. Go set up a Coinbase account. It'll take you 5 minutes. Set up a Coinbase account and go set up a wallet. And Coinbase, by the way, is now a public company, and it's quite extraordinary, and it's amazing what that company has been able to do. And they do everything a bank does, but they do so much more. We believe that I always project out what is going to be the biggest company at the end of this decade. Each decade, I try to predict that. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But Coinbase is always one of the big companies, one of the 10 biggest companies in the world when I project out for 2030. So that's an exciting new business and fantastic. You can also, if you don't want to set it up a Coinbase account, you're a little more technical, set up a ledger. And then that ledger gives you this whole new feeling of like, this is my money. And I don't need that big bank with that glass and steel building and all those people with the fancy ties and whatever coming out of it. I don't need to pay those people to keep my money. I can keep my money right here. It's this really powerful feeling. I didn't point out that I am wearing a Bitcoin tie and Bitcoin socks. I love that. I carry it with me. I always speak I am a driver of Bitcoin. I'm moving the world forward through Bitcoin, and that is my mission in life. My mission in life used to be that I wanted to be to spread entrepreneur and venture capital around the world. And I feel like that part has been done. But then when Bitcoin came, and I realized that there was a currency that would create trust around the world and freedom around the world, I was all over it. And I think you should be too.
That's great. Just a couple more questions. Tim, here's our next one. What types of projects, industries are you looking to invest in with your crypto fund? And would you invest in a DAO that would change the world? Thanks from Miguel Rufino. Hey, Miguel. There you go.
Yeah, Miguel. Hey, look, send me a pitch. I'm Tim at draper.vc. Send me the pitch. I'd be happy to take a look at it. And anybody else who's got a startup and a deck put together, a business plan put together, please send it to me, Tim at draper.vc. But don't send me anything else, because then you get automatically out to spam and I never get to hear from you again. So Tim at draper.vc. Sure, we're looking to fund, I'm really excited about this, thinking about the decentralized world and how it kind of opens us all up and it frees us from thinking about being stuck in one country or another. I think that's really exciting. And I think it's going to also create free speech around the world. I know there's this weird woke society, and I am not woke, and I will never woke up because it's wrong. You want free speech everywhere. You want the world to be able to say whatever it wants. And when and think about this, you're in college and they're telling you what you can and can't say. That's ridiculous. You're in college, you're supposed to be learning. Many of us learn by trying things and making mistakes. And that's how you get woken up or whatever. But there's no way that people should be woking. Anyway, so let's get rid of that. Let's move to this decentralized world where people can say whatever they want. They can be whatever they want. They can feel whatever they want. You don't want the government to tell you what to do, because North Korea does that. And South Korea is free. North Korea, they are a Marxist, Leninist socialist dictatorship where the government tells you everything. They tell you what you can eat. They tell you what you can do for a living. They tell you all the things that you have to do. And that is, I believe now, maybe combined with Chad, the poorest country in the world. Okay, across the demilitarized zone, there was a war 70 years ago between North Korea and South Korea. And then they drew peace by putting up a big border, the demilitarized zone. Well, south of that border was South Korea, where it was a democracy and open and a free market system and a capitalist system. Well, okay, now 70 years have gone by. The average South Korean makes 460 times what the average North Korean makes. And that's when you adjust for purchasing power. So it's even more than that. But the average South Korean is now 4 inches taller than the average North Korean. So it's had a profound effect. I met this North Korean woman and she had escaped and she was about 4'2". And she looked up at me, you know, I'm 6'4". She looks up at me and she said, if I had grown up in a free country, I'd be looking at you eye to eye. She just realized that. And then she told me about how her lunch was 24 kernels of corn. And that was her lunch. And that's government approved. That's what she's allowed to eat. I mean, we don't want the government telling us all those things, what to do. We want freedom. We want free speech. We want free markets. We want free religion. We want everyone to be free. And I think that's, and trust. Trust makes all the difference. Singapore, same 70 years ago, was one of the least trusted countries in the world and one of the poorest. And then Lee Kuan Yew went in there as the leader and he built their trust one brick at a time. Boom, 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 boom. And today, I mean, Lee Kuan Yew held that mantle for many, many years. Today, Singapore is probably the most trusted country in the world. And they're one of the 2 or 3 richest countries in the world. So poorest to richest, all on trust. So trust and freedom. Well, what's trust and freedom? Bitcoin. Bitcoin creates trust in it's completely transparent, it's completely open, completely global, and it is free. And it opens up the world and allows all of us to start thinking that we can build something of value and store that in Bitcoin. So this is going to be a really exciting time. I'm glad you guys are a part of it. I'm glad you're all thinking about it. Any other questions?
Just one final one, Tim. First of all, thank you. I want to thank our viewers on Clubhouse and Zoom and YouTube, and for you coming down to the Portal Studio. So people are very inspired by your words, and they want to start tomorrow morning their NFT Bitcoin venture. What is the first thing they should do? And that will be the final question.
I think if you want to start a new business, I mean, if you just want to join the force, you know, join Bitcoin, join Coinbase, join Ledger, buy a Bitcoin wallet, get started, trade some of the alt currencies if you dare. It's going to be a really exciting place to be. We have a company called Unstoppable Domains that is just growing and growing and growing. You can go get molly.crypto and put whatever you want on it. It's total free speech. And you can put your wallet on there and whatever else. Those are some of the ways to get involved is join Coinbase. These are amazing companies that are getting started in this field. The other way to get involved is if you do have an idea or you do want to create an idea, start thinking differently. Start thinking, what's the world going to be like after everybody is using Bitcoin and everybody is buying things with Bitcoin? What's that? What's next? What happens to the world when it's completely open and the customs departments are all out of business and we can travel around the world freely and openly. What's that going to look like? Start thinking about the world in this new and sci-fi way, and then start identifying what kinds of things will help then. What kinds of things will we be looking to do then? What are going to be the problems and the opportunities in 15 years when when space travel's happening and we're flying in flying cars and using Bitcoin, and governments are competing with each other for you. So they're sending you ads and trying to get you to join them rather than the other one. And by the way, that's happening to me right now. California seems to be kind of pushing me out, and Texas and Wyoming and Florida are just going, bring it on, come on in. And so that kind of accountability or competitive nature, those things are coming together. Governments are going to change. So have an awareness of that, and then, maybe go start a government.
I think that's the best note. Thank you, Tim.
Great, thanks for having me. Hey, that was fun. That was my first portal.
Oh yeah, no, that was beautiful. All right, Tim is going to.
Hey, let's hear it for Molly.
Thank you, you guys. Thank you, Tim. That was
Good,
amazing.
my pleasure.
Yes. So Adrian.
And Adrian, way to go, baby.
Yeah, and Brandon.
Thank you.
So
Join
step out of the portal.
me on Clubhouse when you're done.
Over in your separate areas.
Okay, here we go. We're leaving the portal.
I love that tech.
Oh, bravo. Are you guys, do you feel this happening? Every single aspect of what Tim was talking about is the vision for humanity, the vision for engagement, the vision for not even a vision, it is actually happening. Put your comments into the chat and get involved. Feel that through your body, because that is actually how this all happens. Wow, Adrian is on the Clubhouse. So what we were able to accomplish just in that semi moment, you guys did not see what happens behind the scenes, but ultimately everything happened within 12 hours. We were able to hack our way into Clubhouse. Yes, we were, to do a live simulcast with Tim and have everything happening at the same time. So I'm kind of buzzing right now, as you can see. So we're going to move into our next speaker. So much is happening. I want to share with you something just happened outside of my house, and that cataclysmic experience of awesomeness. And if you know anything about energy, something happened outside of my house. I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger out there. So if you hear sirens and all these things, know that's happening. All right, so here we are. What did you experience? I'm going to put into the chats. What did you experience with Tim? What was the awakening moment for you? What did he say that just sat with you that was going to resonate, where you're going to start to speak to your communities if you're not already doing that? What resonated with me was women and wallets. How are we not out there more often? How are we not out there transitioning this world as we are given the freedom to? So I'm definitely going to create that advocacy, and I want to speak into that for AI Showbiz. Actually, Robin, if you'd like to come on deck here and chat for a second while we have our next trailblazer about how many women are a part of AI Showbiz right now.
Everyone. Well, except for Horatio. Horatio, good to see you. But everyone else is female. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun and a lot of brainstorming and a lot of energy.
Yeah, so that was a pivot for me to become even more of an advocate. So is there anyone else out there that you just heard that nugget that's going to sit with you, that maybe you want to quote about, talk about, streamline about, host a Zoom call about? Because this is about community, common unity. And this is the mission that we are granted right now, is to get people more engaged and bridge the world of tech with humanity. Tech as us living working, breathing it through our life and every day. As you can see, I'm very passionate, very, very much so. All right, so a couple of in-house housekeeping is, if you're not on Clubhouse and you are in the Android space, know that there are some apps you can tune into and kind of hack it. But there are more of the Android users coming on board too, because there's another version. So please do your research. I don't have it all right now because it's literally happening right now. The second thing is the face of what we are bringing in NFTs is to allow the genius to emerge. And so we've heard all day today, this is an ongoing story. It's not going to end. It is an evolution. And so I see Nathan is here. I see.
Yes, yes, and I'm just gonna say, Brandy, Tim, wow, right? Oh my goodness. And we have another amazing speaker coming. I am just going to start the recording, and then Brandy and Robin, you have it from here. So hang on one second. Things are going great here. Okay, Brandy, the floor is yours. And Robin.
Welcome to another Trailblazers episode, if you will, on the AI Show Biz. Today we are offering this moment to tune in to Nathan White. He is the CEO and co-founder of, excuse me if I don't say this correctly, is it Aegis?
Aegis, yeah.
Aegis, okay. Aegis, and today's talk is going to be around the restoration NFT green development machine, Colorado River Basin Restoration. The key to environmental climate change emergency response is green and blue infrastructure using the most abundant resources on our planet, thus allowing this revolutionary binational template for re-engineering our world's most fragile resources by enhancing the waters of the water cycle itself. The restoration of the Sea of Cortez, Laguna Salada, Salton Sea, and Colorado River Basin is a low-cost backbone development with over 500,000 acres of dust mitigation, habitat creation, renewable energy, and ecotourism destinations in Southern California and Northern Baja. There's a lot to be said about what Nathan is going to bring to the table today. Thank you so much for being here, and my apologies in advance for some distraction in the background. I appreciate you and honor you.
Not a pleasure. I'm really excited to be here. It's a real honor to not only follow Tim Draper, but all the presenters that went before me and those that are coming after. I think we're going to try and tie a lot of that context together. So yeah, my name is Nathan White, CEO and co-founder of Aegis Inc. We've been working on projects in and around Southern California for about 8 years, but we're really trying to project a global context. So I'll get started and share some of the work that we're doing right now. And you can see here, we call the project Trace Lagunas, or in English, the 3 C's. So our discussion today is going to be the Colorado River Basin Restoration, NFT Green Developments Machine. And I just wanted to bring this up real quick. It's on our seal, but Norvis Ordo Seclorum is New Order of the Ages. So, those are an idea that our founding fathers mentioned, and it was mentioned by Mr. Draper. We need to look farther than a 12-year span. We don't want to stick to, thinking about projects that are 4 or 5 years. We want to build projects for the ages. And that's why we founded our company, and that's why we named it as such. So today we're going to be talking about the water cycle at its very basic ideology is how our planet lives. We take water from the ocean, it evaporates and it falls in the mountains and then flows back down. So we want to enhance and create a sustainable water cycle to stave off the worst parts of the drought that's happening here in the Southwest. And if anybody wants to join our X Prize team, it's called the Seawater Solution by Aegis Inc. And we're really talking about seawater as the mechanism for addressing climate change on a larger scale. And this is kind of our proof of concept. So Tres Lagunas, if nobody's familiar with the Salton Sea, it's California's largest lake, but it's been declining over the last few years. It's had lots of different issues, from salinity to different eutrophication and algae buildup due to it being a contained water body. But Laguna Salada was actually a water body about the time that I was born in 1984, and it slowly started evaporating over time. So our proposed project is to build green infrastructure in Southern California, and that can enhance the North American monsoon. We can also protect the endangered vaquita that live in the northern Sea of Cortez to reduce the salinity. And again, we're just talking about green renewable energy projects, seawater farms for food and biofuel with different industrial partners. But most importantly, we want to create green jobs as infrastructure, and that's been emphasized at the federal level here in the United States, but around the world, we need green infrastructure. So yeah, as a generic principle, we have water that comes in and evaporates, but a lot of that gets stopped in San Diego. So we're hopefully going to encourage a system that brings it from the region in the Sea of Cortez and the Tres Lagunas area to enhance the North American monsoon and hopefully reduce the next mega drought, which we're kind of in the midst of, and hopefully a lot of fresh water for the 40 million people in Southern California. If we're not familiar, there's about 96.5% of the world is saltwater, and about 71% of the ocean covers the earth. So what I really wanted to talk about for NFTs today is there's a financial mechanism to take the most abundant resource on the earth and monetize it. The Salton Sea, as I mentioned, it has a very high salinity. We're going to create salinity balance to increase habitat in that area and fill it up with ocean water. This is kind of creating toxic dust for a lot of residents in El Centro and Coachella Valley, where I grew up, and also down in Mexico. But this really becomes a template for global restoration using ocean water. As we can see, the salinity balance in the Sea of Cortez is really high. So the totuaba and the vaquita are very highly endangered. So this process of flooding Laguna Salada can actually recirculate some of that salinity and balance out that region and create a more stable ecosystem there. And then flooding water back around, this project itself is self-sustaining. It doesn't use any energy because we have the highest tidal flows in the world to bring energy and water all the way into Laguna Salada, which is about 7 miles from the US-Mexico border, and then bring water all the way back around to the Sea of Cortez. A little bit of a status update. We're going to be submitting this project back to the California Natural Resources Agency for water import and dust mitigation. But the exciting thing about this is that it's kind of self-sufficient and investable, and it looks towards a 20, 30, and 40-year plan for the entire region. Really exciting that we're using these floating barges and dredges. We can create artificial islands and wetlands. And you can also create what we're proposing, which are salinity berms. Instead of a traditional berm system, we can use the existing sediment, and then you could build different ecosystems and islands in both Laguna Salada and the Salton Sea. So this is an overall flow diagram, and it's pretty exciting. There's not many projects on the scale of this, and we've been working with our partners in Mexicali to start to develop this and work with local and federal agencies to start to bring up the concept of flooding Laguna Salada. But more importantly, as we can see in this diagram, there's a lot of add-on components. So the total project is about $1 billion, which is pretty cheap compared to like the 30 to 70 billion dollars of not doing anything with the Salton Sea. We propose to restore Laguna Salada and the Salton Sea, so it's triple the benefit. In addition to flooding and adding water into the Colorado River Basin with evaporation, but there's a lot of wind add-ons, solar add-ons, pump hydroelectric storage, and seawater farming that can enhance evaporation even further. So this is the idea. We're going to do a template here in Southern California and then do similar projects around the world where we can flood inland seas and we can enhance evaporation to hopefully add to the Green New Wall in Africa and other places around the world, especially Australia that's kind of fighting wildfires just like Southern California. So I'm going to jump into the NFT portion of this discussion. My concept, and I'll go quickly through these, is NFTs as actual development projects. A lot of concepts around virtual projects has been discussed today, but what I'm really excited about is my background's in architecture and real estate development. We really want to see projects that can be visualized with digital platforms. They could be purchased with an NFT or a public-private partnership or traditional investments, and then they can be built. So the owners of those NFTs can actually inhabit, utilize, and experience real physical spaces. And I didn't mention earlier, but this project is really intended to benefit the local Kukapa tribe and the Torres Martinez tribe and the other tribal organizations that live in this region that are pretty impoverished. And this becomes another mechanism to help them restore their ancestral fishing grounds. This used to be Lake Cahuilla, but Laguna Salada was a primary fishing habitat for the local tribe. It has a lot of trouble fishing in this area of the Sea of Cortez due to the protected vaquita and the protected habitat. So just quickly, this would be kind of an example of a floating barge, a mini barge, and it has a certain cost to build it and operate it. We could do a floating island Leviathan system, which is a great name for an enhanced eutrophication and nutrient removal system. And we could deploy one, or we could deploy many around the region. Algae harvesting drones would be pretty fun, and that kind of goes to the virtual space as well. It's kind of neat to be able to extract nutrients physically and then with the islands themselves. Education barges and different things where we can actually bring people to the regions and have them experience some of the science that's on a larger scale, but on a miniaturized platform for school children and other people to experience. And then visitor centers, again, science and visitor centers. Habitat creation, we can create wetlands with NFTs. And these are projects that are in and around the Salton Sea where we can build, operate, permit, and actually create new habitats. So that's really exciting. Industrial areas, as mentioned, maybe a $5 million industrial center could be there to deploy different economic resources in the region. This is a really fun project that we're collaborating on in a few different places, but it's multi-tech waste conversion. So taking plastic that's not being recycled and sent to China or India or other places around the world, and you can actually create energy, and you can create fuel sources and other raw materials. So deploying that and working with our other partners at Bring Back the Blue to develop some of these multi-tech conversion facilities. This goes to the real gist of NFTs, as I kind of see it, is we can actually use them to build renewable energy generation resources in this region. This Archimedes screw actually lifts water, but it could also be used to generate energy when you're using it downhill. We could deploy as many as we like. Solar and wind can also be deployed to create new energy. The New River, Alamo River, this can stretch on for 40 or 50 miles. There was a recent study about saving a lot of energy by capping our water conveyance systems in California. This is kind of a module for that. I mentioned before seawater farming, renewable energy partners, and renewable resources. They actually do seawater farmings to make food and biofuel. There's a way to invest with that company and us as a project manager in collaboration with them on both sides of the border. Mentioned before, building wetlands and actual islands could be a fun way to experience these different things. Berms in different regions, right? I'm kind of putting an estimated value on it, but this is kind of the difference between what was discussed. The virtual space and the actual physical space is really important when you can actually build projects and have them inhabitable for the people that are investing in them. Pumped hydroelectric storage facilities. This is a way to green our grid even further, both on the US and Mexico side. Wind and solar farms on the West Shores. So there's all these add-on components, but the big gist of this, imagine a $1 billion NFT, right? This thing can be broken up into a whole bunch of different pieces, or it could be purchased as one big investment package, and you could actually see the results over time as we start to stave off a drought. Then we expand this template around the world. So I'm really excited just to talk about this, really excited just to share the kind of ideas behind it and really share what these projects can mean on a larger scale for people around the world. Just kind of seeing the Sea of Cortez and that kind of region flow and be experienced. So yeah, this is kind of a quick animation that kind of shows how it would feel as you're flying over in your boat or your airplane or your drone, right? So that's kind of the idea behind this. I really wanted to take this opportunity to thank Molly and all the presenters, but I really wanted to share with people like Tim, and we had actually we were fortunate to have Dan on our binational summit a few weeks back, where we just brought all these different technology partners into the conversation about this. And he was fortunate to bring that gamification kind of context in the digital space to a region like this, where you can actually see when a tree needs water, or you can see when a windmill is shut down, and you can actually experience it, and it could add a lot of technology and feedback to the whole system. But more importantly, when we zoom back to the Sea of Cortez and to the Colorado River Basin, this project might have $1 trillion benefit or more on an annual basis with restoring and doing the carbon sink. So, like I mentioned, the X Prize we're going to be submitting soon. So if anybody wants to join our team, we can collaborate there. These NFTs are kind of in the background. We haven't minted them yet, but we're open to collaborations with different entities and agencies that want to participate on these more physical related NFT developments.
Excellent. Oh, what a powerful presentation. Thank you so much. Nathan, we're going to take some questions from the audience. The first question is, are you connected to the lithium mining going on near to the Salton Sea, or is that completely separate? And that's a question by Catherine Fitzgerald.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's we haven't done the mining yet, but it's always becomes a question of that becomes a collaborative partner that we can work with. We could do some of that ourselves, or we can work with another agency to provide the opportunities to build that. Lithium extraction can happen in geothermal facilities. It can also happen in other areas where we extract it from seawater, but not specifically yet, because those operations are not going to be productive, just like the farming. If you can see the farming that happens in this region, if there's toxic sediment and dust in this region, all of those operations come to a standstill because it becomes a toxic environment to be in. So, our predominant concern is mitigating toxic dust and creating the infrastructure to restore the Colorado River Basin. But all those add-ons become very important as we move forward.
Mm-hmm. Could you give us a few examples on how the $1 billion NFT would be broken up?
No, that's a great example. So this project can be broken into 3 phases. If we think about them in a third, Laguna Salada, to flood this project, this is part of what we're going to be putting in our submission to the X Prize, but we also talk about it with private investors, is, we could flood Laguna Salada for about a $20 or $30 million investment, actually bring water in here. The problem becomes the salinity level starts increasing over time with evaporation and percolation. So, to fully create the circulation system, it's about a $330 million project to bring water all the way in, circulate it all the way back around. Same thing in the Salton Sea, to build berms and the salt sink that we need to encapsulate some of the salty water. It would be about a $330 million investment here. And then crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, again, that's about a $300 million project to bring a pipeline down or to build a conveyance system. So you can break them down into those 3 chunks, and that's why we call it Tres Lagunas. 3 different financeable mechanisms, but you can also do it as one whole package. But yeah, about a 2-year permitting process to get water in here and to permit Laguna Salada. Another 2 years to build it, which is pretty incredible for the scale of this.
I love it. We have another question in regards to, by the way, Eugene says that these are cool ideas. And how will the infrastructure stand up increased with the increased hurricanes and storm surges?
Well, that's a great question. That's why we're building this project, is to manage those tidal flows. So in this region, do the Coriolis effect, we have the highest tides in the world happening at the Sea of Cortez, which pushes all this water in. So if we have a do nothing approach, it would inundate the farms that are here in the southern Mexicali region. So that's why we're creating a berm system to redirect that water into Laguna Salada and back around. But the real beauty of this is we have a pumped floating barge that dredges the material. So if there's ever a rupture, a leak, something that needs to be repaired, we just redeploy our barges back out and repair it that way, which is, a few days to build back the sediment that created the berm in the first place.
Excellent. So I heard you mention gamification in a certain way. It wasn't fully, and I couldn't quite grab my head around it. Are you doing anything online in the gaming areas to have us be involved as an avatar or anything of this nature? Could this be the next, game that supplies the excellence behind the plan?
Well, I think that was mentioned on many different speaker levels from the very first one where we have a full VR. This isn't currently. That concept is just kind of in the process of being generated, because you can imagine you can fly over something with a aerial type of avatar or get in a virtual plane and actually see the convergence of the digital project with the physical space. And that's just something that has to be developed. That just becomes an additional benefit when this actually becomes operational, is that you can see places and regions where those add-ons can apply. For example, the wind farms that could happen on the West Shores, you could actually fly over and see those virtual systems installed in the digital space and have that experience be something that's investable, right? Somebody can drag and drop a $3 million windmill and they actually see it get built, and, drag and drop floating islands or drag and drop industrial buildings or mangrove forest, right? Where they actually drag the pieces and they put them in, and it's tied to Bitcoin. So all of that investment is flowed through, and that NFT or that Bitcoin blockchain is implemented, within days, weeks, or months after that purchase or that transaction has taken place. And that's the real fun part, is that it could be an experience where you create habitat, but you're also creating something that's fun to do. You can imagine like Facebook or something where you buy an island for $100 and you could see a bird hatching on an island.
Oh, and this, somebody, Gunnar just said, Sim City in real life. That's what's happening, is what we've envisioned for so long. So is that something you are toying around with, a concept or idea, or are you speaking to partners? Because, AI showbiz is all about collaboration. If you're not doing that.
Yeah, no, we're always open to partners. That's how we founded our company, is that we never wanted to be fixed to one technology or one system. We're kind of an open source project management team that's able to interject different technology, different partners at any scale that they want to be involved in. So no, we're not developing it now, but we are open to those collaborations as they evolve. And I kind of mentioned Dan was on our presentation, and I just was so fascinated at seeing, a virtual tree or then a physical tree where it would give you a notification that it needs water, or it gives you a notification about how much carbon it's sequestering, right? And that's down to the very minute pinpoint. Once you do this on a whole regional scale, it is a game changer.
So if people want to get a hold of you and contact you, is there a best way? Is it straight?
Yeah, so agesinc.com is the best way, agesinc@gmail, or, I can post that information in the chat here shortly. But yeah, I'm always open for a phone call. I make myself available, and I'm always excited to bring new people into the fold. These conversations are for our federal government too. I mean, we need climate change restoration projects that have this much impact for this low of cost, that can be implemented quickly. And, I think that's the intent of infrastructure as we're talking about it, is projects that actually can do climate change, green job infrastructure is kind of the backbone of this.
This is a powerful tool. I can see how the gamified piece would fund the project, and then the project itself gets born, and then there's an entire ecosystem of educational formats that then you leverage into our school system. And there's just so much to be said for what you're doing. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentation and the work that you're doing in the world, and thank you for being a part of today's show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. With that being said, everyone, let's take a deep breath in as we are absorbing into this conversation what the potential is of the scalability with NFTs as we start to emerge in the new world and the marketplace. Right here, bring your awareness down to your toes. Gently rise up through the toes and all the way up through your legs on a deep inhale, breathing in. And exhaling, allowing your body to release. Part of this is all about mindfulness. It's about the journey from within. It's about bringing it all together in community. And then the absolute knowing that it's all happening. All right, so as we move on to our next, we're going into a break, a semi-break. So if you want to get up and take a bio break, you can do that. I know a couple of things are happening in the background over here. Our next speaker, as it comes up, I'm just looking at, let's see here. Robin, would you mind just kind of shifting around to unpin Nathan? So Nathan isn't on the spot unless he wants to be on the spot. We can do a fireside chat if anybody wants to stand in and have a conversation. Otherwise, we'll repin. Excellent.
He's unpinned.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, I just want to remind everyone, we are live up until about 8 o'clock tonight. So there is still time to get your friends, your family, your colleagues involved in the conversation. There's still room on the Eventbrite for some tickets, and we'll be going in and out on the Facebook, allowing people to participate in the comments, because there's a lot of questions around NFTs, about sustainability, impact, and the projects that are being presented here today. Such an exciting time. Such a wonderful place to be. So our next trailblazer, and I know Molly's in the background, she's multitasking as she does. We have the Clubhouse going. We have Tim Draper still answering questions on the Clubhouse. If you want to join the Clubhouse, do that in the evening time, not right now. Do that in the evening time and follow Molly, myself, and Tim, and most of the speakers on this panel today, so that you can stay up to date with the current events and be a part of the show, right? So if you weren't on this morning with Jin Yu, who is also known as Wolf X Lion, is basically that there's an emerging market for change. We see NFTs. We know that there's a metaverse happening. We know that there's a new language that is creating the bridge. And Clubhouse is now a portal where you can have the conversations, get your questions answered with the experts in their space. So if you're not on there yet, please join it. All right, so David Nussbaum is going to be coming on very soon. I want to see if anybody wants to come on screen and ask a question that might be out there in the atmosphere. Anybody want to come on camera with me? All right.
Brandy, hi. We're going to introduce David in just a sec. I'm just walking Tim out, so you can keep talking until I introduce David. Okay.
Excellent. There's been a question that's kind of been floating with Amit. Amit, are you still here? I'd love to ask you a question about impact and impact NFTs, if you're still here. If you're not here, that's okay.
I think he's gone already.
Okay. All right. Well, some of the questions that are kind of circulating out there around NFTs, especially as an impact advisor and an advocate for this shift, is environment, right? And having the questions just everywhere on the internet that NFTs are not good for the environment, and what should we do in order to make this more viable. I'd love to, if anybody wants to raise their hand, answer the question of where they believe that we're headed. Maybe even Nathan, if you want to step in and chime in on that question. Where are we headed with NFTs and the environmental impact?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was giving briefly, is there's a way that NFTs become a mechanism for actually generating renewable energy and then storing renewable energy. So that's a really interesting convergence, and that's why I was really excited in working with the mastermind group, is that could be where it goes, where you have renewable energy projects being created with NFTs that make them more sustainable and renewable. But Scott mentioned that earlier with his efforts, mining the different pieces of, when it comes to carbon credits. So you can mine some of that and take some of those, but it could be actual direct investments too.
And so are you currently aligning yourself? I know that we had, this one is Liquid Star, giving us some of the carbon credit output of how his vision is all playing out. Are you currently aligning yourself with companies such as Liquid Star?
That'd be great. They have a lot of need for projects in Mexico. I mean, Mexico is a place where getting energy. When I went to China, similar situation, as infrastructure is a challenge, not only with energy, but waste management and other things. So that could be an opportunity.
Yeah, I think going back to that gamification model would be a great use case of see how it worked online. Now this is how it works in the real world. I know that when we get into the bureaucratic tape, sometimes things are a little bit more challenging. That's why I believe NFTs are really bringing the people together in order to make these things happen. Showing up.
Let me give you an example too, where we have two different groups that are creating regional climate models. So you can actually model weather patterns and changes to the surface area of wet regions. One of them is the Desert Research Institute, and they can actually model the current conditions and future conditions. So the playwright between gamification and actual physical information that's coming from satellite data and water sensors that are on the ground.
I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful to have your comments. If there's anybody else out there who is toying around with how the carbon credit system is working, how you see that there's I see Brooke Hall is on this line, how we're moving into being able to monitor that from the gamified space and regulation and opening up these exchanges. I think that could be helpful, because carbon credits have been sitting there for some time, and now we're getting into where we can monetize them, but not just in a normal monetary system, but in an action-based system where we're making the carbon credits work for us. It's a powerful transit that we're on. So I think I'm just going to jump ahead and get everyone inspired with what's about to happen here. So thank you so much, Nathan, for your time and your energy and your insights, your expertise. I'm going to, let's see here, share my screen. I've been wanting to share this the whole time. David Nussbaum has created what we're about to experience, which is the portal. And let me see if I can get in here. If you have not experienced the introduction, I'd love to.
By Portal lets users talk in real time with a life-sized hologram of another person.
Una conversación con una persona de tamaño real, que es Portal.
We
go over and look at that.
There is a whole new way of doing virtual meetings at home hologram machine.
It's a whole new world now, Griff. Come on. We've developed a production process that allows us to create a volumetric, almost 3D effect.
It's all 3D. So cool. The detail is unbelievable. You will swear I am right in front of you. Like you said, it's the absolute best way to social distance in the world.
Instead of a Zoom call, you could transport a 3D hologram live of yourself to any location in the world. So this is a way to bring people where they couldn't physically be for one reason or the other. Kane was the first major artist to use Portal hologram for a TV appearance. They sing the songs the way they want to sing the songs. It's not a body double and a CGI head. It's really them. It's a great interactive experience. It's an emotional experience.
For more information about this, they have a website, portalhologram.com. Answer all your inquiries. They've got a lot more videotapes. It's really interesting. Portalhologram.com. That was fun.
What a wonderful experience that AI Showbiz has put together. Molly, I want to be in gratitude for where and what is truly happening here.
Oh, yes, Brandy. I'm about to introduce, I'm going back out to the holoportation machine. I'm going to introduce David Nussbaum. Thank you for playing that. I have started the recording. I'll see you in a moment.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited about our next Trailblazer talker. It is David Nussbaum. He is the CEO, inventor, and just an extraordinary entrepreneur. The creator of Portal. You saw Tim Draper in the Portal holoportation machine. Now you're going to see the mastermind, the genius, the brilliance behind this epic invention, which is also called the epic. David will be sharing his story, telling you all about his background and how this all came to be. The future is now. It's my pleasure to call to the telepresence David Nussbaum. Yay, David! Woo, welcome.
Thank you, Molly. Wow, that was some introduction. I don't know how I can follow Tim Draper. That was one of the most remarkable speeches I've ever heard. Tim Draper, we would like you to speak for 45 minutes on this single subject, and he spoke effortlessly, brilliantly, not a single or the guy's a pro, and that was one of the most, it was like watching Jordan just shooting threes. It was crazy. So to follow that is a daunting task. But here I am. I'm standing as a real person, but also as a portal effect. We say that this isn't a hologram, it is a portal. A portal is a very similar effect as a hologram, except we have the ability to take any two-dimensional content and beam it with volume and reflection and create a lifelike projection in real time. I am standing just 10 feet away from one of our portals, but I might as well be 10,000 miles away. I could beam from any one place into any number of locations at the exact same time with the near supernatural ability to hear, see, and fully interact with my global audience. I started Portal 2 years ago. Before I started Portal, I was running one department of what used to be the world's largest hologram entertainment company. And we were famous for digitally resurrecting the late legends to posthumously perform in sold-out cities around the world. So you may have seen some artists that span time and genres, and it was really insane to see these amazing icons of the past materialize on stages sometimes decades after they passed away. Nothing like that had ever been done before. I mean, sure, we've seen music videos and movies, and you read books, and you can hear records of people that no longer are alive. But to see them standing on a stage, to see them performing with other artists, living artists, that sort of inspired me. It inspired a lot of other folks like me who run hologram or hologram-like companies. One of the things that I always wanted to do, though, was not bring back the dead, but it was treat the living in a way that they had never been treated before, and that's by beaming their entire full-size human 4K resolution version of themselves from one place to another. So instead of digitally resurrecting the late, I wanted to beam the living. We call it holoportation, and Portal is the best in the world at beaming anybody from wherever they are to wherever they need to be. The portal itself is a 7-foot tall, 4.5 foot wide, 2 foot deep holoportation machine. Anybody from wherever they are could be in any portal in real time. It's insane. But besides just projecting living people, one of the things that we want to really get across is that it is also for pre-recorded content. I'm standing here to honor, I'm honored to be on Molly's panel of speakers for this conference, but we're talking about NFTs today, and this portal doesn't just beam live people, but it can be an NFT projection machine. So why are you spending hundreds of thousands, into the millions of dollars with these amazing works of art so you could just show them to your friends on your phone or on a tablet or on a flat 2D monitor on your wall? We have something with dimension, depth. Maybe I can, Molly, would it be okay if I maybe showed some of this stuff? All right, so what I'm gonna have Ryan do is change channels. We're gonna go from live to pre-recorded, and I'm gonna grab the microphone and walk around a little bit. Okay, great. All right, follow me. All right. How can you see me all right? All right. I know we turned the light off, but so you can zoom in or do whatever you need to do. Portal is a cloud-based network. We keep all of our content on the cloud, and we have the ability to pull up any piece of content from anywhere we're standing in the world, and we could beam it into any portal that we have access to. Each portal has its own serial number, and it's like it has its own fingerprint. Everyone is its own individual. When you select a piece of content, the image or the video pops up, which is remarkable because although I'm standing here, it's acting a bit like a remote control. I could be in Miami, and I could be projecting content, pre-recorded content in Los Angeles. This is our Portal logo, but let me show you some NFT stuff. Molly did this great thing on Earth Day a couple of weeks ago. Nicole Buffett, Warren Buffett's granddaughter, is a bit of an artist. She painted this amazing dolphin work of art that Molly might have commissioned. Is that right? You commissioned this? So here she is. It even has an inscription on the back with her signature. These are the kinds of things that should be being presented inside of portals. This particular portal is 7 feet tall, but we're working on tabletop devices. So think of them as like NFT display portals for the future. So that is something that you should definitely be on the lookout in the coming months. Can't go to the museum? You could bring the museum to you. We have some of the most famous works of art scanned, made digital, and put inside of hologram picture frames, floating inside of just beautifully illuminated interiors. A lot of people say, you know, do you have to project in only white backgrounds? No, Portal projects in any color in the world. So athletes could beam in team colors. Maybe my light is better over here. I should have just been standing here the whole time. Oh, we're over here. Yeah, pan back. Let's do like a side by side. Every work of art is available at the touch of a finger, and educators could beam from wherever they are to wherever they need to be in school colors. And certainly the list goes on and on. Imagine the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame having the world's most famous artists and having the world's most famous instruments just floating on access. This one is signed and autographed and scanned, and here we are looking at this thing that anyone can own through the NFT process. It's pretty incredible. We have the sky's the limit. You know, I nearly named Portal Canvas because it is a bit of a blank canvas. I'm inspired not just by Tim Draper and Molly, of course, but I'm inspired by the content creators for like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram. I mean, these are the movie stars of today and tomorrow. And I've been fortunate to sit down with some of them, and they've said to me, give us a blank canvas. This is how we make our living. This is how, this is the future of film production and television. We want another place to create content. This isn't just four corners any longer. Now there's depth. You have an entire interior to create content out of. How am I doing on time, Molly? Do you want me to keep going? Yeah. All right. Well, oh, I don't know. Are there any kids watching? But that's okay. Here, I'll move on. The fitness one. So I don't know what is the volume on right now. Let's see have we turned volume up? Oh, volume's up.
Hey, David.
Hey, Lizzie.
How are those New Year's resolutions going?
Terribly.
That's what I thought. Me too. But that's okay. I am here to get us back on track. I have a great full body workout planned. We're going to work our arms, our back, our core, our legs, our glutes. We're going to sweat. We're going to tone. Are you ready?
No.
Yeah?
All right, fine, yeah.
Good. Okay. Get ready. All right, we're going to start off with a simple squat.
Imagine having the world's most famous fitness instructors and educators and inspirational speakers beam into your home. This is the Peloton of the future. This is the mirror of the future. What do you think of that? I'm feeling like I just worked out already. Some yoga, stretching, right? Let's see. Here's a really handsome fella coming up. Oh,
David Nussbaum with Portal.
Enough of you. We've seen you enough already. We can do, you know what we can do? We can do some cool special effects as well. Here. This is a guy named Billy Morrison. He plays guitar for Dave Navarro, Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Idol. And he's going to perform for you for like a minute, and then we can take questions if you'd like. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing a podcast again. Hey, Billy, how's it going? So the difference between live and pre-recorded is with pre-recorded, you could create all these amazing transitions. You could create really cool special effects, almost like filmmaking will allow you to do. Everybody now. Words. This is great. All right. I mean, what else? What else can we do? Yeah. Is there some? Am I missing something, Noah?
I got questions.
I've covered
You got
everything.
answers.
Oh, magazine covers. Okay, great. You're walking through a mall. You're seeing these standard, flat digital displays saying "Eat at Joe's," whatever. Imagine walking into the mall and seeing hologram magazine covers. It really takes things to the next level. Apple on the cover of Wire. This young lady is striking her best pose on the cover of Vogue. It just takes things to the next level. There's no reason why this shouldn't be in every single mall, airport terminal, and movie theater lobby.
3 minutes.
I don't know if it's coming across through Zoom and the phone, but I invite every single one of you to reach out to Molly if you'd like a personal demonstration. We've got plenty of room here, and Molly will run the demonstration for you personally. So,
I have questions.
some questions. Okay.
Yes, questions.
Ryan, let's do like a hologram thing again. All right.
Okay. So when Tim was talking, and I imagine in a second when you're talking, look at you. You are literally reflecting on the floor in front of you. You look like in that portal.
I'm stuck in the box. Okay, is that a question? Be a mime? All right. The question
No,
is,
you
perform for us. Yes.
You look real in the box. You look solid.
Can't. Yes, I'm stuck in the box. This is I'm David Blaine. I'm stuck in the box. Not as good as what if you were watching earlier, Tim Draper did a great job. He performed as if there was a fly stuck in the portal with him, and he was going to turn into Brundlefly from the very famous movie The Fly. Yeah. The question is, how did I become such an extraordinary inventor? Did I go to inventor school? No, I did not go to inventor school. I am inspired by everything around me. I am inspired by my children. I'm inspired by my colleagues. I worked in the hologram industry for nearly a decade now. And 2 years ago, before I started Portal, I was running a department of a hologram entertainment company. I mentioned this earlier. I just saw what was not working with that company and how I wanted it to scale to become the next form of communication or the next form of travel. Mr. Draper was just on here a little while ago. He is our lead VC. He led our seed round, and this is a guy who's a prolific investor. Invested in Tesla and SpaceX. He invested in Twitch and Hotmail and Skype. And I believe that he invested in Portal because we have something very similar. We're the future of communications. We're the future of travel. And I just wanted to be able to put my mark on the world. So I did not go to inventor school. Although I went to radio school, I actually wanted to be a disc jockey calling all the Yankee games in New York, but that didn't pan out for me. So maybe we'll put some portals in Yankee Stadium, so at least I'll have some way of coming around full circle. Was that it? 2 questions? Did I go to inventor school and will you? Yes.
Robin, text me the questions from Adrian.
Robin, text Molly the questions from Adrian. I can do some more talk.
David, it's Brandy. I have questions.
They haven't reached you yet? Okay. Well, I can talk about some of the questions I've been asked over the years. I can answer some things. So this portal, the portal technology works in daylight. It's the only hologram technology in the world that works in all lighting conditions. Yes.
We have a question.
We have a question.
How heavy is it and is it portable?
This is a great question. Who is this coming from? Do we have a name? Eugene has the question, how heavy is it and how portable is it? Eugene, the portals themselves weigh around 400 pounds. When they are inside of one of our travel roadie cases, you could double that because the roadie cases are built to withstand a lot of damage as well. Are they portable? Yes. Portal is a completely self-contained holoportation machine. Every single thing that you see here, the camera that's above my head, the speakers to the left and right of my mouth, and all of the bits, everything that's making this thing run, everything is embedded in it. So you plug it into the wall, everything turns on. There's no external projectors, there's no external cameras. Really, once it comes out of its roadie case, you plug it into the wall, everything turns on, and they're built on wheels, which makes things easy to move on the ground. So yes, portable.
What is the energy consumption? Is the backdrop recording the complicated mobile setup?
What is the energy consumption, and can we make this a mobile setup, or does it have to be in a studio, or can it be a mobile setup? Energy consumption is, I believe, 12 amps. Thumbs up from Noah Rothstein, Director of Operations Portal. 12 amps, which, and it's not by mistake, 15 amps if you plugged into your living room wall socket, for example. 20 amps is basically how all office buildings these days are made. So again, you could plug it into any single outlet and you're not going to trip the electricity. The mobile setup is awesome. So yes, everything comes in pieces and everything goes into a roadie case on wheels as well. So we have gone to Noah, as a matter of fact, was just in Miami doing an activation for a performance, and the talent was being beamed out of like commercial trailers in the parking lot. So you don't have to go to a studio. We can build our studio anywhere in the world. Think you know, from your office or from your living room. You should be able to beam from wherever you are to wherever you need to be.
Can the portal see their audience?
Yes. Eugene, come in with multiple questions. Thank you, Eugene. I really appreciate it. The question is, can the person who's being beamed in see the audience that he or she's being beamed in front of? Yes. Again, the camera that's above my head, not really here, but in the portal, can see the audience that I'm being beamed in front of. So if I'm being beamed into one place, it's super easy. I can just start picking people out in the crowd, but I can also be beamed into multiple locations. And how do I see them? On a return feed, right? So I'm seeing the audience on a camera that's embedded in, that signal's being sent back to me on a giant monitor in my field of vision, right? So I can see myself, right? I've got this confidence monitor. I know where I'm standing. When I look into the lens, I'm looking into my audience's eyes, and then just beside the lens, I see the audience that I'm being beamed in front of.
Final question, David. It's multi-part one. What is the pricing for the full-size new tabletop model?
Okay.
And is there a subscription component to the cloud once you buy?
Right. Question is about pricing. How much does everything cost? And is that also from Eugene?
No.
So, okay. Yeah, it didn't sound like a Eugene question to me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Pricing, you know, I'm always a little hesitant to discuss pricing. One of the reasons, well, you could probably just Google it and you'll get your answer, but we've got distributors around the world, and based on different levels of participation, also as we scale, you know, one portal is going to be more expensive than if you bought 50 portals, right? So what I will say though is you could contact Molly at Portal Hologram, PORTL hologram.com, and ask her these questions, and she will be more forthcoming. Tim Draper said to me, if somebody asks you a question and you don't give them the answer, they're going to attack you. But I'm going to go ahead and not give you the answer because I want you all contacting Molly right? Didn't I it's called a, what is this called? What did I just do? I'm paying it forward. Yeah. But yes, it's less than $1 million.
Yeah. David, thank you. People are saying this is the coolest thing
Thank you.
ever.
People are saying it's the coolest thing. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining me. All right.
Thank you, David. Wow, we've seen it now.
Is that not the coolest thing you have ever seen?
Are we all believers that the future is here? The future is
Okay.
now?
Was it just me, or when you saw him in the box? When I first saw Tim in the box, I was like, Tim is in the box and he's reflecting on the floor in front of him. Like he's a solid object. Yeah. That is like mind blowing. The whole thing about holograms is they don't have shadows. These holograms have shadows. It's like you really are teleporting. I'm literally, my mind is blowing.
This is powerful for us as a collective. I have more questions for him, so I guess we're gonna have a clubhouse with David on the clubhouse. Could we schedule that? Let's get on that. Let's make sure that Molly knows that. So some of my questions, and maybe for the audience questions, are how does he see the NFT functioning within this hologram, right? So what does that look like? I'd love to hear more, get even more drilled into how that would work from his perspective.
I'd like to see an NFT for membership and have these portal studios literally like everywhere and have live event spaces where the performer and can it get bigger? Could you have a whole band in there is my other question, or do you have to have each band member in a separate little portal? But like I could totally see venues, right, where they're all over the world and the band performs once and they've got this huge audience. Mm-hmm. And then at home, can I have a portal viewer on my television? Right? Because it looked 3D. I'm on my laptop, I'm looking at a 2D screen, but when I'm looking at it, it totally presents like you look flat, you look a little flat to me, like a regular when you're doing video conferencing, right? Mm-hmm. But in the box, it totally looked 3D without 3D glasses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So many.
Wasn't that like the coolest thing ever?
Ever.
I am on such a high right now. Tim Draper, David Nussbaum, and we still have more great talks to go. I know we have 1 minute before our next one. So, Brandy, are you ready?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. I'm going to start the new recording to the cloud, and I will turn it over. The stage is yours, Brandy. Great job, you guys.
More conversations with trailblazers. We have a full show all the way up into the evening time. Our next speaker, our next trailblazer is Martin Weinstein. He is the founder and executive director of Open Earth Foundation, impacting the world. Today's talk is all about how artists and creators can help fund social and environmental projects through NFTs. He's announcing the Marine Biodiversity Program and no-take NFT drop collection featuring Nicole Buffett's NFT and the role of open digital infrastructure and how it has taken us to the next level and helping us better understand the Earth system. So I'm so honored and what a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Brandy, Molly, David, the whole team for making this possible. May the 4th be with you. It's such a pleasure to join you today. And I actually had the pleasure to also join Molly there at the Portal headquarters to also make the announcement for the upcoming drop that I'd love to share more details around. And I gotta say, it looks amazing on camera, but when you're there, it really is mind blowing, and the one starts thinking about how its capacity for disrupting so many different sectors, just like with NFTs. And with that, maybe I'll start by introducing a bit of myself and our work over the last couple of years, and how our paths crossed with Molly, with the portal, with Nicole Buffett's work, getting us here today together for this AI showbiz. So I have different hats that I wear, but primarily around how do we upgrade our global digital infrastructure for humanity to have a better chance at managing the resilience of our planet. I run the Open Innovation Lab at Yale University, where for the last couple of years, we've been researching a lot of that framework. How do we tackle large-scale planetary projects? And a lot of that borrows from my background in earth system science and systems thinking. So we identify key leverage points that are truly missing in how we operate as a civilization, and what are specific design, business models, initiatives that can act as projects that can pressure those leverage points. And I'll give a couple of examples soon. But at the heart, that also requires the tools of using emerging digital tech, internet-connected sensors, AI, blockchains, and distributed ledger families, as well as new interfaces, augmented reality, virtual reality, and holograms. But what is the common open digital infrastructure where all of these things have to speak the same language, orchestrated into a meta tool for Earth system management? And so the role of open source and multi-stakeholder collaboration is also at the heart of what we do. I started a lot of our program on now called Open Climate Accounting, by saying, how do we help manage our collective role in the single accounts that we all have, that we have to critically manage with a lot of husbandry, which is our carbon budget, the atmospheric carbon budget, the amount of CO2 that we can still put in our atmosphere before temperatures drive above 1.5 degrees relative to pre-industrial levels. So that took us into an entire research process of how do blockchains and AI can work together to help us manage the atmospheric budget. That led, of course, into what does the Paris Agreement and the UN efforts relate when it comes down to climate. And that project scaled so fast because we realized the world didn't really have a structure for managing that properly in an orchestrated way, that we launched the Open Earth Foundation last year. So Open Earth is a research and development nonprofit based here in California. It scales a lot of those open source research and initiatives from the Open Innovation Lab into the real world, being able to deploy pilots in concrete examples, and work with our supranational entities, UN, World Bank, how do also they learn and adopt new technological practices for this. And because what we do is so intricate and complex, in fact, we leverage complex sciences to design open architectures for how all these technologies come together, that it makes it very hard for the traditional philanthropic sector to be able to have a good grasp on what we do, what's needed, how is that funded? Because it's often the feedback that we get, it's too innovative, it's too disruptive. A lot of the technology that you and your team manage, Martine, is hard for us to grasp. And so being very active in the blockchain space, we've decided, well, what are ways in which we can think about philanthropic capital, new ways of raising funds for social and environmental public work? And that's around December, when the opportunity of being able to do an auction using NFT art came up. And so on March 22nd, the Open Earth Foundation, alongside the Social Alpha Foundation, which is one of the top world's crypto philanthropists, in collaboration with groups like the Render Network, which specifically is a decentralized GPU mechanism for rendering complex 3D images, which I think is also a very important piece of the whole AR, VR, and hologram world. And 8 phenomenal artists that have decided to join us and support of the foundation, but also the launch of our project on creating an accounting network for the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement. And that's quite a mouthful, but that led to artists like Beeple, Rafika Nadal, Sarah Ludi, Kyle Gordon, Mika Marple, G-Monk to join in the Carbon Drop. And on March 22nd, for 1 week, the auction went out, and surprisingly, it raised $6.6 million. So the foundation's been beautifully busy since that day, but we noticed two important pieces that are very relevant to also the power that something like the portal can have in the sector, which is artists, creators, normally are not the traditional philanthropists, are not the donors for social and environmental public work. It tends to be a sector that's managed principally by high net worths. But when artists become the archivists and the donors, like in this case, their capacity to support very out of the box and disruptive projects becomes a truly breath of fresh air. And at the same time, this is where the NFT space is really kind of showing its capacity to be able to empower artists in a way that's not normal. And but also we've now seen in the blockchain space that we work very closely with, and obviously anything relates to climate, that there is a lot of energy consumption associated to platforms like Ethereum and Bitcoin. And it's the artists and the digital creators that are finally raising the flag around these issues. And now the entire sector is talking about it, taking it very seriously. So we did the Carbon Drop with a negative carbon impact by taking carbon offsets that are credits created, minted from, for example, forest conservation projects in Latin America, turned into a unique tokenized NFT and pegging that NFT to the NFT art, and that went out with the auction. So the drop had almost 500 tons reductions just in its footprint. And that's definitely something we've been inspiring other artists to do and other groups in the network. But then let me start with the next part of the story, because right after the Carbon Drop happens, Molly Lavick reaches out and says, Martine, tells me the story behind the dolphin commemorative, a very special piece that she commissioned from artist Nicole Buffett. She says, I'm planning on doing an NFT art sale for this, and it would be great if the proceeds could go towards the Open Earth Foundation. And so because the drop had been so successful, our climate program was in some sense fully funded. But earlier this year, I've always had a very close connection to the ocean. I live by the beach, and I've always had a beautiful obsession with dolphins and cetaceans in general. And we did an expedition to the Cocos Island, which is an island off the coast of Costa Rica. It's the island that inspired Isla Nublar, which was featured in Jurassic Park as a untouched, pristine environment, both on land but particularly underwater. And we went there specifically to explore what was the requirement to expand the no-take zone. So Brandy was talking to us about this no-take drop, and a no-take zone relates to an area of marine protected conservation where no type of extractive activity can happen. So no fishing can occur there. And the Cocos Island has a no-take zone, and the Costa Rican government wants to expand it. And we all need to expand our marine protected areas, because just like climate change is a ticking bomb, our disruption of global biodiversity is equally as urgent. In fact, we've had such a massive rate of extinction of species that science is honing in on agreeing that we're now driving the 6 mass extinctions. What that translates into our global commitments is we have to conserve 30% of our land and 30% of our oceans untouched and regenerate them. So how are we going to manage vast places, vast areas of open ocean that should be fully protected, where vessels that go in cannot do recreational fishing, cannot do extractive fishing? Well, it's going to come by the hand of not normal patrols and lifeguards moving around the area, but by cutting edge satellite, internet connected sensors, AI being able to anticipate, and self-reinforcing contracts coming out of blockchain and DLT records that they're able to help both create incentives for the ecosystem services that marine protected areas are, but also ways to enforce the conservation in that sector. And so we came out of this trip being like, there's a massive opportunity for everything that we've been doing on the digital infrastructure space to what oceans are needed and to the global conservation targets. So back to Molly Glavick, I'm like, this would be an amazing piece that would help kickstart this very timely and ambitious program. And of course, the connection was even stronger and led for Molly, Nicole, and I to been working on this upcoming drop that I think it would be the first feature NFT art drop that comes in hand with the portal. I don't know if Molly's been able to showcase earlier this today, but watching Nicole's piece as canvas shifting around 360 inside the portal is something that's truly mind-blowing. And as a matter of fact, since I've been involved in conversations of how NFT digital twins in using the portal could help also establish the digital twins of some of the world's most important art sculptures, and how the proceeds from those digital twin sales could support a lot of restoration of those antiquities. So I can anticipate there's some extremely exciting frontiers that we're still yet to cross in the NFT art space, particularly in its cross hybrid with the portal. And one of the first ones of that is, of course, the dolphin commemorative that Molly helped put together and that Nicole executed. So we're going to be launching that in August or September. We definitely want to get to October 8th, which is the UN Biodiversity Summit, where the world needs to come together to crystallize that agreement that we need to protect 30% of the oceans and 30% of the land. And we are, as part of that program, already working with some of the top NGOs like Blue Nature Alliance, which is a $200 million fund to support governments and different projects to create and establish those marine protected areas. But they have absolutely no clue on how technology will help that. And that's obviously where the Open Earth Foundation can help. And it's extremely exciting to be able to be part of this, all unfolding in 2021. I would encourage with that, people that have any questions to just drop them in the chat. Molly or Brandy, if you want to help sort of and see any type of questions or thoughts, I'd love to talk and share some of these stories and some of the specifics of our work. But I wanted to give everyone a bit of this high level overview of what led to have me here. This is not a hologram. This is just me on Zoom. I've had the experience of being there on site, and how fantastic this whole sector that we're covering to really allow digital creators to bring in to support these very big picture projects where it's open source technology, just like the open source technology that powers a lot of the NFTs, that can have a very critical role in Earth system management, but its specific verticals: robust, transparent climate accounting and marine conservation.
Awesome. Where did you mint, by the way? What blockchain did you mint on?
So the Carbon Drop was on Nifty Gateway. Nifty Gateway sort of also joined as one of the supporters and sponsors of the project, and they waived all platform fees, which ended up being a very significant amount. And Nifty Gateway mints its NFTs on Ethereum. And so there was already in the lead up to the Carbon Drop a lot of pushback from artists themselves that Ethereum, because it uses proof of work, it has a huge energy intensity impact. So we came up with a strategy. Now, actually, I'll put this on the chat for everyone to see. First, have a look at the website of the Carbon Drop, because it's a great example of artists coming together. But as also, I can share what we wrote as the 7 steps that NFT art platforms can take on climate. And for us to be able to work with Nifty Gateway on this drop, we said, look, you have to take climate very seriously, because now you're a highly visible NFT platform, and you want to make sure that your primary constituents, your artists, are really trusting that you want to make sure that the sector is also not perceived as a destructive force, but a constructive force. And lo and behold, through our work, we finally got Nifty Gateway to first announce that they were changing their smart contract framework from one single transaction for every piece of their open edition. So when an open edition happens, multiple different art pieces are packed within the edition, and a single transaction for every one of them actually produces a higher energy intensity. So they've been able to pack them together into a single smart contract, reducing their carbon offset. It is also why the carbon drop was a 1-to-1. So all 8 pieces were unique, and I think that also led to the valuation of each specific piece.
So they did ERC 1155 instead of 721, so they could mint them all at the same time, and they were still all unique.
That's right. That's right. And those small kind of changes actually make a huge impact. And at the same time, we got them to really take a strong stance on carbon offsets. And so they've announced that they want to be carbon negative before the end of the year. Something quite ambitious. So I think that also shows the capacity of creators and NGOs coming together and exert a positive influence into the platforms. And that, in this case, it's a platform, but it could be a different organization, to take the sector very seriously, but with very clear suggestions on what could be done in remediation for that.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's definitely something we all need to look at. I've been looking at Layer 2 and other proof of work platforms instead of Ethereum, even though Ethereum has all the buyers. So I'm glad that you managed to make it carbon zero and on Ethereum.
Yeah, and a lot of other different platforms that we now received a lot of requests for help and collaboration are also moving into either Layer 2, but we see now opening the NFT space in different other platforms. I was just having a call with folks from Cosmos, Crypto.com. We were also supporting a drop there, which is on a variant of Cosmos. So just like with the whole space in 2017, everything's been moving very fast. There's a lot of people working collectively on different areas, and the NFT art space is also moving there. However, I hope that in a couple of years we will see the same level of new entrants into the holographic space, by which the portal by then has already been the #1 sort of epitome of where holograms can take it to the next level.
It is the coolest thing ever. I swear to God, they look solid and real and left a shadow. My mind is still blown.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It has an impact on the future of work. It has an impact on art and antiquities preservation. It has the capacity. I even imagine I spend almost like every year. Last year wasn't happening on the UN negotiations, and always the problem there is, well, the world needs to come together to negotiate on some of the most important things, which is the state of our planet. But the dichotomy is that everyone has to fly there. And so the carbon footprint to be able to host these global meetings is very complicated. Bring all the world leaders together and all their security. I can totally imagine, and I'd be happy to help usher a group of portals in a semicircle with world leaders negotiating some important intervention from their sovereign nations, without having to take flights and with the civil society as observers. That's just one thought. But
that would be so cool and public and transparent.
Right. Again, happy to answer any questions. Molly, Nicole, and I will be also updating on the upcoming drop as we draft it. We want to make sure that it's done, again, on a very climate friendly. There are a couple of platforms coming live in the next couple of months that are specifically designed for low carbon drops and empowering creators to be able to support social and environmental projects that they care about. Because I try to kind of put out as this thesis, this is one of the most exciting things of the sector. There's a lot of social and environmental work, public work that needs to be funded, and having the world's best creators to support that, it really makes a big difference.
I'm excited. Thank you. This was so informative and wonderful.
Thank you. May the fourth be with you.
I feel like I need my Star Wars. Brandy, are you here?
I am. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much. You're right in the avenue of what is the most important conversation today, which is our planet, our people, our purpose, our profit. And so all of these pillars really do make sense when you start to look at how NFTs are really changing the way that we do things from the inside out. And there was a couple of key points that you made when the impact and the artist can work together in collaboration. I feel like that's a real key to where we are headed in these virtual worlds and in the modeling. I did want to ask you a question about carbondrop.art. Have you already done your main, excuse me if I had to step out, my son came to me. It's like homeschooling in the middle of a conference. The main carbon drop, which is the mint and the limited edition. Have you already done this?
Yes, so that happened on March 22nd, and the site takes you, if you go to auction, it'll take you to the Nifty Gateway site. And that showcased like when it happened, what was the result. Here, I'll put that Nifty Gateway URL directly here. But it really kind of sparked a community between the artists. So it's something that we probably want to do every year as a way of supporting climate in the space. And we've discussed already preliminary with Nicole and Molly of being able to frame our upcoming drop as the ocean drop, so that you've got one that focuses on climate and the other one on oceans, and create the series of these kind of events.
I love it. Excellent. Thank you.
I wanted to zoom in for a moment because I am such a fan of your work, Martine, and thank you. The Ocean Drop. Oh, what a great name. I'm so excited about that and the work, for the dolphins and all that you do. And I think everyone just had such a inside glimpse into really great work out there showing how NFTs can be used for good, right? And I want to give a shout out though to the Open Earth Foundation. It is a spectacular nonprofit that Martine started, and I know Dan Mapes is here. I think he also helps with it, and others out there, and I am signed up as a very enthusiastic volunteer. I encourage everyone to look into Open Earth Foundation and see how you can play a role. Thank you for the work that you're doing out there, Martine, and so excited about today and everything. And thank you for giving your Trailblazer talk, and also for being with us for our pre-event on Earth Day. Thank you so much. Really, really grateful.
Truly a pleasure, Molly, and being able to collaborate on this. And that's the thing, is we're all in this together. We've really driven our civilization to the brink of, existential crises. And that's also why from the foundation, whilst we deal with cutting edge tech, I always try to drive forward the notion that collaboration is the most important technology that we are yet to master. And it's the power of humans working together on a collective cause that is really what will solve most of our problems, and our ability to be able to live in harmony with our planet, understanding that we're not separate from it, but a deeply organic part of it. And that is also, collaboration drives a level of awareness of that interconnection that we all have. So it's the ability to also bring people together in common projects. And you mentioned Dan. We work very closely with the Spatial Web Foundation because we have to bring everyone with their own special powers coming together for a common mission. And time is of the essence. So it's amazing to be able to see a community rise with all the different technological components that they bring, but it's the underlying layer and our capacity to collaborate that I think really will make the difference.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Martine and Brandy also, and Adrian and all the team here at AI Showbiz. We look forward to collaborating too in support from AI Showbiz for the wonderful work you're doing with the Open Earth Foundation. And I guess final thing, how can people, if they want to volunteer and help, can you repeat what do they do to get in touch if they'd like to donate or help?
Yeah, so we have and thank you, Molly, we appreciate that. We have a simple way for donating to the Open Earth Foundation. Yeah, I put the link, openfoundation.earth or openearth.foundation, both work. And then the bottom part, there's a donate button. One can donate Ethereum, one can donate Bitcoin, any form of crypto, but also just credit card through PayPal. And in fact, I think that all of our inflow of donations for this year through the website will be destined towards the Ocean Conservation Project and ways to match what we could do with a specific drop. So you could always drop a note saying like, I'd love for this to support the climate program or the ocean program. But that's essentially where we want to funnel those funds and support. And then in terms of possibilities for collaboration and volunteering, we're going to be releasing an internship program over the summer. So we'll be posting that on the website. And then just writing in a contact info, I'm doing this and I'm from this organization. I'd love to explore collaboration. We're always open to hear from people. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Excellent. Thank you, Martine. Thank you so much. And now we're going to get ready. We've got 2 minutes before our next trailblazer joins us today. And we are streaming live on YouTube as well as here in Zoom. Thank you for people from around the world joining us. I want to give a shout out because my best friend since 4th grade is here. Hi, Diane. Thank you for going through life with me. And all of you, my friends, are here today. Thank you so much for that. So, Brandy, it's almost time for our next one. What do you think about the day? I mean, I'm on cloud 9, as they say.
We are coming together as a collective. I almost said tribe, but I feel after our earlier conversations that maybe tribe isn't the word anymore. Maybe it's just this conscious collective of beings coming together and harmonizing what it means to be in the new world. So yes, it's been profound. And so many more speakers are coming up, so many more trailblazers with their forms of intersection of impact and technology and NFTs. I'm excited to bring that into the next phase.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to start the recording. And are you ready, Brandy, to introduce our next trailblazer?
Yes. Before we do that, say George's last name so I get it correct.
Chanos.
Chanos. Okay. Excellent.
Yes. And so, George, are you here? Yes, of course he's here. And yes, this is going to be such an interesting talk. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to start the record. Brandy, the floor is yours.
We are back and we are alive, and all of the energy is up in the air with creativity and the inflections on NFTs in the conversation today. And that brings us to our next trailblazer, George Llanos. He is an author and futurist, and the company is The Pod, LLC. Today's talk is going to be on NFTs, enabling the new forms of intersection and independence, collaboration, and exchange, and the utility will empower the next generations. And so I welcome to the stage, George. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to what you have to say.
Hi, Brandy. Great to meet you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Molly, thank you so much for inviting me and for the work that you're doing, and Adrian and others that are contributing to this event. To understand my thoughts on NFTs, you need to understand the perspective and the prism through which I'm looking at it. So my focus for the past 5 years has been on the future. What's going to happen over the next 30 years? And the way that came about was I had a heart attack and I had a young daughter and I was trying to prepare her for her future. And so I started looking at the future and I started analyzing what her life would be like over the next 30 years and gained a better understanding than most about what is going to happen over the next 30 years. So in 2014, before he died, Stephen Hawking told us that the singularity would be the greatest event in human history, the moment in time in which machine intelligence eclipses human intelligence, that it would be greater than fire, greater than the wheel, greater than space travel or the internet, greater than anything that we have ever conceived of. Ray Kurzweil, who's the head of artificial intelligence for Google, someone who Bill Gates says knows more about artificial intelligence than anyone he knows, tells us that that he believes that the singularity could occur as early as 2029. So think about that for a moment. The greatest event in human history in less than a decade, right? And what's astonishing is that Kurzweil goes on to say that by the 2040s, which is 20 to 30 years away, artificial intelligence will not be our equal. It will be a billion times more capable than human intelligence. Now, we as human beings don't even have the ability to comprehend that level of intelligence that is a billion times our own. But it's clear that we are looking at a tsunami of technological change on the horizon. My experience for the last 30 years has been solving complex problems, mostly in the legal field. And so in looking at the future and trying to understand this tsunami of technological change and how it's going to impact us all, I've thought about this in terms of what do we need to do to be preparing and how are we going to be prepared? And so this tsunami of technological change will create massive opportunities and massive challenges. And leaders don't run from problems, they run at them. So I'm excited about where this is going. I'm excited about the amazing opportunities that are going to be coming our way. And I'm excited about attacking the challenges as well. One thing that I think we all need to understand, and is self-evident from the dysfunction that we've seen in government over the last however many years, is that government is not the solution. We are the solution. Ultimately, individuals helping each other is going to be how we are going to overcome these challenges and seize these opportunities and make these opportunities available to everyone. An illustration of this in nature is the fire ants. The fire ants can't swim, so in torrential rains they would drown. So what they do to avoid drowning is they lock their legs and self-assemble into floating rafts. Alone, they would perish. Together, they survive. Tim Draper talked about an anthropological leap in humankind. And that's essentially what we're looking at. We're looking at a situation in which we are going to have to recognize and accept our profound interdependence with one another and how our survival and our success is tied to everyone else's survival and success. Our underutilization of technology is disturbing on many levels. NFTs provide a way for us to self-assemble into these floating rafts. And the potential of this new phenomenon is extraordinary. There's a joke about a guy who is caught in a tsunami, and a boat goes by and tries to pick him up. And he says, it's okay, God will protect me. And then the boat passes and another boat comes by and he says, it's okay, God will protect me. And then a third boat comes by and he says, it's okay. God will protect me. And then finally, he drowns in this torrential rainstorm and tsunami. And he goes up to heaven and he says to God, what happened to you? I was relying on you to save me. And he says, and God says, I sent you 3 boats, right? So we've been sent multiple boats. We've been sent the internet. We've been sent our phones. Our phones currently have 100,000 times the computing power that NASA had in 1969 when they put men on the moon. And today, virtually everyone has them. The internet has the potential to create a second enlightenment in the world. And yet, what are we using it for? Too often it's being used for trivial entertainment, TikTok and social media influencers that aren't really influencing much of anything. And along comes blockchain. And blockchain has the capacity to redefine civilization. We can run cities on blockchain. We can run governments on blockchain. We can eliminate identity theft through blockchain. We can run our elections on blockchain. There are so many different uses to blockchain that we're not availing ourselves of. These are the boats. These are the passing boats that we need to get on, and we need to pilot, and we need to use to create the future that we want for ourselves. NFTs are another one of these boats, and they are incredibly empowering. They are multi-layered. You can create NFTs that represent or do virtually anything. I could put my house and mint it on an NFT. You could create NFTs, pieces of art that have AR components, VR components, XR components, that crowdfund, that do whatever you can imagine or can think of that might address some of society's problems. What's wonderful about this group that Molly has put together is that almost everyone on this platform today are people who are approaching NFTs with that mindset, not with a trivial mindset, but with a serious mindset of how can this be used to advance the needs of humanity. Today, the top selling NFTs, I just looked, and actually today, literally today, the top 20 selling NFTs are all CryptoPunks. Now, in one sense, it's good that CryptoPunks have generated over $450 million in revenue and have captured the world's attention. In one sense, it's good that Beeple is embraced by Christie's and sells for $69 million and captures the world's attention. But ultimately, the NFTs that I would like to see at the top of that list are NFTs that are empowering human beings or addressing our environmental concerns or solving other major social problems and social needs. We have the creative community that is responding to this in a huge way. There are over 4 million NFTs on OpenSea today. And that number is likely to grow exponentially. And I believe that creative communities are the leaders in around the world that can create change and are the first to recognize the need for change and to react and to take action. And so we see that in other situations, other problems and situations around the world, where creative individuals solve problems through developing inventions or creating tools like crowdfunding tools that democratize access to media or capital. These are all creative developments that have pushed society forward. But then how the rest of society embraces these tools and uses these tools determines whether or not we take full advantage of the instruments, the mechanisms and the tools that we've been given, the boats, if you will, that we've been provided with. So my main point in talking to you today is to let you know that that there is literally a tsunami on the horizon, and it's coming like a freight train, and it is going to create incredible opportunities and incredible challenges. Kurzweil talks about nanobots pulsing through our bloodstreams in the 2040s and curing all of our diseases. He talks about our neural cortex being connected to the cloud. Today, you have a question and you use your phone to look up the question. Tomorrow, you won't need your phone. You'll just think of a question and the answer will come to you through a connection between your neural cortex and the cloud. So there's a guy named Aubrey de Grey of the SENS Research Foundation who talks about longevity and expanding our life expectancy, who says that the first person who will live to 1,000 is alive today, meaning that over the next 100 years, technology will advance to the point where a baby born today could have a lifespan of as much as 1,000 years. Now, even if he's off by, let's say it's only 200 years, the ramifications of these types of changes are profound, and they're coming very quickly. Much of this we will experience in our lifetime. The great majority of this your children will certainly experience in their lifetime. So it's time for us to raise our game. It's time for us to get busy. And it's time for the creative community to do what they do best, which is create opportunities to leverage these tools to advance all of our goals. And, Brandy was saying, I don't know if tribe is the right word anymore. Actually, there's nothing wrong with a tribe, a large tribe. The larger the tribe is, the better we all are. It's the small tribes that create warring factions that we need to stay away from, right? So we all need to think of ourselves as part of one tribe. And that's really the path forward. So I want to thank everyone for being here and for all of the incredible things that everyone is doing to advance our shared objectives. And I want to let you know that I'm available as a resource to work with anyone or brainstorm. And that's basically it, Brandy. Are there questions that you have?
Thank you so much. Yes, Adrienne was coming in. I think she had to shift off for a second there. You powerfully said. And by the way, the tribe comment for me came from, it was either Brett or because they had segregated into this smaller entity. Clarification. You're right. We are one large tribe coming together with a soul mission. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So yes, we have lots of questions. Adrienne, take it away.
Adrienne, I muted you because you were echoing.
Oh yes, I thought I unmuted myself, but yes, I have Zoom on 2 devices and I put them next to each other. That's never a good idea. So thank you, George. I live in Nevada, so I appreciate your service as well.
That's great.
I don't see you though. I only see Robin.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
Wonderful. So my question is, you talked a lot about how we need to come together as like a global community, but what are some good first steps for people to take in order to pursue that?
Well, I think so. Sheryl Sandberg. We have an echo. I don't know what the echo is from, but I just keep going.
Oh, Adrienne, you got to mute one of them.
Hello? Okay. So what are some of the first steps that we need to take to get going? Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook said that you can't change a problem that you are unaware of, but once you are aware, you cannot help but change. And so one of the things that I think we start with is what you're doing right now and what I'm trying to do in what I've said, which is create awareness. Create awareness of the fact that change is coming. Create awareness of the need for adaptation and resilience. Create an awareness of the need to raise our game. Create an awareness of the fact that we don't have unlimited time. Technology advances at an exponential rate, and that tsunami is not slowing down for anyone. So it's coming, as I said, like a freight train, and it's time to get busy. So what do we do to start? We start to recognize the imperative. We start to think in terms of how we can make a contribution and make our life on this planet stand for more than it might otherwise. What can we do to help others? And I think that's the richest legacy that anyone can leave. It's not about how much money you make. It's about how much impact you have and how many lives you change. And I think NFTs are a very, very powerful force, potentially, if used in that direction. The internet is an incredibly powerful force that could usher in a second enlightenment globally. We could be educating everyone in the world with the internet. Instead, we're building massive campuses and 50-foot climbing walls and Olympic swimming pools and, charging hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition. And, we created our educational system at the turn of the century when we moved from an agrarian society to an industrial society for the Industrial Revolution. And we are now entering a technological revolution, which will dwarf the Industrial Revolution. And yet we have not redesigned our educational system to deal or address the technological revolution. And one has to ask, why is that? Is it because government is that, out to lunch that they just don't get it? Or are they that dysfunctional that they just can't do it? Or is it because...
No, there's a power and control mission statement there, because the minute that you start educating the population, then all of a sudden the population can think for themselves and you no longer have a ruling class.
Yeah, very, very good. Very good point. So that may be at the bottom of it. Automation. I mean, the imperative in the early 1900s was that we needed to educate the society to run the machines of the Industrial Revolution, to move from an agrarian society to an industrial society. So there was a need, a national need to have a more educated society that could function in this new environment. Automation is going to eliminate millions of jobs. So maybe somebody's thinking that we don't need to educate society because machines will be doing these jobs. Or maybe they think, as the Romans did, that, all we need to do is keep people busy and, we'll have gladiatorial contests and we'll keep them dumb and ignorant and fighting each other and divided and it'll be easier to rule. I don't know. But I
kind of sounds like that's what they're doing right now. And my question, my final question, because I know we're running out of time and you've been absolutely amazing. My question is, what next? 2029 singularity, machines smarter than us. First, well, two-part question. One, who's raising these machines, because parenting matters. And two, what happens once they handle all of our needs and we're literally left to our own devices? Is it back to the gladiatorial days?
Yeah. So first of all, you make a great point. A machine is programmed by someone, right? So depending upon who programs that machine and how they cause it to think and what they program in as its fundamental imperatives, that will dictate how that machine behaves. And we have different people parenting these machines. So, the Chinese will be parenting these machines. The Russians will be parenting these machines. The US will be parenting these machines. And we are in a state of global competition. And politics has been, described as a blood sport.
True. Very, very true. And can we please have a global pact that says we're not building Skynet? And whatever that narrative was with Skynet, we'll purposely not do that.
Yeah, let's hope so. So the point of all of this, I think, goes back to Sheryl Sandberg's quote about awareness. We need to increase awareness because most people aren't aware of these things. Most people that I speak with do not understand that this level of change is on the immediate horizon. They don't understand that their life is going to change radically over the next 10 to 20 years, and that the world is going to change radically. And that kind of change without preparation and without warning and without understanding is going to create anxiety. And we see that already. We see increases in suicide and from a lot from these cell phones for teenagers and social media. And this is really the first wave of the technological revolution. It's like the water on the floor of a tsunami before the tsunami strikes, right? So the disruption that we're seeing today, I analogize as the water on the floor. So the bottom line of all of this is that you are living in the most extraordinary period in human history. Be happy about it, celebrate it, but make it the society that you want to make it. Make it as great of a society as the technological instruments that we now possess allow us to create. And the people on this program are the people that are doing that. So I salute all of you.
Thank you. That is amazing. You're right about awareness. I actually was not aware that if we did not move to regenerative farming, that we were going to run out of food in 60 years. This was a number of years ago. And I started working with a platform that's creating carbon credits to actually incentivize the farmers to move to regenerative farming to solve the problem so that we don't starve to death. And I think you're absolutely right. It's all about awareness, because with awareness, then you get creative and you find solutions. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. And thank you, Molly. And thank you, Brandy.
Yes, I wanted to give one special note to your latest book, The Millennial Samurai. What a powerful book that you have here, leading to a greater happiness and success. I see that you are putting your time and energy into a world of change, and just want to say thank you once again.
Absolutely. And people can download that book for free at millennialsamurai.com. Over 13,000 people have downloaded it for free already. It's also available on Amazon. And it's a great read, and it'll create increased awareness for you and for your children.
And you have a friend, we have a friend in common, 10 years now, been on the Impact Advisory Board with Ray Potter.
Oh, okay.
A recent friend, we were just talking about you the other day, and we kind of crossed networks with Molly as we started this conversation. So it's an honor to meet you.
Absolutely. He's awesome. I just spoke to him on the phone the other day and love him. He's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again. With that being said, any extra questions that come into play for our friend and dear cohort, George, please make sure that you put them into the chat, and we'll make sure that he receives them. You can answer to him on private chat as well as we move forward to our next guest.
Excellent. Oh, George, I mean, so glad to know you. I recently met George, and his book is amazing, and I'm asking everyone to read it, and they're loving it. So George, thank you for zooming in and being here for AI Showbiz on NFTs. I look forward to collaborating, convening, connecting, converging, all of it in the future with you and all the people here today joining us for this special day. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you, Molly. Grateful.
Oh, yes. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. Thank you so much. Boy, Brandy, it's going like clockwork here. It's moving along. It's such a special day. It's May the 4th be with you day, right? We're here in celebration of that and all things technology and tech for good. And we're just having a great time at our 5th annual. I can't believe it's been 5 years that this has been going on. I want to take a moment and thank my team. Miranda is here, Oda from Hawaii. helping us out today. Thank you, keeping us on schedule. Dr. Catherine Fitzgerald, you're all getting to talk to Catherine. She's making sure everybody shows up on time and ready to go. Robin Shank is my Director of Operations, and she keeps everything just perfect on logistics, operations, everything. She has such attention to detail. And first time joining this year, and I couldn't be more delighted, is Brandy Val. And Brandy is just the most incredible host today and really elevating this event to another level. We're so grateful, Brandy, for your time. And Adrian, Ashley, thank you so much for hosting, moderating the Q&A. My goodness, what a great opportunity it is for us to do that. And boy, did you pull off the Tim Draper we had so much going on. We were streaming him on YouTube and we had him in Clubhouse. And,
it was so much fun. And I love Tim Draper. And when I interviewed him one time, we actually did our tech check. We had a karaoke off and he sang Born to Be Wild. So he is one of my favorite people. I was trying to get him to sing Born to Be Wild on Clubhouse. We're gonna have to do that.
I know he likes to sing. Yeah, it's going really well. We have another keynote coming up a little later today at 5:30. Dan Mapes is here, and I think he's listening in as well. And he is the president of Versus Lab, Inc. and director of the Spatial Web Foundation. So stay tuned for that. We also have, right before that, the executive roundtable. It's where leaders come together and share their goals and what you're trying to accomplish, and we look for ways to do what we've been talking about. Martine was talking about the power of collaboration, and here we are connecting, we're convening, we're converging, and we are collaborating and really getting to know each other and how we can support each other out in the world. So what a fun day. It was really one of the best days of my whole life. Truly. And I thank all of you for spending time with us. I know there is a lot going on in the world, and anyone who knows me knows that my why is all about making sure that entrepreneurs succeed in the world. And if I can help you in any way do that, that's my honor indeed. And I hope that this community that we have formed, AI Showbiz, will help us all achieve our goals and to fight on for another day. I know it isn't easy as an entrepreneur. I know that firsthand, but you must keep going. You must. And things are getting really wonderful out in the world, I believe. And I hope you do too. So Brandy, it's almost time for our next person.
We're so close. We're close. I want to pinpoint something very special. May is the month of mental health awareness. And with that being said, as George had mentioned, creating awareness is important, because at the end of the tunnel, why do we do what we're doing? Why? And our core values and the ability to strike that with the value able to move the value and values forward, that's the end of the tunnel. So as George said, what can we do? Create awareness, recognize the imperative, make a contribution, and help others. This is a streamlined call to action. And so every conversation that was said today will live online. So do as much as you possibly could do to repost, reprint, recycle, bring up the awareness in your curation of your content and your mission, vision, and purpose.
Thank you, Brandy. And I know it was mentioned, but I'm getting some chats to just remind everyone about George's book, which is The Millennial Samurai. That's his book, George Chanos. I think you will enjoy it, and I believe it's in audio now too, if that's your preference. Thank you for that beautiful message, Brandy, and let's go. It's time for our next trailblazer, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and start the recording to the cloud. We are recording. Brandy, the introduction is yours.
Wonderful. Welcome to our next portion of today's AI Showbiz with a fireside chat with Molly and Yevik Municht. She is the impact lawyer, who handles the legal and the tech futures. She is part of the Launch Legal LLC. And so we're going to bring both Molly and Yavik into the conversation. Welcome to AI Showbiz Fireside Chat.
Excellent. Yeah, are you here in the metaverse?
I'm here. Can you see me?
Oh, yes. I always feel so calm and grounded when Yav is in the house, because Yav is the kind of person, when you're in the foxhole of life and they yell incoming, that you want guarding your back. She truly is one of the most gifted and extraordinary attorneys, expert on blockchain, crypto, and now NFTs. And she does collaborate with Jacob, who spoke earlier. And, I can't emphasize enough the importance of good legal advice. We all need good legal advice, and that can make the difference as entrepreneurs and inventors. And so I'm just really excited. Yav is an encore speaker joining us again, and I love getting to do this fireside chat format. So much fun. And I want to kick off, Yav. I wonder if you could just start by telling everyone a bit about your background and how you came to do what you do, including blockchain.
Thanks, Molly. Oh, I also, that's quite the introduction. And I just want to also extend such a heartfelt thank you and gratitude to you and the whole entire AI Showbiz team for doing what you do and doing it just continuously better and better and better each year. It's just an amazing collective and collaborative collective to be a part of. I think you are educating the world and you're bringing together collaborators and sparking new ideas and interests, and just massive applause and kudos to you as always.
Thank you.
So I got into blockchain about 2016, 2017, really just stumbled into it. I'm huge technology dork nerd, and so my legal practice revolves around technology and advising early stage startups, tech companies, and it was just a natural collision with the blockchain underworld. And sort of once you go in, you never go back, or once you can never turn around. So I'm lucky to live in Colorado, which has a really, really active community. And in 2017, we would have meetups, we would have clubs, we would have all sorts of events around blockchain and cryptocurrency. And so looking at it from the technology side and then putting on a legal lens and a regulatory lens was really exciting, just because as it continues in some ways to be very much a blue ocean and a very novel, innovative space. And that's, in law, there's very few kind of industries and practice groups that you can say that about. So being sort of on the bleeding edge of innovation and that intersection between law and technology, I don't know how somebody could say no. So it's been a steep learning curve at most days and most times and most years, but I've been lucky to be in a really supportive community. So if I'm asking somebody about what, bonding curves and yield farming and various DeFi questions, somebody will break it down for me. And even when NFTs started to become sort of more prolific and kind of the greater world, I also needed somewhat of a kind of a tech 101 on how they work and how the different ways that I would look at them. So that's sort of my entry point into this world, and I've just been riding that wave and participating in the communities and hopefully making some impact from a legal perspective as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to get right to it. I know you can't disclose anything confidential, but can you give us an idea of the kind of blockchain and even NFT problems your people in general are coming to you about? And this will help our audience know how they could work with someone like you.
Well, yeah, so in the blockchain space, we're having a lot of conversations about governance and the correct sort of corporate legal structures and frameworks that support Web 3.0 technology. And so we've been fairly creative in structuring those and being really true to kind of the principles that these communities are looking to build out and to serve, and how best to serve them both internally and then as they grow. So governance is definitely massive. Also capital raising. Most early stage companies, any company needs capital. They need either crypto capital or they need pure cash to thrive. And so it's finding ways that are non-extractive fundraising methodologies to help them grow and scale, and again, not to lose their core principle, not to be deprived by traditional venture capital. So governance, fundraising, and then now some of these alternative assets, just asset classes that have come about, including NFTs, and figuring out ways to mint NFTs, how to preserve copyright and various IP rights, social tokens, community tokens, ways to really spark these communities that you start from kind of step one in structuring, and then kind of seeing them through their life cycle and helping them grow and kind of and create kind of enthusiasm in their own communities, and also build their own protocols and technology and what have you to support the greater network and the greater systems.
That's beautiful. That's really important work, and everyone out there needs that type of help that's getting involved in this arena. And I've had people say to me, if you're going to, do the NFTs and work with these smart contracts, you need to lawyer up. You need to have the right guidance and advice there to help you navigate the waters. So the next part of my question is, for those who aren't used to reaching out and having someone with your abilities, what advice do you have for them so that they can work with you in a way that's productive?
It's a good question. So I'm pretty simple. I don't know. Anybody that reaches out to me, I feel like I guess I owe them some kind of social legal duty to help them, at least point them in the right direction and act as a resource. It obviously helps, if you have somewhat of a game plan as to what you're trying to achieve and build out. That definitely makes kind of a better use of time and the working relationship, a more productive working relationship. But generally, I don't know, I think there's a good number of kind of socially conscious, ethically aligned, values aligned, mission aligned lawyers out there that you should be able to reach out to without having to think about them, billing you at some ridiculous 6/10 of an hour amount. And I actually had a client that I just engaged with, and he responded in an email. He was like, lawyers are scary. Like I find, I don't know how to kind of interact with you. And it was a really, it's really pertinent to the question that you've just asked. And I said, look, I'm not scary. I'm like, hopefully I've convinced you to have signed an engagement letter that I'm not scary. But, we're here to act as any other collaborator in this world, right? And hopefully you find kind of the good fruits. Of course, there's people that are just generally difficult to work with and unapproachable, but feel free to reach out and I will point you in the right direction. But you should, lawyers, they're just, they should never be gatekeepers.
Yeah.
They should only act as a resource.
All right, the next question is one I get asked a lot, and of course I'm no attorney, but when I tell people I'm embracing blockchain and NFTs and all things crypto, and they ask, can you really do that kind of work without having legal problems in the United States. I mean, where do the laws stand right now for businesses getting involved with blockchain, crypto, token economy?
I mean, I can tell you that they've come a long way since 2017 when we were truly, it was a black box. There was no, it was, and have some precedent out there to be able to guide them capably or zealously. But the laws have come a long way. I mean, the states, particularly Wyoming, have sort of crusaded and really been pioneering some of the things that you can and can't do. You know, Wyoming just passed the DAO, the ability to form a DAO, which will take effect in July. And that's pretty big. The special purpose depository institutions that came about in the last year or so in Wyoming. So, but that's really, that seems like it's on a very micro level, but it is really affecting the nation as a whole and our regulatory policy as a whole. You're also seeing a lot of crypto forward, crypto adopting executives from former executives being placed into Treasury and pretty significant roles in the U.S. government. So if that's not a sign that we're shifting in the right direction, where we are supporting this innovation, back in 2016 we were having conversations that the U.S. Regulatory environment just doesn't support cryptocurrency or blockchain projects at all, and was driving innovation out. And it was to an extent, but you're not seeing that as much as you were before. So I think that the huge shift, it's very positive. It's a really positive time to be living and creating, and the kind of the shift in power to the people, the democratization to the people is really the purpose of this discussion. And that's what I'm so excited about. I'm excited about just the massive possibilities out there. The fact that I don't know if that was in the Clubhouse chat that we were having yesterday, and the attorney that was on the Clubhouse as well. But there was an example that was given that, the kid who's living in some remote country that is an artist that wasn't able, that maybe didn't have the tools to be able to create their art, can now potentially do it in a digital way and create revenue for them, create income for themselves. It was just never possible. And that, I don't know, that stops my breath, right? It's really equalizing the playing field out there. And I'm really excited. I mean, there's so much more to come. We're at such an early stage of all the realm of possibilities.
That's wonderful. And what an exciting conversation we had on Clubhouse for the pre-party yesterday. If you weren't there, we recorded it and we'll share it shortly with everybody. So you mentioned the DAO, and that's recent. Would you enlighten the viewers about that? Some people have mentioned that word, and it's something that not everybody fully understands. And where would that come in you assisting someone legally?
Yeah, so a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization, and basically it's a loose affiliation of people that is not technically affiliated in kind of the legal, the confines of legal entities, right? And by default, with the exception of 35 states that do recognize these unaffiliated groups of people, you're by default you're treated as a general partnership, so which exposes you to potential liability for your acts and then the acts of your partners. So come into in kind of with technological innovation and the blockchains and transparency, you have a group of people that can come together, collaborate, have certain governance principles, vote on things, take in money, disperse money like a fund, and they're collectively being referred to as a decentralized autonomous organization. And really what makes it so is the technical or technological framework that they rest on. And so a lot of these decisions are made with the use of smart contracts. And so the benefit or the real attraction there is that things are very transparent. It's not like a standard top-down corporate organization structure where you don't see how budgets are being decided on, how funds are being allocated, whether a company is doing poorly in one year. It really, again, gives power to the people in that organization. So it's yeah.
It's an extraordinary thing. And before we open it up to some Q&A, I just wanted to see if you had any final words of advice for people out there that are getting involved, maybe for the first time or recently with blockchain, the token economy, this whole realm that we're in with the cryptocurrency, and of course, non-fungible tokens.
I'm going to say two things. So one is get involved, and especially to BIPOC, minorities, women, as Tim Draper said on his talk earlier, go get a wallet, right? Get a MetaMask wallet, get a Trezor wallet from Amazon, whatever it is, start playing, start feeling, start getting in there and downloading and opening and trying things on and asking questions, because there's enough of a community out there that will support you and help you. And just watching it from the sidelines, not good enough at this point. There's so much innovation and it's moving so quickly. So if you wait and watch it pass by you, I think it's going to be a huge disappointment. But empowering kind of the minorities out there is a huge kind of personal mission for me. And then two, just wanted to put in a plug that we are doing something a little bit meta, and creating an NFT of an NFT license agreement, so that people can kind of have the adequate protections from a legal perspective and create that unique piece that then you can potentially fractionalize or reuse or what have you, but at least it'll protect your rights as a creator, an artist, or an author. So look out for that, and we'll be launching that pretty soon. So
excellent. What a great idea.
NFT license agreement.
Oh, I think that's great. So I'm going to turn it over to Adrienne. Are you here, Adrienne, to take over for the Q&A? And
Thank you, Molly. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
I am. I have to switch to my broadcast studio as I run back to the studio. But Gab is one of my very, very favorite people, and I'm so excited. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, and I was so lucky that I just ended up sitting by you at Sundance. That was very fortunate, and thank you for the friendship. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi, it's so good to see your face. Hi.
Thank you. Oh, Adrienne, you're one of my favorite blockchain women.
Huh?
You are one of my favorite blockchain women.
Oh, I said that in our private back chat. I said you are one of my favorite people ever, and one of the smartest lawyers I have ever met. And you know me, I'm kind of a bee about my work.
Yes, you are.
I like my lawyers smart. So let's talk about. I'm gonna actually pick your brain just a little bit, right? So we have all of this innovation at our fingertips and all of these emerging industries that are diving into NFTs and diving into blockchain. And then, you're in Colorado, so then there's cannabis, right? So do you see the use of blockchain and NFTs as a way to really kind of legitimize and add that transparency to like the cannabis commodities market and things like that, where it's, right now people are like, no, it's illegal, it's drugs, I'm like, yeah, have you looked at the medicinal benefits? Because there's a lot of them. So, that's really where I'm looking at it, is like, how do we make cannabis more mainstream acceptable, and can blockchain and NFTs help with that? And what do you see in the industry?
I mean, I think that's a really compelling question. And I don't think I've thought of it in that, I haven't gone in that direction in my thinking, but if you sort of decouple all of the criminality and the, the kind of the white dress or whatever, what the best way is, like the religious, principles around cannabis, and you look at it as from an agricultural perspective, right, as an ag product that has certain IP tied to it, and the strain and the way that it's cultivated and the way that it's grown, and you strip all of the other stuff from it. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, you could do the same thing for tomatoes. You could do the same thing for corn. You could do the same thing for chilies, as and yeah, why not? And you have this unique way of doing something or representing something in the way that it's grown. It's just cannabis. It's just, and I know this is a wonderful or favorite topic for you as well, but pornography, right? Or like sex or the dating sex, anything, right? You strip away all of those societal layers. We look at it, just from a purity perspective, and it's IP, it's creation, it's proprietary information.
So this is one of the things that I'm so excited about because, pretty sure cannabis is going to be legalized pretty soon. And that leads us to a whole bunch of opportunity. And one of the things that I really love about blockchain is that it does add that level of transparency. You can go, seed to buyer and know the entire supply chain, know where everything stands, and then figure out, is it indoor grow? Is it outdoor grow? If it's outdoor grow and there's a hurricane, probably going to be a problem, right? So might want to short that one. But you got to look at it, like you said, just like agriculture. But I see that there's going to be a huge boom in this. And then with NFTs, that I just feel like people don't understand the NFT market. They're thinking, okay, it's a piece of art, or okay, it's a piece of music. But no, it can be so much more, and pretty much anything that requires rights or title,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. That's unique. Yeah.
That's unique. So I think that is absolutely fabulous. So for you, what are some of the, if you had to look forward 5 years, where do you think we're going to be in terms of blockchain adoption for mainstream people?
Well, I mean, where we are, you and I have known each other since 2017, and we're, again, going back to that point in time. Where we are now and where we were then is just, we've come a long way, right? So it's hard to predict, but it's always going to be the next something that isn't there yet, right? And I don't know. I guess I don't know where we'll be as far as adoption, but I know that you've got to get on the train, right? You're gonna miss it.
Right.
It's
the best
it's
time to
like,
plant a tree was
I keep wanting to reiterate the fact that it's not too late to get on that train. It's not too late to participate. It's not too late to become some kind of a player in the system, because that's what really matters, right? And it's, that's what I'm trying to evangelize here is, everybody needs to come in and play around with the toys in the sandbox here.
I always say that you're an OG if you're in before there's a Udemy class. And it was about a month ago, they put up the first NFT Udemy class. So I'm like, look, you're just an early adopter, but you're still an early adopter.
I love it.
Yeah. So and you're definitely one of the OGs in the blockchain space, especially in law. And you and I've had some fun conversations about untangling things.
We have.
So what are your top 3 pieces of advice for founders who are thinking about diving in? What are their concerns? I know you'd mentioned domicile before, because for me, that's always the number one thing is, where to domicile and why, and then what blockchain and why. But what are some of the maybe the sand traps that they're not seeing that you want to give them a little heads up?
Yeah, so domicile is important. Wyoming just offers so many different beautiful layers of privacy and corporate protections in the existing corporate legal framework. So that's one. The other one is, we're still in the land of security or not security, security or not security, security or not security. So that is a huge trap. And if you are sort of playing in that environment, you should be consulting with an attorney, because that is it's so many booby traps there and what you can do. But luckily, I mean, as of March 15th, the SEC has really come a long way in loosening up a lot of the restrictions that had previously existed. It's opened up investor kind of parity for non-accredited and accredited investors. Reg CF, the cap has been raised from 1.07 million to 5 million. Reg A Plus, you can do so much with funding portals. Check out fairmint.co, which is an awesome kind of portal where you can kind of program your equity, and Tim Draper just invested in them, so they're an awesome.
What was that?
They're called fairmint.co.
Nice.
Really, really, really cool way to raise additional capital on a continuous securities offering model. So domicile, securities, and then team. I guess, figuring out how to protect yourself down kind of in the long journey ahead, right? And you should always start any new entity or any new collaboration or project. Unfortunately, or at least have your lawyer think it through, but in somewhat of a negative way, that you have to prepare yourself for some kind of a divorce.
Prenups.
I'm gonna jump in. Yav, could you chat that Fairmint company that recently got just chatted in, so we can all see it? That would be so great. And I want to thank you so much, Adrian, for the Q&A, and Yav. Really, you're at the forefront here of the wave that is all things crypto, and thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. It's so needed, and I do want to reiterate to everyone out there, getting really good legal advice could be the difference between success and not having success. So you got to meet
now. Orange jumpsuit, yeah.
Yeah, you've gotten to meet a couple wonderful, talented attorneys through this event. So thank you for zooming in. It was so fun to do the fireside chat like last year. I love that format with you. Yeah, thank you for letting me share the stage with you. Very, very exciting to do. Definitely.
Thank you. Thanks, Molly. Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, so good to have you here.
And we have something this year that I'm beginning to really notice. We have a lot of women leadership here, and the female energy and the power in technology and law and all of this. If you're a woman out there getting started with your career, you absolutely can go anywhere you want to. This is a great time in history. And those of us who have gone before you have, in some ways, paved the way. And that, wasn't really a focus, but I'm realizing it is, because I'm about to introduce an extraordinary woman leader, and in her own right. And it's almost time, isn't it, Brandy, for our next one? So I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording really quick, which is what I do after each great talk. And Brandy's all ready to go. We're going to do our next introduction, and I am so honored to make this introduction. Let me go ahead and start the recording. I am so excited about this introduction, and that we have with us the very talented Heather Smith, the CEO of Storyfile. And before she gets started, I want to give a shout out and introduction. First of all, full disclosure, I am extraordinarily honored to be on the team and work in some capacity in support of Storyfile. It is truly such a prolific and profoundly exceptional company under Heather's leadership that you're going to get to hear about today. And something you may not have heard of in association with StoryFile are NFTs, but they go together very well. And you may have seen the coverage on 60 Minutes with Heather's work. That is with the Holocaust survivors, which is now interactive AI content in her venture. And it's something you heard earlier about Portal. We are honored to display in the Portal StoryFile. So I want to give the stage to Heather Smith, who is also a friend. I'm so grateful. And one more thing, Heather, last year you were pitching your company, and now your company is just, it's on fire. I mean, I'm so excited to hear your story about StoryFile. So the floor is yours, Heather. Take it away. I think you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love working with Molly because she's got amazing energy that she brings to everything. So we're definitely pleased and honored to work with you as well. And I want to thank the whole AI Showbiz team for inviting me back this year to talk to you about the exciting new things we're doing at StoryFile, the world's first conversational video platform, or as we call it, videos that talk back. StoryFile allows people to get to know other people in an exciting new way. So I'm going to explain it to you for those that you don't know. They will be able to have conversations with anyone, anywhere, anytime. People will be able to ask their heroes about their life, their accomplishments, the decisions they've made, and ask them why. Ask anyone questions about their life's journey, about the world we live in, and what they've learned along the way on their journey. We will answer them, our authentic selves. They will see us talking to them and hear our stories in our own words and in our own voice. Nothing edited or manipulated. It's just the authentic you. So I'm going to give you a little back history. About 10 years ago, I envisioned a world where people would be able to ask Holocaust survivors about their lives. People would continue to have conversations with them long after they were no longer with us. I embarked on a journey that would change my life. I partnered with several institutions to develop a way for us to talk to real people long after they had passed away. When I had this idea, there was no way that I could know if it would actually work as I had envisioned, because nothing like this had ever been done before, and there was not even a model for it. So mainly funders, people, they couldn't envision it. Remember, Skype at the time was not widespread yet. This was 2010, 2009, and certainly no FaceTime and no Siri on the horizon. So why real people? Why couldn't we use avatars or virtual characters of the survivors? And I assure you that even 10 years ago, that would have been a lot easier than what we ended up doing. But it had to be authentic. The Holocaust had been plagued with deniers, which meant that if it was going to be taken seriously, people could never say that these conversations were made up or manipulated. Interestingly, there are issues that we currently are wrestling with, the authenticity and security of our own digital assets and our own videos and people, and whether or not people actually said things. But we made this decision almost 10 years ago for the obvious reasons. Besides looking into someone's eyes as they are telling you a story, seeing and feeling their body language, and hearing all the intonations in their voice is key, actually, to being able to make a real connection with someone. And that is not possible to do through creating an avatar of an individual. So no virtual characters, no animation, no CGI, no curated responses using their voice, no deep fakes. And don't get me wrong, digital recreations do have a place, especially when those individuals are no longer alive. But they have to be done with a lot of care, a lot of attention to authenticity, and a lot of attention to every small detail. Because whenever possible, and I think most of us would all agree, the real thing, without a doubt, is always preferable. I was called crazy. People said to me, "You want to talk to dead people?" And the project was even called the Seance Project by one institution. Funny though, I was still determined. And I think it was because I was naive enough to think I could make it happen. And besides, no one else was coming up with any other option. These people, the Holocaust survivors, had taught us so much. The world needed them to share their experiences with us. If they weren't making a difference, why would people keep asking them to come tell their story year after year, decade after decade? So we were 5 years into the project, then something changed. It was a tipping point. I finally saw that what I had envisioned would actually work as we envisioned it. And what's more, people were actually excited about the possibility of doing it themselves. The one question I got most often was, can I do this myself? So I thought, what would it be like if generations from now, every human being was able to talk to some relative of theirs that had lived decades before them, or learn something from someone that they would not have had the chance to meet or talk to in person? So I set out to build an entirely new system. It had to be automated, it had to be affordable, and it had to use capture devices that everyone had at their hand if it was going to be ubiquitous for presidents and grandparents alike, for everyone, because everyone's story mattered. Storyfile is a tech platform that anyone, individuals, and institutions can use to create their own conversational video interactions or content. Icons can use it, create their own content. Anyone asked the same question over and over again can use Storyfile. Adventurers can talk to anyone they want about their experience. Experts of all kinds can teach us. Our heroes can answer all kinds of questions and we can feel like we've really gotten to know them. For institutional knowledge or memory, for even getting to know someone, for training, for education, historical figures of all kinds, but especially for our families, our personal legacy, and our future generations. Soon we are launching our very first product. It's our consumer product. Storyfile Life is a website where everyone will be able to produce their own story file. Interview your parents, your grandparents, relatives, your children, or yourself. Imagine your children being able to talk to their great-grandparents and learn about what their life was like, or your 15-year-old children talking to your 25-year-old self, or even you at 15 years old. That would be an amazing conversation. Anyone will be able to film themselves, create a story file, and then interact with themselves in real time. Storyfile Life has the tools to create your own story file, tell your own story in your own words and in your own voice. So look more for William Shatner, who graciously has agreed to be the face of Storyfile Life, and let him tell you why he did a story file, and it's coming this June. But this is only the beginning. We will make conversational video ubiquitous. This is a completely new medium that is going to change how we communicate. Soon, we will be able to talk to a product. For example, I would love to ask about Ford's new Mach-E, ask a follow-up question of a teacher after a lesson, get to know someone before we schedule that all-important first interview or first date, get the answers that we need in the moment from someone that actually knows the answer. All we have to do is ask. No more spending time looking for that person's contact details, waiting for a text or an email, or God forbid, looking through a manual for the answer. What if I could have a conversation with someone that was also diagnosed with multiple sclerosis or brain cancer, breast cancer, any kind of disability or any kind of diagnosis, and ask them how they coped with the diagnosis or how they told their family, how they told their children? What if I could have some difficult conversations with people without worrying about judgment or fear of hurting them? And we're also, as Molly told you, we're working with Portal. So we're working with all kinds of display options. We're completely display agnostic, but Portal is probably my favorite because it brings a holographic image of you anywhere. And the small footprint that it offers is going to change the way we interact with holographic imagery through museums or even movie theaters or conventions or anywhere, visitor centers, anywhere. You can talk to a story file. Let's say you are at a film festival and you would like to talk to the director of one of the films, and you can just walk up to her portal and ask her anything about the film and why she made it and what's this and what choices they made, all kinds of conversations that you can have anywhere, anytime. But you could also talk to a story filer on your phone, your computer, anywhere or anytime. So let's get to the point. Let's talk about monetization and NFTs. Well, what if individuals were able to monetize their story files? For example, charities could take donations from people that want to have conversations with their ambassadors. Icons could have conversations with their fans at conventions all over the world at the same time. Or their fans could have the opportunity to ask them questions through a pay-to-play, as easy as renting a movie. But the ultimate for any fan would be to own a conversation with their hero through an NFT. It could be a whole life history. It could be around a specific theme, or just 5, 10, 20 questions that you're curious about and want to ask that individual. Fans could buy NFTs in parts, similar to trading cards, or whole, as a body of work or life history, sort of as one might own an artist's catalog. It's really up to the individual. After all, StoryFile is a proprietary, unique digital content that can be customizable. The content is purely owned by the individual, so the opportunities are actually endless. The unique aspect that StoryFile offers is the conversational interaction. Say you attach a video clip or a photo to an NFT. The added value of being able to ask that person questions. For example, there's an NFT right now up for sale of LeBron James making a beautiful, beautiful shot. And it's going for $250,000 currently. What if I told you that not only could you have that 40-second video, but you could then ask LeBron James about that shot and about that game and talk to him? What would that moment be? What would that to own that conversation would be priceless. Of course, we would all love it if every story filer did it purely for altruistic purposes and that everyone's story files were made public. But we do understand that some individuals do make a living from sharing their experiences during their lifetime. And we would never tell anyone what to do, as it is their content to do with as they wish. That said, there are opportunities now for these individuals to monetize their story file if they so choose. Think about that person. I love the question, like, who would you have dinner? Who would the one person that you would love to have at a dinner party? Now, what if you owned that conversation and could have that conversation over and over again with your hero, or share that unique conversation with the world? What would that be worth? Now, please keep in mind, unlike your other guests, I am not an expert in NFTs. That said, what I do know an awful lot about is content. And whether you're talking about online, VR, AR, or any kind of other storytelling medium, we're all talking about content. It all depends on having content, useful, interesting, purpose-driven, or entertaining content. That's first and foremost what it's all about. So Storyfile offers the world of NFTs the same thing it offers any other vertical, a non-linear, truly interactive experience. Instead of being told a narrative that you want that's been crafted by someone else and based on what they want you to know, Storyfile offers a user-led, or as we like to call it, a curiosity-driven experience. We're encouraging everyone to get into creating their own content for NFTs. One of our favorite quotes at Storyfile happens to be from Sappho. She was a Roman poet. She said, "Someone will remember you, even in another time." Storyfile makes it possible for generations to remember you for all time. This is the evolution of storytelling, conversational video, videos that talk back. Thank you for listening. And now I'm looking forward to answering your questions.
Oh, Heather, that was so epic. Oh my goodness. You know, I get to know maybe a little bit more about Storyfile than most, being on the team over there, but learned some new things, and I love what you said about NFTs. Adrian is here to lead the Q&A portion. Go ahead, Adrian.
Hi.
Oh my God, you might not be the NFT queen, but I am. And let me tell you, I have 1.5 million ideas for you.
Great.
So, I mean,
bring it on.
I will. My favorite line. I work with a lot of platinum selling Grammy winning artists, and my favorite thing is, look, you see a lot of musicians out there and they're minting an album that's 2 years old that has music videos on YouTube, and they slap a cover on it and they ask for $100,000. That's not an NFT. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. For every filmmaker, I run these NFT rooms on Clubhouse, and sometimes they go for 10 days. Sometimes they go for 24 hours straight. And they're always looking for what can they do to make their NFT unique. And you are literally about to be my favorite tip for every single person creating their NFT. So you and I are going to have to get together offline so I understand it and I can pitch it correctly. But this is beautiful. This is so much better than when I recommend the Criterion Collection and doing a director's narrative, you know, like the director's track where they talk about those things. Yeah. I'm in awe.
Thank you.
And I'm hard to impress. So girl, this is insane. This is so good.
Thank you.
Yes. And I totally see every application, the dating thing, oh my God, all of it.
Amazing.
All of it. So I just check really quickly right here to make sure I have all of the questions. So when you're open to, Catherine asked, when it's open to all of the public, how would you prepare the AI for obnoxious and offensive questions?
Easily. There are some of the responses, we call them off topic. And so for example, you would say, you could be nicer than that, you know, or I don't have an answer to that question. Maybe you would like to ask me about my childhood or my career, or
yes,
what the championship game was like, you know, to win, or that gold medal, or climbing Mount Everest, or anything.
So it's not a deep fake, and it's not an AI generating your voice and answering the questions. It's actually pre-recorded video.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So the AI is really just determining the question that you've asked and the appropriate video for the answer.
Yes, we had to write our own NLP software and our own algorithms, and we have our own machine learning aspect of it as well. And we did that because we wanted it to be as natural of a conversation as possible. So we wanted it to understand the entire question, every word in the question, and the context of that question. So that's what we're working on developing and moving forward as we speak.
Okay, so tactical question here. How, if I'm going to bundle a story file as locked content, how will people access this?
So you're talking about, well, you have the ability to invite anybody to access the story file if you want. You can also make it private. You can also make it public. So,
okay.
And it can be embedded in any website you want. We are coming out with a mobile app as well that you'll be able to search people that have made their story files public. That'll come out in the fall.
Okay.
But
So
yeah.
for NFTs, so here's my thought.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. Okay. For NFTs, one of the things that I talk to filmmakers about is that they could use like Vimeo Private, put their film only on their website, lock it to that domain name. Could we do the same thing with the story file? Because we can use the NFT as a token access gate so that only people who own this NFT can even enter the private part.
Yep.
So then it would automatically play.
You can do it all. Yeah. And I'll tell you, we're using a really interesting new software. And you might have heard of it. It's called Starling. And we're doing that so that we can say to our community and anyone that does the story file that the videos that they're capturing, if anyone does rip it from the internet or any other device, if anyone alters it, if anyone messes with it, changes your words, uses a voice to make you say something that you didn't, that video will be tagged and you'll know it. So you'll know if it's been manipulated.
Wow. So it's like
it's like a fingerprint. It's like a fingerprint of the video. So they can tell you if it's been messed with.
Wonderful. So it's basically like the blockchain permanence of your video so that it's
all using blockchain. Don't ask me how it works.
Yeah. So we have another question from Nathan about membership fees and storage and what does that look like? So I'm going to sign up today, and how do I do that? And what is that going to cost me?
You can go to storyfile.com and you can sign up to be one of the first to know when it launches. To do a full story file is probably going to run in the range of $200 to $500, and it will depend on how much content you're videoing, how much storage it is, how much you're recording.
And are there monthly maintenance fees, or is it a flat fee up front?
There's annual, very small annual storage fee, but it's mostly it's primarily a one-time payout. There will be people, and they'll probably use more of the mobile app for this, but let's say podcasters, for example, just as an example, they want to add their own questions and they want to make their own Q&A. And so they would do it probably through the mobile app or using our backend, which is going to be our B2B. It's a SaaS product that we're launching also. And they can create their own content, put that out there in the world whenever they want to, weekly, daily, whatever they want, and answer all of the fans' questions at one go, so they don't have to do it over and over and over again.
I see a huge use in this for founders. So every time we do a pitch competition, we get the same, 50 questions, and it's, the tokenomics and what's your revenue plan and how are you going to get your users to sign up and right?
Yeah.
And I could totally see, having a platform built on top of Storyfile specifically for pitches, where here's my pitch, here's my deck, it's all beautiful, and then the investors can then ask their questions afterwards.
We did a story file for one of our fundraising rounds, and we're gonna have to redo it when we go back into the next round. But yeah, it was super useful because it answers all the basic questions, and like you said, they're all the same 25 questions up front, and then you get into the details, obviously.
Right, but then your response to that detail can literally be, I don't have a story file for that set up, but you are more than welcome to reach out and email me that question.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
I think this is ingenious. How did I not know of you or hear of you before? I have a dating app and I want to integrate now. So what is the?
Oh, you're gonna have to get in line, but yeah, people for some reason, and that was, I mean, we've been in this. We started Storyfile and working on it about 2018, 2017. And one of the things one of the verticals that our investors just love is the possibility of the dating world. Yeah, I'd love to talk to you any day.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that you guys get connected. I'm so excited the two of you have met. And Heather, oh my goodness, what an incredible talk. I'm so inspired. Keep up the wonderful work. Is there anything that we can all do, the viewers, and we're also live on YouTube, out there to help you with what you're doing with Storyfile?
If you want to all go on storyfile.com and sign up we will email you when Storyfile Life launches in June. So you'll be the first to try it out. And
I would love to be the very first.
Please let us know what you think. You know,
I used to break into banks for a living, and I can break anything just naturally. Like it's part of my magic. Like you put a rock solid platform in front of me, and I'll crash it in like 10 minutes.
I might get it. I might give you the beta version then.
Yeah, you don't want to do the beta version.
I don't want anyone having problems in June.
No, and I'll do it in magical ways that nobody ever thought of. It'll hit all the functional requirements and the user requirements and do exactly what it's supposed to do, and then I'll somehow make it do what it's not supposed to do.
Okay.
How much fun has this talk been, and insightful and enlightening and most of all inspirational. Keep up the wonderful work, Heather. Thank you for zooming in today.
Thank you
for all that you and the team are doing at Storyfile.
Thank you for letting us share all our great news, exciting news this year. And keep up the good work with the AI Showbiz. Love it.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you so much.
And I'm signed up.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, wow, this day is going so quickly. I just sent a text that I'm truly having one of the very best days of my life. I love the community that we have formed with AI Showbiz, and I am thrilled about our next speaker, and she was pitching her venture last year, and she is here today to share her wisdom. Literally, you'll see in a moment what I'm talking about. Brandy, the day is flying by. Isn't it fascinating? Wasn't Heather incredible?
Thank you. Yes, there's many aspects of how all of this is tying in together. I say, we are taking over the world with greatness and impact and good technology. So absolutely, I just think it's fascinating. I've actually was on an advisory board for a product similar, and there was a lot of gray area. So I know how hard she must have been working over this time to be able to offer this as a solution coming up really soon. So I'm excited to see it all come together. We have someone who is going to bring us into the Dream Machine Impact NFT. And I'm so excited.
Hold on a sec. We need to stop and start recording.
I just stopped the recording, and I'm about to start it again because it's time to introduce our next amazing speaker. And while I'm not doing the full introduction, I want to just say that we have a true talent about to speak, and listen closely because she is a systems thinker. They are a rare breed in the world, and she has such wonderful as I said, wisdom literally to share with all of us. So I'm going to start the recording now because it is time. And there we go. And Brandy, go ahead.
Welcome once again. We have our next speaker and trailblazer, Zenka Kara. She is the founder of the Wisdom Age Metaverse. Today's talk is all about the launch of the Dream Machine and the Impact NFT and the regenerative DeFi crypto seeds. So what if the world was put to the most passionate people in the world to work? What if the design was reusable templates to power the best of the future? So Zanko Caro is going to create that system and bringing that to us today. And Zanko Caro, thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to have you on the show.
Great, thanks so much. Thanks for having me today. I'm going to go ahead and share some slides. As Molly said, I'm a systems architect, which means that I try to look at the whole system and see what is needed. And I'm also a futurist, so I'm really looking toward the edge of technology to see what we can do to improve our future. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, bring up my slides here. Okay. And I'm also going to turn off my video. There seems to be a slight delay here. All right. So today, like we just talked about, we're going to be talking about some important things, namely passion, right? Passion is actually something that happens in our brains. It creates a chemical reaction, a dopamine rush. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the work of the Flow Genome Project, but they talk about how, Stephen Kotler talks about how, you know, when investors invest in someone, they look for passionate people. They look for curiosity, because curiosity is the thing that's going to get you up every morning with your mind racing toward what you want to create, right? And it's never quite done. So we're in an interesting time period in the world. It's kind of like tabula rasa, right? We have a blank slate here. So what are we going to do with this? Because in a sense, we're all in a hero's journey together right now. We're at the climax, right? So what are we going to do with our hero's journey, right? We know what the challenges are ahead. So what are we going to do? And obviously, George talked about this too. We're about to enter a global renaissance, and this is some of the technologies that can help us do that. I want to talk a little bit about trends. As a strategist, I'm always looking to see what are the trends, what are the biggest trends out there, and we're going to talk about a few of these today. So again, as George said, we cannot underestimate this factor. Like he's saying, in 10 years, this is, everything's gonna flip, right? So we need to account for that in everything that we do, in all of our decisions. It's as if like Christmas happened and we just got all the gifts, right? All the tools. He talked about the lifeboats of the internet and the cell phone. Well, we also have XR and NFTs and blockchains. So what are we going to do with this Christmas, right? The other major trend that's happening in the world today is everything started to get human-centered, right? It's like patient-led care. You can't heal yourself unless you want to be healed, right? Unless you're taking charge, right? Same thing with student-led education. Everything they're doing now is based on that, like guiding people through their own curiosity as the way. And human-centered design, right? You can design something at the top, but if it doesn't work for the end user, that's not good, right? So the third trend that I want to talk about is this idea that no matter how inconvenient it is, we have to realize that everything is interconnected, right? We once had this idea that we could work in silos and really come together and figure this out. But the truth of the matter is that if your body is sick in one place, it's going to throw your whole equilibrium off, right? So if we have a problem in one part of the world, it's going to affect everyone else. So we really have to think of, the whole system and how everything's working. So that's why gap theory is so important. When you take a snapshot of the full picture, what is missing, right? We're going to identify this. We're also going to talk about kind of phenomenology. That's something that's been so incredibly fascinating to me, is when I look at statistical data, what is outliers? What are the things that don't make any sense? And Burning Man created an outlier effect. They nailed joy, right? I mean, people went crazy. This was a week in their life where they could do anything. They could ride these bikes, they could wear whatever they wanted. And that was incredibly contagious. And it's also a lesson for us. You know, we can build a dystopia if we just put efficiency and functionality in the future, right? We need to bring in that joy. The other thing is that this is an all hands on deck. You know, we're heading 1,000 miles per hour into this future, this unknown future. And we've got the governments working hard to figure this out. We've got the private sectors figuring this out. But the individuals aren't really yet invited to the table. They need more support than a company that's organized, that's structured. It's like, hey guys, we're all going this way, right? But individuals need that support in order to create, right? And so we need to build these tools for individuals to really contribute in a new way, because we are all going to be needed, right? And the last phenomenon that I want to talk about is the X Prize effect. You know, this is one of the biggest ones. Is like, how could this happen, right? So they put citizens, small, tiny teams, on doing the biggest things like reusable rocket launches. And what happened is they realized that that people with no money, but just time and knowledge, were competing against massive companies and NASA and everybody else, right? So we realized that knowledge and time is really, really important, even just with a little bit of money. So when we looked at how are we going to build this blank slate NFT, what if we could create the perfect NFT? What would it be, right? Well, we wanted to create impact. You know, you see these like $69 million, NFTs being sold, but we need to put that money toward world building, right? We're in the process of laying the rails that are going to allow this renaissance to flourish, right? So we don't want to be, hoarding and saving money. We want to be putting it into impact, right? Because what we do now is going to have a big effect later. We also know that experience is king right now, right? We can have these transformational experiences. Everybody wants to have these experiences that expand their worldview, right? And we also know that NFTs need to become more sustainable. It's really, really important. So we designed the NFT to work with the Seeds crypto. Now, the Seeds is the conscious currency. It's a regenerative cryptocurrency. I'm going to share in the chat when we get to the Q&A the link so you can learn more about it. But it's a phone app that works kind of like PayPal and Venmo, where you can pay your friends in crypto with no transaction fees, right? So it's incredible. They have two apps. One's a wallet and one's a passport, right? And the passport is used for voting and all sorts of things. So what they've done is incredible. They've created this zero fees exchange, right? Then they've created an incredible community that's coherent, right? So they've got people from all over the world working toward a sustainable planet. And that, it's invite only again right now. So again, I'll send you some seeds. I'll get you started with an invite. I'll share my email. But creating a community that has a very tight culture, every interaction that you have with them on the Discord or whatever has that really caring, loving, open, let's all do this together, incredible feeling. And it's really important. And with a small group of people like that, you can really cause a big wave, and it can really help people self-organize. The other thing that they've solved is DeFi, decentralized finance governance, right? Governance is always like the messy thing. We talk about wanting these horizontal, companies and everything, but the devil's in the details, right? How do you do that? Well, Seeds has created these grants that they're giving away, 2 types of grants. And then the people that actually own Seeds are the ones that get to vote using the app as to where the money goes. So they've already modeled this incredible, difficult problem in a really, really beautiful way. They have 88 countries, 450 organizations. So again, all of our NFT money, whether you get it through OpenSea or Rarible, it's all going to be put into seeds before it's distributed to the dreamers. So what is the Dream Machine? What's the idea behind it? The idea is that we start to put lifestyle and civilization redesign in a GitHub. And for those of you that's not familiar with GitHub, right, it's an open source templates, like reusable instruction manuals, right, for doing things that we all want to do, that are cutting edge, that don't exist. We're on the Rarible and the OpenSea platform, so you can use, I don't know how many people have a wallet yet. This uses the MetaMask wallet. And as Yev said, like, get in there, do this. If you haven't figured out how to connect a wallet or send money from Coinbase to your wallet, with the send, it's a trip. You know what I mean? You got to get in there and try it. It's a learning. You'll be glad you did. You might not be an OG, like they said. You'll be an early adopter, but it's super fun. And I want to share a couple of the dreams that are in the Dream Machine. And this is an NFT. And I guess you got the reference there, so the art reference there, right? That artwork was created by Mariquita Quiroga, and it's for a project for 3 creators in Argentina to actually build a sustainable hydroponic vegetable garden for a small town in an outlying city, outlying of Cordoba, right? They've already built the prototypes. When all 5 of their NFTs sell, they will be building this entire template, this instruction manual for any town around the world to build a vegetable garden, complete with cell phone ordering for the local community, right? Local creation, local distribution. The second NFT we have is called Alive. And the idea is to really inspire art collectors to invest in living artists, right? We are going through this crazy backflip right now in society, and it cannot be put into words, but artists help us do that. They help explain that. And this NFT is so incredible. This again is Mariquita, who's done all of the artwork so far in the Dream Machine. It will be opening up, but she really created this initial, heart stamp on the original pieces. And her NFT comes with incredible experiences. So she has 4 NFTs in a bundle. And once all 4 are sold, she will be painting an impact mural. So you'll be paying for that as part of as part of the NFT. And you'll be getting an original piece of physical artwork that you get to choose. So the first in the series is already sold, so that's gone. But the second one will get the next season. So they'll be able to look at her artwork and say, okay, I'm spring. I get to choose from her spring collection which piece of artwork I want. And in turn, you're supporting her for $6,000 in total is the 4 NFTs for an entire year of her dedicating her life to her art, to raising our consciousness, to sharing her gifts with the world. And this is the incredible NFT that she's created for us. And the last NFT we're going to share in the Dream Machine is a project that I'm working on called the Interdimensional Travel Agency. We talk about all these restrictions on travel, right? But really, we have agency, as Nani would call, right here in our own bodies, right? To have these, whether it's an out-of-body experience or a float tank experience with VR in outer space, or Lucia Light, which is pictured here, which is light therapy that was developed to activate your pineal gland, right? No need for substances or anything, right? Or Adam Apollo giving a astral travel class. all of these experiences are incredible ways for us to explore our consciousness. And it's a great project, and it's a citizen science to really collect information on the visible world. I mean, we know a lot about rocks at this point, so let's figure out the stuff that we don't know about. And here's the one of the NFTs in this series so you can get a feel for it. So again, I'll share these in the chat when I stop the screen sharing, but you can go to Rarible or OpenSea. There's things for every budget. Nadia's going to be giving a class about accessing your Merkaba, your inner fields, right? And that's $100. So there's all different price ranges for you guys to get started with and to support these dreams. So again, when we designed the Dream Machine Impact NFT, we decided not to do an auction, right? We wanted to have fixed prices because we have this philosophy that enough is enough, right? We have these budgets and it costs, X amount to do X thing, right? And that's all it takes. So we want to be frugal with our money and really just use what we have to create what we have in our minds, right? And these are designed, NFTs are designed to do it together. So the experiences and the dreams don't unlock until every single NFT in the series is bought. So if there's 4, all 4 get bought. So this is a chance for you, if you're passionate about a project, to network, to call your friends. Hey, let's turn on this dream for humanity. Because again, these are templates that can be reused by other muralists or other people that are making gardens or other people. The travel agency is going to be a nexus. It's going to be a marketplace for all the people that do these things for people, whether it's breath work or whatever, right? We're creating these infrastructures that support us all. And again, yeah, we wanted to make it into a template that the world could use. So we're not doing these as one-offs. These are ideas that anybody who has a dream can grab an artist and grab some people with crypto and just make these dreams come true. So we hope that you have a lot of fun at this conference and exploring NFTs and new technology, because it really is about passion and curiosity combined. And again, as George said, it's not about tech. It's about how tech systems work with people systems. So we really tried to make this marriage come true in this project, because both of them can come together to create our collective hero's journey. So we invite you into that, and we invite you to pair up and live your legacy.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So I'm very interested in how do I have an echo and it's not me. Oh, I have an echo and it's not me. So I'm very curious how the artists are going to collaborate and work together. Can you expand on that?
Well, the idea is that NFTs obviously are, I think you guys said earlier today, like the artists are at the heart of this NFT movement, right? So in our sense, our collaboration was with Marakita, right? She's the first artist in this alive template that can be reused by other artists. But we encourage people to use artists to create these beautiful NFTs because they're beautiful and they're valuable. They'll be resold, right? They're beautiful in and of itself. We've added experiences, we've added impact through the Seeds crypto, but at the heart, there's these beautiful creations, right, that have their life. So we encourage people to team up with artists as they explain their dream to the world.
That is wonderful. I can't see your video and I'm wondering why.
Sorry, I didn't want a repeat of what we had earlier with the bandwidth, so.
Oh no, wonderful. Hi, good to see your face. I just want to make sure everybody can see your bright smiling face. So for these NFTs, how did you go about the minting process? You said they're on Rarible, so I'm assuming that means Ethereum. Was it on layer 2 or was it regular Ethereum? And how did you go about deciding both what to include and also the different levels? And I love that you included something for everyone.
Yeah. So, we looked at both OpenSea and Rarible as platforms, and we were attracted to both of them for different reasons. And it's incredible because in the 3 weeks in whatever the lead up to this conference as we were creating them, the features have changed, right? OpenSea just got a ton of money, right? They've got all these programmers changing everything. Same thing with Rarible. We noticed that they had live auctions. You know what I mean? All this stuff is changing. But one thing that I didn't like about OpenSea was that they were wrapping the ETH, and it seemed expensive for me because we want all the money to go to these creations, right? These real world impact projects, templates that can be reused. We don't want it to get caught in, gas fees and minting fees and all that stuff. At the time we're creating them last week and minting them, OpenSea was not allowing series as well, right? It's not going to be adding in a feature, and we couldn't find out from Reddit when that was going to happen. So, and the Rarible, the gas fees were only about $75 after we paid the $300 for the general umbrella of the collection, right? So that was really affordable because we're thinking, wow, we're going to spend $175 just on gas for these things, or passing that on to the buyer. Why not just pay this smaller fee, bundle them together again so that people network in order to wrap the entire dream together. And then you can also publish them. If you use the same wallet, which, the MetaMask wallet, then you can republish them on OpenSea. It just automatically goes over there.
Nice. So you get the benefit of multiple platforms.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. So aside from purchasing everything, what is something else that we can do to support you?
Well, I think it's just, I was in technology for so long in XR, extended reality, and augmented reality. And I would go to these conferences and people would give these speeches and they didn't even know what they were talking about. Like, I got the feeling that these executives hadn't even been putting on the headset to try the experiences. So what you can do is get in there, right? Get your hand, don't sit on the sidelines, right? Really get in there and do this, set up your wallet, write down your, what I mean? It's a whole thing, write down your codes and really just explore and continue to think about what we can do again, to engage people, to use their energy, their precious time into creating the world that we want now, because we've got 5 years or whatever we've got to really put these foundational things in place. So seeds, for example, it's a great example of how they did tabula rasa. They said, well, if we could do anything with crypto, we would do this. So you don't want to bring all of the things that you didn't like about the old system into the new system. So it's very important to support the creators that are thinking about how we eventually want to do this, right? And getting behind them and supporting them. So I encourage you to, really seek out the people who you think are going to have a long-term impact and support their work.
And Brandy asked if there was a way to get children involved. Because it seems to me like when my son, he's now almost 18, but when he was 4, he was doing yoga in preschool. And I was like, that's pretty forward thinking. I mean, I'm from the Bay Area, so of course we were doing yoga at 4 years old in preschool. But I think that getting children and youth involved early could also help set the culture for the next generation. So how can children get involved?
Well, it's interesting because it's like Greta. Greta was such this like choking reminder that that they have to have a seat at the table. So do our grandmothers and grandfathers, right? all of this wisdom, the full spectrum wisdom, has to be at the table for this redesign, right? And children often see the world in ways that we don't, and they're also very, it's very interesting, the coming generations. It's like they don't want money so much as they want a lifestyle that it gives them more freedom. They won't work for a company that doesn't have a social impact. It's like, if this is all about money, I'm not working. It's like, so they're different. And so I think that's great. The idea is that it's kind of like a free for all, like Burning Man. It's like, bring your gifts, bring your passion to the dream machine, right? And let's get these projects funded. And we would love to have a project with children. I think that'd be amazing, right? What do they want to do? What do they think is needed? How much is it going to cost?
Thank you so much. This has been absolutely fascinating today, hearing from you, and Adrian, thank you for the great Q&A. Zenka, I'm so fortunate to be in a mastermind with you and your brilliance. You are really going places, and you've put together a platform here that can really help others achieve their goals as well. So thank you so much for all your help too with AI Showbiz. You've been such a help to me. I can't thank you enough. And I guess the final thing is, if people would like to help you directly with what you're doing, how do they reach you?
Yeah, so you can go to rarible.com/thedreammachine to find the NFTs, and you can also reach out to me at zenka.org. And I just want to say, Molly, you are the definition of passion. It's like the energy and your enthusiasm. It's so contagious, and it brings out the best in people. And you have the capability to accomplish such powerful, cutting edge, pioneering, big dreams and things, because passion is such a big trait for you. So thanks for sharing your passion with us today and putting all this together for us to learn. Really amazing.
Thank you, Zenka. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to stop the recording, and thank you for putting together such a wonderful talk, and and to all the Trailblazer talkers today that are with us. And we are flying through this day, one of the best days of my life. I have loved every single talk. And if you are just zooming in, you are at AI Showbiz on NFTs. We are talking non-fungible tokens all day, every way, all day long, every way, today. And and we have a new speaker that is going to be joining us in a moment. And Doug, if you want to just don't quite share your backdrop yet, we have a little process we go through where we show your picture to mark the beginning. So stand by, but that just looks so super cool. I love how you put your slide into your virtual backdrop. And Doug is about to speak from Nokia. First time, this is his premiere AI Showbiz talk, and I can't wait for this talk. I'm so excited. Been looking forward to it all day long, Doug, and thank you for your support and jumping on the AI Showbiz bandwagon, shall we say. It is here on the West Coast 4:30. It is 7:30 on the East Coast, and we are zooming literally and figuratively through the day. Brandy, what do you think? Has it not been just incredible so far?
Powerful. I am so excited. Some of the conversation around seeds and interjecting what it takes, and then the gas fees. These are very important points of intersection. I think we could even go bigger in that conversation, because people want to talk about monetization. People want to cross target, cause, impact, but we have to have this major money conversation, right, Molly? I know we've talked about, we all care in our heart, but at the end of the day, there's millions of dollars being made over here. And all of us caregivers and way showers and bridge makers are having the money conversation. So I think it's time to collapse that bridge and to make it, unified. So I think Zinka, you're onto something. I'm so looking forward to bringing Younga Forum into conversation with you. We'll talk about that at a later time. Yes, we are here now. And I know that you have a specific relationship with Doug. And
well, yeah, I have met Doug actually fairly recently. And as luck would have it, he was calling me about speaking at something else. And I said, hey, how would you like to speak at AI Showbiz? And he said, yes. So we're super excited about that. And we're ready to introduce Doug. And so I'm going to let you take it away from here. But just give me 1 second, Brandy. I start the recording. We are recording. Brandy, go for it.
Welcome all. We have Trailblazer Doug Holland, who is coming in live with Solution Architect from Nokia. His topic today is about the 21st century, the century of the billion and billions. When will we reach 1 billion 5G, XR, NFTs, and crypto users? And this is Doug Holland. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity. Just start the slide. And do you hear me okay? Just want to make sure.
Loud and clear, Doug, loud and clear.
Okay, let's see. Unfortunately, give me one. Oh, there it goes. Good. Okay, so it's just a little bit about myself. I work for Nokia. I started my journey actually in 1989 with cellular telephone systems with Nokia. Let's see, something else came up. Okay, they're good. Okay, so I worked at Nokia. I came through Nokia through an acquisition of Motorola. And my focus is around connecting people to the people, information, things they value. And so I worked on 1G technology, going to 6G now. We're launching 5G and we're starting to plan for 6G already. Working on XR technology, AI blockchain, telepresence, distance learning, telemedicine, autonomous vehicles, smart city, and sustainability. And I'm part of Peter Diamandis' Abundance Digital Group. And I'm also involved in educators in VR and students in VR. In fact, I'm going to give a similar talk I'm going to give here today next week at an Educators in VR event. So the reason I wanted to talk about our history. So the history of humanity, in 1802, we reached 1 billion people on the planet. And when I heard about that date, 1802, I heard about, I knew about that date, around that time is when we got 1 billion people. My dad was a history teacher, so I like history. But I knew that in 2002, we reached actually 1 billion cell phone users. And I was thinking, well, it's just exactly 200 years. Isn't that kind of an interesting, just kind of, I like round numbers. So I thought, okay, well, what other things came along 1 billion, that 1 billion humans or 1 billion things? And so I started looking at that. One comment is that when I started working at Nokia, or excuse me, Motorola, there were 7 million cell phones in the world in 1989. And 25 years later, we actually had more cell phones than humans on the planet. So just as a reference point of how things can change very quickly. So 1802, 1 billion humans, 2002, 1 billion cell phones. And then we started to have other billions, 1 billion internet users, 1 billion internet devices, 1 billion vehicles, 1 billion smartphones came along in 2011. Then you had AI devices. Actually, 2018, there were 1 billion people that were 60 years old or older in 2018. So then I started thinking, okay, when and actually in 2020, last year, 1.6 billion smartphones shipped. And, what are the ramifications of having this explosion of technology available, and how will it impact the NFT world and the cryptocurrency world? So that's what I'm going to be talking about. The technology I'm working on right now, mainly focused on, is 5G technology. And so I said, okay, when will there be 1 billion 5G users? And I think 5G will really help with cryptocurrency, NFT, people owning NFTs, digital twins, virtual reality, telepresence, and other things that are billion. So the billion people, there's about 8 billion people now on the planet. These are the first billion are kind of the trailblazers, and then as we get to, then we set the stage for the next, 5 or 6 billion people that come along. So I gave my first 5G presentation. I started working on it actually in about 2012. I worked on the Sprint account team. But in 2015, I had an opportunity to give a 5G presentation at the Trillion Sensor Summit. And the Trillion Sensor Summit was about how do we bring abundance and the Internet of Things to everyone. And so the hope was that even in the late 2020s, we could be a trillion sensors out. Now, we didn't get quite there. It looks like we're going to get a trillion sometime in the early 2030s. In fact, ARM just announced recently that they'll have shipped a trillion IoT devices by 2035. So I'm thinking like 2032 is kind of when we'll be out into trillions of things, but still there's this tremendous growth. So, I don't want to downplay a trillion, being maybe 5 years off, because it's tremendous, going from a billion to a trillion. But this was about the abundance of everything, and, how, the internet, and when we were thinking about the Internet of Things, it's like everything that could be connected will be connected to the internet, was kind of the thinking of this technology, and where we were looking at in the 2010s. And the exciting thing is like the same excitement in the 1990s on the cell phone industry, in the 2010s of the smartphone industry. We're seeing that with cryptocurrency and NFTs. The 2020s will be the soaring decade of a lot of abundance if we do it right. So I'm really hopeful and excited about what's possible. And actually, this talk was just so, this whole event has been so meaningful for me, as I'm hearing this history of NFTs and where the future is going. So it's really exciting. So anyway, we are social. Every quarter, they put out a report on what is the state of the digital world around the world. And they have like 200 pages of documents, but they talk about how many people are out there, how many unique cell phone users, 5.2 billion, internet users, and we now reach 60% of the population are internet users, and then social media as well. And so smartphones, and the reason I bring up smartphones is because I think smartphones and cryptocurrency, your digital wallet, and NFTs kind of all come together in this kind of perfect storm. So I think these all coming together can really explode the amount of NFTs that are used, the amount of cryptocurrency, and they make things less frictional. Just a seamless transition. In fact, with the last speaker, I really liked, because it's like, how do we bring this to the masses? And since we brought cell phones and smartphones to the masses, I think we can leverage some of that, the lessons learned for that, to the cryptocurrency and NFTs as well. The average right now, and this keeps growing, at 3 hours and over 3.5 hours just on your smartphone, people use on average. In fact, I saw one study that people were on the internet 14 hours a day in 2020. And of course, today, most of us have been on this call for like, 12 hours or so, 14 hours. So we achieved that number. So when will there be 1 billion 5G devices? So it was expected when 5G launched that we get about 1 billion people in 2023. And actually, that number is running faster than expected. So at the end of this year, it's expected to be over 600 million 5G users. And so it could be even in next year, we could be at 5G, 1 billion 5G users. And a lot of that is in China. If everyone in China uses cryptocurrency, makes an NFT. If everyone uses 5G, you get 1 billion people just from that, or from India. So, these are how you get 1 billion people very quickly. At Nokia, we're looking at, how do we add value to the world? That's what we really can, help our customers, help humanity. And so what we look at is at 5G, that we think there's going to be about $8 trillion of value around the world. And this report, this 5G Readiness report, talks about this $8 trillion of value that we'll bring by 2030. And one of the areas in the report is around AI, blockchain, AR, VR in the enterprise, autonomous vehicles, smart city technology, technology, virtual learning, remote healthcare. So, a lot of this technology around 5G is associated with AI machine services, edge and cloud performance. Just a very little of it is actually around basic connectivity. Well, little being 600 billion. That's, I think that's a lot. But, the majority of it is around AI. And so it's going to be really exciting to see what value we can bring to the world with this technology. So let's see. Okay, there we go. So here's another chart that was presented at a 6G conference in China. And it highlights that, the trend, when will we add this economic value? It's still ramping up as more and more systems are being deployed. And by 2025 is when this knee of the curve takes off. And, that's where, these other studies, show the same trend. In fact, Qualcomm's here at 2035 is looking at $14 trillion economic value. One of the areas being retail, wholesale, manufacturing. These are areas I think from a NFT perspective, a cryptocurrency perspective, could have a lot of value. So at Nokia, one thing we're looking at is, how do we add value in AI, the AI marketplace? If data is a new oil, the question is how do we extract that oil and do something useful with it, right? And how do we, and so it's estimated right now from the different research reports about $3.6 trillion of market value of this data transactions, these data exchange. So right now, a lot of companies have siloed data, internal data, that's very valuable. And how do you release that value, but still be concerned about data privacy and regulations, and also how to model this data? How do you exercise AI and machine learning insights into this data to do something useful for it? Oil became valuable when people realized how to take crude oil and turn it into gasoline and all kinds of other byproducts. And so this is like, how do we release all this value of this data that are in companies, that are in enterprise and in people's homes as well? So this is going to be some interesting things. So Nokia has a product called the Nokia Data Marketplace, secure data exchange with blockchain and AI orchestration. And so we look like already Nokia's in these different enterprises. We actually have 200, we're leading enterprise wireless communication vendor. In the telcos, in the energy, government, transportation, smart cities, we're already there. And then what we're looking at is how do we add value to our customers by giving them a data marketplace that they can exchange data securely with smart contracts. And so these are the technologies we're working on at Nokia. So in the report that we have at Nokia, we referenced the World Economic Forum, which was speculating that says, hey, could, and this was in 2018, they said, could by 2025, could 10% of GDP be stored on blockchain or blockchain related technology? And then the question is, can we imagine a possibility, not only is that 10%, but what if 50% of global GDP is on blockchain? And what does that mean to the world economy and the abundance to all, equality, and efficiencies to our world? And so that's the things I want to share about in the next few minutes. One thing as we talk about, there have been questions about, from blockchain's perspective, can I make it more green, more efficient? Actually, the mobile operators, this could be some lessons learned as well. As we started rolling out our technology, one of our key focuses is how do we keep growing and add economic output benefits, but reduce CO2 emissions. And so right now we added $2 trillion of economic output in 2020, but because we digitized everything, we actually reduced greenhouse gas emissions by a factor of 10x. So if what we're doing now, if we had to travel to a location, we'd be using so much more greenhouse gas as emissions. So we can we can get the best of both worlds. We can grow the digital economy and we can have a positive impact by reducing our CO2 footprint emissions. In fact, when Martin talked about using the portal a technology so the politicians, the leaders of the world didn't have to travel around the world. So rather than travel all around the world, You know, when like I said, I was working with an organization, Educators in VR, and they did a study where they said they took a 5,000 person virtual conference, and they calculated as rather than they took all the costs of using your computer and so forth, and what's the greenhouse gas footprint for that, versus then instead staying at hotels and using air travel and convention centers and so forth. And they estimated that they saved 7.5 million kilograms of CO2 emissions by not having to travel. So, I don't know how many people are at this conference today, but my guess is we're at least in the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of CO2 emissions that we saved because we did this virtually and not in person. So Bill Gates talks about $10 to $100 to $200 a ton a kilogram for CO2 emissions. So a 5,000 person conference is about $1 million. And the COP25 conference a couple of years ago, it costs $100 million to do all the traveling. But if you put the carbon emissions tax on top of that, it would have been an extra $5 million. So if we would do this virtually, think of the carbon savings and the footprint savings we would have. And by the way, they're actually the COP26 conference. They're going to have a VR event, a meeting on top of snowy Antarctica. So if you want to go to Antarctica and minimize your carbon footprint, do it in VR. So with that, at Nokia, one thing working on 6G, we're starting to see this, we're in the physical world. The physical world is the world we had up until about 1960. And then we started introducing the digital world. So more and more of the world is going digital. And also you have the biological world, and you have human machine interface technology coming out as well. And so we see 6G as a harmony between the physical world, the digital world, and the biological world, all coming together in this interchange and interconnection of those three worlds. And so it's going to be an exciting time. And like I said, I'm going to be speaking for an hour next week on this very topic. So Internet of Things, they continue to grow. And so you're going to get the growing of the devices. It's expected that by 2025, about 76 connected things per person. And when Cisco, they were looking at this how many things were out there. There's 1.8 trillion things out. They were expecting about 50 billion things. It's actually right now only about 22 billion things, but only 2% or less of things that could be connected are connected. And so think of how many things are in your house. How many of them can be turned into an NFT? How many of them could be connected to the internet? So this is going to be interesting to see how IoT, the Internet of Things, mirror with NFTs to bring more wealth and value into our world. So how many things are being manufactured in the world? Like clothing, 80 billion apparel items are manufactured every year, 5 to 10 trillion disposable items. So lots of things are being manufactured. And the question is, how can we make this more sustainable? Actually, SoftBank, they predict that by 2040, there will be 10 trillion devices connected to the internet. So this is explosion of growth that could add value. And so rather than grow the physical world, we're going to grow the digital world. So can blockchain and NFTs help to eliminate waste and find hidden value? I would answer the answer is yes. Byron Reese is writing this book about waste, and he asked the question, what would a world look like without waste? Look like no wasted paper, food, time, minds, or wasted lives. And he said, we can't live in this world without waste unless we have perfect knowledge. So I believe with IoT and NFTs, we can have a more perfect knowledge. And so we can minimize our waste and our carbon footprint. So how many things are there in the physical and digital world? And I would say if we grow the physical economy, CO2 emissions grow. Yes, maybe we can be a little bit more efficient as we grow the economy, but if we want abundance for all, if we want people to live in the developing world like in the developed world, the only way to do that is to grow the digital economy, and so that we can indeed reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So there's $400 trillion of wealth in the world. And the question is how do we make a more equitable world, have people especially in Africa and other places, have a more equitable and wealthy world? Again, my answer to that would be a digitalization of this world. So I like this slide from the 100 trillion USD dollars. Right now, cryptocurrency is around $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion. Gold is about $10 trillion. Real estate's $100 trillion. There's about the M1 through 3 money supply is about $110 trillion. I think I saw just recently. So there's this wealth. It will be moving around. Cryptocurrency will go down and will go up. But I was excited about what Tim had to share, that over time it will continue to go up and up, and again add wealth to the world. Right now there's 100 million people that use cryptocurrency. When will it be 1 billion? According to this Willie Wah, he was talking about maybe 2025. We'll see if he's right. I think it's probably maybe a couple years later, but we'll see. In brand clothing, one thing, I was giving a presentation and they said if, with this 80 billion clothes that are being manufactured, if nothing changes, 25%, a quarter of the Earth's climate budget could be due to clothing. So the question is can we use, digital clothing? Can we minimize the amount of clothing we have and be more efficient with that? And I think the answer is yes, we can do that. Virtual reality is another area to look at. When we go from a Zoom call that's still somewhat clunky, I was really excited about Portal, and because that makes it look like you're right there, right? And and that's this year's technology. You can imagine what it's going to be 5 years from now. So virtual reality, the Portal boxes, what's the we're going to be in the holodeck world. It's just going to be incredible where we're going to be at. And so can we be more efficient? Like 40% of clothes are manufactured that are never worn and just thrown away. That's a waste. So how can we make things more efficient? So shop like we never before, that you can put on your clothing and see exactly what you look like in maybe in the venue you're going to be wearing the clothes at, and say, this is exactly what I want to have. Again, so minimize the amount of clothing that's wasted and never used. E-commerce is another area to look at. It's just continuing to grow. The reason I bring this up is because, again, fashion and beauty, more and more of the industry's e-commerce. Like in the United States, 37% of clothing was e-commerce. In China, it was 40%. Now this year, maybe it's not quite as big according to McKinsey, but we'll see. I mean, once people get used to shopping online, it's going to be hard to go back. And how can we make things more efficient? There's e-commerce credit. This is another trend to watch. How much is the digital or mobile wallet? How much is the credit cards? And then when will it eventually go to crypto wallets? So when will they start tracking that? That's going to be interesting to see. China, it's going to be interesting to follow their trend of where things are going, how they're going to do cryptocurrency. Again, when they make it, if that becomes big, if India has it, you can get to 1 billion people very quickly. So in closing, I asked the question, and I say this 21st century is the story of humanity achieving the billions. So how do we make a more sustainable and less wasteful world? How do we uncover hidden wealth? How much, there's 10,000 things in your house. How many of them, have lots of value if you can only release that value, with an NFT? What happens if you take 10%, even 10 things or 100 things and create an NFT to them? What if you all of a sudden could make $100,000 or even $10,000 from that value? How do you release value? So for everyone who bought it, the person who bought a Picasso at a garage sale for $5, or someone who sold a Picasso at a garage sale for $5. So, how do you value things? I believe NFTs and blockchain can help. So I believe that is how we can get abundance for all. So thank you for your time.
I'm so excited about 6G. I know everybody's all 5G, 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 but too much controversy. 6G, I researched and I love. So when do I get it?
2028. And in fact, my last year I gave my 5G or 6G presentation. So 2028 is when 6G will launch. But I will then give my 7G presentation with my digital twin. So my digital twin will give the 7G presentation, and we'll see which one's the better presenter.
That's hilarious. I love that. So, you were talking about how it's going to, how 5G is going to really help with NFTs. And is that because you're thinking of the fact that the transaction or the bandwidth is less requirements for bandwidth, so more easy transactions over mobile phones? Is that what we're thinking about?
Well, so, 5G, you have IoT optimization, lower cost. The Internet of Everything is optimized around 5G. Then you have more bandwidth. And then you have from like low latency and mission critical communication. Those are kind of the three elements of 5G. But behind that too is like, for instance, Qualcomm's their new XR2 chip that came out. It had 11 times more capacity on AI capability than the old chip they had. So wow. What you're getting is not only the capacity from the 5G, but AI comes along with it. And so like right now, your cell phone that you have, that cell phone has the same capability as a supercomputer, the fastest supercomputer in the world in 2020 or 2000, the year 2000. So that supercomputer in 2000 costs, 10, maybe $100 million, somewhere. I should get that number, but it's definitely over 110.
I just got it last week.
Yeah, so you have all this abundance of capacity. And so how can you use this to optimize your digital wallet, cryptocurrencies, NFTs? This is what people carry around all the time. And how can you do that? Now, the other thing is eventually you're going to stop looking down at your smartphone and you're going to look up. And you're going to have your smart glasses, or eventually, I'm thinking of it almost like smart vision. Your vision is going to be smart. And and how do you have this abundance and technology?
I'm really looking forward to that, because this is age related, and I would like it.
Yeah, 70% of people wear glasses. So so in the United States, so everyone's most people need glasses, and they're used to it. And so, but again, rather than looking down, because like when I'm having a conversation, I want to be looking at someone. You look at their face, right? And so if everyone's looking down, they're not connecting with people. But if you're looking out at the world and using smart vision to see the world in a new way, I think that's incredible. And look, and what would happen if you're looking at your home and then identifying and says, okay, if you make an NFT of this, it's going to be worth $100. Or if you make an NFT of that, it's going to be worth $10,000. It's like, okay, well, let's just make an NFT of it. And if you have 10,000 things in your house, how many of them could have an NFT and create wealth that's in your house?
Well, what's interesting is I think of NFTs, especially when it comes to like the global marketplace and the ability of blockchain on handsets. For me, it's more like, what would happen if everyone had a sovereign digital identity? And I brought this up earlier today. A sovereign digital identity, all of their identity documents were on there. They were confirmed. Their identity could never be taken away. And then all of a sudden, boom, war-torn countries, refugees, they don't have anything. So what if they easily could, reclaim their identity by regaining control of their wallet, very, very simply. And then all of a sudden, they have the ability to work, they have the ability to transact in business and commerce, and the speed bump along the way is a lot less brutal.
Yeah, well, so 85% of people in Africa, in developing countries, use wireless communication for their broadband device. But like in Africa and in Asia, most places in Asia, other than the major cities, they're on 2G technology. At least half of them are on 2G. So think of if all of a sudden you had to work in 1990s technology.
No, I can't. No, do not make me go back to that. Is literally like my nightmare. You have to understand, I pay for gigabit internet, and every now and again it goes down. I'm getting like 12, and I'm losing my ever-loving mind because
you had to get 100 kilobits. Yeah, exactly. So see how hard it is, that inequality of bandwidth. So that's one area that we're working on. It's especially 6G, is how to connect the unconnected. That's something.
Doug, I want to thank you so much, and Adrian, what a beautiful job with all the questions. It's so exceptional. Doug, as a first-time AI showbiz person, you hit it way out of the ballpark. Thank you, and that was such good contextualization. Thank you for zooming in with us, and I hope you'll stick around. For just a reminder, our executive roundtable comes up from 6:30 to 7:30, where you get to share your goals, and we offer support. And so don't go anywhere. We have two of the most amazing trailblazer talks coming up in just a moment. It's almost time for our next one, isn't it, Brandy? This day is just going so quickly, and I have always found in life the best times of your life go like that, and you have to just really savor the moment and stay present with it, which is my goal to do today. And we are entering the home stretch here, and it's time to introduce our next person, so I am going to stop the recording and restart the recording. I'm also multitasking today. All right, Brandy, go ahead and introduce our next person.
What a joyous day it is. It's going full speed ahead with all the knowledge. This is the University of Now. So we're kicking butt and taking names. All right, so our next trailblazer is the Chief Executive Officer. His name is Michael Hayworth. He is going to do the talk on WTF is an NFT. I would like to beep that out. What the beep is an NFT? In order to understand this, one must look into the past to see the history of the artistic and technological innovations. By understanding this, we can view, even for the most simplest future, we will look at it like, it's a non-fungible. We are at the critical turning point where we look so far into the past, we can all initiate our own artistic and financial renaissance, acting as a Demas TC did for the Da Vinci and Michelangelo and many others. But let's not wait any further and have Michael on. Welcome, Michael Hayworth. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Sandy. It was such an honor. So in
Michael, we can't quite hear you. Yeah.
One second. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So once upon a time, there was two cavemen sitting by a fire, Grog and Urog. Now, Grog told the world's first story. He said, Grog, I make fire. I do this. And Urog said, wow, cool. That's what we're eating for dinner. And see, Grog and Urog decided to write it on a cave. Years later, we are no longer writing on caves. Instead, those very caves have become non-fungible tokens in and of themselves. So it's, and we're talking about artificial intelligence. Now, how do you leap from Grog and Urog to modern day? Well, in essence, by definition, we're at AI showbiz. Well, you know what showbiz actually is? Showbiz actually was created based on a community simply built by story. And that's where I'm going to begin my talk today. And first off, Molly's inspiration, once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away, so that she could have, help me, Obi-Wan, I need your help with directions to the nearest gas station. I'm almost out of gas. No problem. It's 3 seconds away over here. You are a very epic human being, Molly. And speaking of that, Molly is an epic human being. But let's go to my presentation real quick. Hold on just a second. Let me share screen. Sorry. Do I have sharing screen capabilities, Molly?
Oh yeah, there you go. We can.
Okay. Now you see the mess that is my computer screen. Hopefully I can bring this up real quick. All right, here we go. So by definition, we are all storytellers. And I'm going to tell eventually the story of these three people, these four people, Bob, Kathleen and Elliot, and Garen. They're all artists, but they're all ideas guys. And by ideas, Bob runs a firm called Ideas Orlando, and it stands for Innovation, Design, Entertainment, Art, and Storytelling. Garen's an ideas guy based out here in Los Angeles. And the thing is, he's a commercial artist, a rock star, and he does art for rock stars and for everybody else through the power and magic of non-fungible tokens. I'm actually advising him on that. So where does the middles fit in? You know, there used to be a saying, will it play in Peoria? Well, that in essence means, you know, will our stories that we tell, will they be a hit in the Midwest? Will they play in every day? You know, will everybody relate to it and thus be a hit for us and make money? Well, in essence, that's kind of obsolete. You know, we no longer have vaudeville stars making big motion pictures trying to be stars. Instead, the new future is non-fungible. And the new stories are, will it be a hit in High Point? That's what I would like to say. So Kathleen and Elliot are two of my friends. Kathleen is a high school art teacher. Elliot works for a bank, but he's also an artist. And I won't show you his full portfolio, but it's absolutely mind-blowing. Now, how do you take these three people and put them and fit them in the creative economy? Well, Bob's already in the creative economy. He goes to black tie events wearing a black tie t-shirt, and he's welcomed like a member of royalty. Bob ran a division of Disney Imagineering for years, and eventually it spun off, and that's the company that he has. Kathleen and Elliot, well, they don't realize it, but they're pretty much High Point royalty from my hometown. And through the power of their art, they have changed countless lives. And Garen, of course, changes countless lives here in Hollywood and in Los Angeles and greater. So how are all three connected to the creative economy? Well, in essence, just like Grog said, you know, Ugog, you make fire. I beat deer with stick. We cook over fire. Well, in essence, each one of these people, that was a creative idea. And each one of these people have creative ideas. So what is innovation? Innovation is the destination and the combination of creativity and artistry. Now, when you combine creativity and artistry, you pretty much get an amazing new thing. So what is creativity? Well, creativity is something original, something cool. Now, we're all technologists, so we've all had different cool original ideas, and many of us have pursued them. And it's such an honor to follow each and every one of you. I am deeply, deeply humbled by that.
Michael, would you do us a favor? Will you share your full presentation slide as a push presentation, as if you go into presentation mode?
1 second.
It's right at the top, so you don't see all the other slides, and we can see the full layout. Oh.
Okay, sorry about that. How about now?
That's okay. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So in essence, sorry, hopping ahead a little quick. So let's go all the way back to the non-fungible token universe. Once upon a time, the future is non-fungible, but my name is Michael Hayworth. I wrote a book called the NFT Guidebook. Why? I just wanted to explain to my family members exactly WTF is an NFT. And I uploaded it onto Amazon thinking, okay, my parents will buy it. My parents' friends will buy it. Maybe a couple of my buddies from high school will buy it. 20, 30 people max. And I just released that into the universe. I go, okay, well, if something happens, something happens. So I finish my coffee at the Bean Espresso. I drive home in High Point. 10 minutes takes me to get home. Well, by the time I get home, my barista friend, Bill, frantically calls me and goes, Mike, you'll never believe this. Check Amazon, check Amazon, check Amazon. I thought my Amazon account had been hacked. And instead, this has become #1 blockbuster bestseller. And I am deeply humbled by that, but that's in essence why. I wanted to explain what a non-fungible token was to my family members and to anybody who is curious. So this is a little bit about me through photos. The one on the corner there is a Captain Crunch whistle, known within the hacker community. I used to be a filmmaker after I got caught doing a little bit of hacking, and they decided that I was much better off as a talented filmmaker. So I tried that, and everything came kind of completely 360 when I went to the AFI Digital Content Festival and Lab in 2006 and realized that digital is the future. So I could combine my passion for computers and breaking things and my passion for dissecting art and creativity and filmmaking. Now the one in the right corner there, this one right here, is a picture of me and my grandfather at a preview of my art and technology show. And in essence, while Disney will never admit it, I believe my grandfather might be the inspiration behind the old man from Up. But I joke. But so what WTF is an NFT? Well, we've all heard of it, and to put it into plain simple terms, let's basically go like this. Fungible. In order to understand what a non-fungible token is, you have to understand that fungible is something like $1 bill. Like if I bet Molly $1 bill says that I will finish this talk on time, well, she would get a dollar bill. But let's say she goes, Mike, you know what? You gave a good talk anyway. Here's a dollar bill back. Well, now we have an equal exchange of value. Just like if I send a Bitcoin to Brandy and she sends me a Bitcoin back, it might fluctuate in price. However, it's basically an equal value. Now, fungible with classes might be, you know, I'm wearing a Kangol that's size medium. There might be somebody else who wears a Kangol that's extra, extra large or extra, extra small. And that's with class. They're each fungible, but they're the same thing, but they're different classes and different sizes. Non-fungible, works of art, plane tickets, movie tickets, and then, of course, non-fungible tokens, crypto kitties. So non-fungible tokens are unique digital items that are managed with blockchain management. And in essence, digital art, event tickets, domain names, ownership records, anything that can be duplicated and in essence that will be put on chain. So here's a history of NFTs in very simple terms. Everyone knows about the Homer Pepe and the CryptoPunks. Experiments with the NFTs began with the emergence of colored coins and different things on the Bitcoin network. So looking at that past, those were the grogs telling the stories by the fire, the NFT hipsters. Now, I happen to be lucky because I was a part of this, not necessarily with those two teams, but in 2016, at that picture I showed you earlier on, each of my works of art at the digital art show were put on the Bitcoin blockchain for 1 Satoshi. And I still have them. I lost the account, so I can never alter it. But it was non-fungible before non-fungible tokens existed.